Chapter 351 Invisible Sausage. Tang San became a Douluo instantly. Jingling's fifth soul ring flashed with black light again, and her fourth soul ring became brighter. The fourth soul skill, Giant Elephant Armor. But the original half-body armor, which was somewhat crude, has now become a full-body armor. Not to mention, the texture has become several times thicker, and the patterns can be said to be exactly the same as the portraits on the ground. The fifth soul ring's black light flashed again. The first soul ring then lit up. The original ordinary bone blade turned into a giant two-handed sword, with bleeding slots on both blades. Run! The two-handed sword was coated with light, like an eternal giant holding a sharp blade, standing in front of everyone. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a little stressed and instinctively leaned towards Tang Lan. Understand the fear of giant objects. Good guy. Jingling is only the fifth soul ring, how can he achieve this effect? Of course. The price is also extremely high. After using the fifth soul skill 3 times in a row, the body has already been hollowed out. Now it's all thanks to the soul's heart to convey spiritual power, so he doesn't faint from exhaustion. That's why the combat power exerted by Jingling far surpasses that of the 5-ring Soul King. Okay, come down. Soul Tang Lan greeted, I'll have your fun while you wait for the sect competition. Jingling had released her soul skills and martial arts, and looked a little weak. Even with the replenishment of the life soul heart, he can maintain his complete form, and the consumption will leave him in a state of emptiness all the time. It's hard to resist. But he looked very excited. It's done. At the beginning, he resolutely chose to follow Tang Lan and let Tang Lan control his martial spirit, his spirit ring, and even his life. Now I have reaped a 10% return. Tell me about your fifth soul skill. Tang Lan said, if nothing else, it should be an amplification type, right? Jingling nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with admiration. As expected of the sect master, you can understand it at a glance. My fifth soul ring is 45,000 years old. The soul skill is called strengthening. It can strengthen one's own soul skill and make its effect more perfect. It's a pity that it can only strengthen my soul skills. If only soul bone skills and self-created soul skills can be used as well. Soul Tang Lan waved his hand to interrupt. Mystery, what are you thinking about eating a 45,000-year-old soul ring? But Jingling's fierceness is indeed too strong. The fifth soul ring of a normal person is only about 12,000 years old. Jingling can survive for 45,000 years. Even with Tang Lan's help, it has something to do with his will. The original limit of Tang Lan's estimate was about 37,000 years. A full 8,000 years too long. This is just because Tang Lan and Bo Sixi are here, they will definitely not die anyway. So just go straight to death. What a ruthless person. I am feeling emotional. Soul Tang Lan noticed something and made a gesture to turn around. Without warning, a large cluster of blue-silver grass grew explosively from the feet of Soul Tang Lan, burying him inside. A coldness emerged, accompanied by a burning sensation in the soul. They are Tang San's 2 fourth soul skills. Pity. Facing Soul Tang Lan, who possesses the ultimate ice and ultimate soul, these 2 negative states are the same as being tickled. But he made an estimate. The combination of these 3 soul skills, if replaced by any one person in the team, they all have to fall into a short period of stiffness. Especially when it comes to Ning Rongrong, who has no ability to escape. If you can't eat the mirror image sausage, you can only open the refrigerator and stand in place. Ning Rongrong is still like this. Replace it with outside assistance. If you catch one, you will die. But Soul Tang Lan walked through the blue-silver grass and tilted his head at Tang San in confusion. Although he didn't say anything. But Tang San, who looked proud, gradually stopped smiling. It seems it doesn't have much effect? Not bad. Soul Tang Lan praised, with this trick, even if Mubai comes, he will be trapped for more than 2 seconds. Tang San's eyes lit up. What level is Dai Mubai? The most restrained fire attribute beast spirit of blue-silver grass. The level is also above Tang San. If he can sleep for 2 seconds, no one else can. But why is it here with Soul Tang Lan? Oh, right. Soul Tang Lan is a man with the ultimate ice and the ultimate soul. If it can be effective, it will be a ghost. Tang San walked forward with a smile. Brother, I'm at level 70. How about another artificial soul ring? Are you sure? Soul Tang Lan asked, you can only absorb the 7th soul ring for about 72,000 years now. If you wait until level 80, 100,000 years may be a little less, and 90,000 years is still no problem. Tang San hesitated. But he still nodded firmly. Elder brother. I'm sure. Absorb it now. The 7th spirit rings are both martial spirit avatars. Even if they are slightly less powerful, there won't be much difference in functionality. But if you practice under the bottleneck, although there is a compression effect, the speed will eventually be slower than after the breakthrough. I want to break through to Contra as soon as possible, can absorb 100,000 year level. I recently broke through the purple demon eye. As long as I absorb another 100,000 year soul ring, my spiritual world can carry another soul. Then I can add a soul of more than 100,000 years to the clear sky hammer, and directly add 3 to 5 100,000 year soul rings. In this way, I can quickly reach the titled Douluo level. Then I can help my brother more. Oh? This is the willfulness of the twin martial souls. Discarding the first martial soul that could no longer grow perfectly, he quickly reached the title of Douluo. Focus on cultivating the second martial soul. It seems that Tang San is not always thinking about how to take more advantages. Soul Tang Lan nodded and made a corresponding artificial soul ring for Tang San. Tang San continued to absorb with confidence. Another 2 hours passed. The black soul ring around Oscar changed to a bloody 100,000 year soul ring, and finally fell steadily at his feet. I also opened my eyes, and my tired eyes were full of excitement. It's done. He persisted for 100,000 years. He has his own first 100,000 year soul ring. And this 6th soul skill. Facing the eyes of Soul Tang Lan, Oscar confidently summoned the sausage martial soul, and the 6th soul ring lit up. He shouted loudly, my intestines can't be seen. Soul Tang Lan, ... Looking at Oscar's hand again, there was really nothing. Is it so small? But Soul Tang Lan swept it with his mental power. Hey! Soul Tang Lan said in surprise, Xiao, your sausage is invisible. Oscar raised his right hand proudly, opened his mouth and took a bite of the air. Then, his figure was also slowly transparent until it completely disappeared. But his voice was still ringing in the same place. Master, my 6th soul skill, Invisible Garlic Sausage, is combined with the Invisible Glass Octopus Skull, and has only one effect, hiding the body and soul power fluctuations, and eliminating the traces of existence. As long as I don't reveal my position, I will never do that. Oscar suddenly showed his true form and looked at the Soul Tang Lan. No. Add more chapters, please give me monthly tickets, please give me recommendation tickets, please give me 5-star praise. Chapter 352, The Weakness of the Invisible Intestine. The Usurping Bridget. No. Oscar said in disbelief, Master, can you see me? Oscar was walking while he was talking. But no matter where he went, the Soul Tang Lan's eyes followed him. How is this possible? I used my mental power to observe the fluctuations of the dust on the ground to find your position. Soul Tang Lan explained. As for your own body, my mental power can't capture any of it. But if you have a keen sense of smell, that's another matter. After saying that, Xiao Wu sniffed her nose and waved her hand in disdain to dispel something. Why is there a strong smell of garlic? It's so bad. Oscar spread his hands helplessly. Garlic sausage, it's normal to have garlic smell. Just don't open your mouth after you become invisible. As for the impact on the ground during the action, it can also be solved by eating flying mushroom sausages. The invisible garlic sausage can also perfectly hide the fluctuations of non-attack soul skills. Ning Rongrong opened her eyes wide. Wait. Doesn't that mean she can eat an invisible garlic sausage and then stay aside to amplify silently? Hold on. Awesome, Xiao. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but said, quick. Prepare a storage ring for me. Oscar nodded proudly. Although my invisible garlic sausage only lasts for 1 minute. But it is invisible itself, as long as you store more in the storage ring. You can eat one every 1 minute to achieve the effect of being invisible all the time. Master, look at me. Soul Tang Lan raised his eyebrows. Your martial soul is special, so the most suitable thing is to use the God-given soul ring to obtain soul rings. And the limit of the God-given soul ring is 100,000 years. So you have two choices now. Prevent yourself from hunting a beast that is over 100,000 years old, but up to 150,000 years old, and see what soul skills you can get based on its attributes. Alternatively, use the God-given soul ring directly to get the 7th soul ring. Oscar didn't expect that he would be given the choice. Frowning and thinking. First of all, it is necessary to be clear that there is nothing wrong with the first choice. Except for the case of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, which 150,000-year-old beast is not a powerful existence. The innate strength determines that the soul skills cannot be weak. That is, the effect is full of unknowns. There is no need to consider the God-given soul ring, it is definitely the most suitable for him. It's the number of years. The difference is 50,000 years. Little guy, what are you thinking about? Bridget suddenly opened her mouth and said. There are no ferocious beasts that are 150,000 years old in the Star Forest. You can only go to the far north to find them. And you already have a soul, and your mental strength is not enough to accommodate the second soul, so you can only choose to hunt the other party. This will have a great impact on Tang Lan's soul beast belief collection plan. Oscar was startled. Looking at Soul Tang Lan, he found that the latter was frowning and staring at Bridget. BG, I know you are kind-hearted and want to use this method to persuade Xiao Ao not to hunt ferocious beasts. This is the last time. I don't want you to get involved in my Tang sex affairs in the future. Soul Tang Lan's tone was very serious. Even Bridget, who had always lived in harmony, felt a hint of murderous intent. Bridget was very surprised. This little guy. Are you so grumpy? Make sure Soul Tang Lan is serious. Bridget nodded, stepped aside and stopped talking. Only then did Soul Tang Lan withdraw his gaze. Of course he wasn't really angry just now, but he just couldn't let ferocious beasts like Bridget develop a belief that Tang Lan wanted soul beasts, so he couldn't offend their thoughts. Looking at the hesitant Oscar, Soul Tang Lan comforted, even if they are hunted ferocious beasts, their souls will still be attached to the soul bones. When the time comes, you can choose a part that is not old enough to replace it. After becoming a god, you can still resurrect it in the god realm. This made Bridget vaguely relieved. It seems that Tang Lan does not kill soul beasts at will. Oscar's eyes flickered a few times when he heard this. Finally, still shook his head and refused. Sect Master, I will choose the God-given soul ring. But the 7th soul ring, the 8th soul ring, and the 9th soul ring require 3 God-given soul rings, plus the ones just consumed. Soul Tang Lan raised his hand to stop. The inventory is still abundant now. Soul Tang Lan said casually, and when it is used up, I can ask Qian Daolia for it. Aside. When Bo Sixi, who was maintaining the waves, heard this, he couldn't help but look sideways. I thought Tang Lan was so generous because he was here for me. Unexpectedly. You must have eaten Sendaoliu. Very good. Tang Chen said happily, this guy always does things with reason. Bo Sixi nodded in agreement. It is indeed reasonable and well-founded. At the same time, in the distant Wuhan City Enshrinement Hall, Qian Daoliu, who was accompanying Qian Rongxue for the second angel test, sneezed for no reason. Immediately his eyes sharpened. This feeling. It must be Tang Chen's family, who is targeting me again. But looking at Qian Rongxue struggling to hold on under his own attack, Qian Daoliu was helpless. The 9 tests of the angel god must be conducted in front of the angel god statue. How could he hide? You can't run away with an angel statue on your back, right? Besides, he can escape from the Great Enshrinement Hall, but he cannot escape from the Spirit Hall. Can Wuhan City be able to carry it away? Have no choice. Qian Daoliu's men increased their attack intensity. Zioxu must be allowed to grow up as soon as possible so that he will not be angry. Poseidon Island, a desperate situation in the Angry Sea. Jingling and Ning Rongrong returned to Shenyenzhu and accepted the temper of the waves. Jingling's 6th soul ring, Tang Lan is ready to let him lay the foundation. When you reach level 70 and can no longer upgrade, the upper limit of the soul ring at that time can be increased to about 70,000 years. If you get stuck at level 80 like this, the 7th soul ring will be almost 100,000 years old. Compared with the 8th soul ring and the 9th soul ring, the 7th soul ring's martial spirit true body has been decided. Is Kira a giant elephant, a Susanoo, or a Freedom Gundam? But this is not urgent. Soul Tang Lan looked at the people who had absorbed the soul rings, and his eyes fell more on Zhu Zuqing. Because she had to absorb the soul ring to break through, she could leave temporarily. But as a price, Zhu Zuqing needs other companions to make up for the time spent in the test. That's why, when Zhu Zuqing received the soul ring given by God and reached 100,000 years, he immediately stood up and asked for Chen Yunzu's return. But Ning Rongrong shouted directly to stop him. Zuqing, this is not enough time, we can still bear it. Show me your new soul skill. Chapter 353 The True Form of the Shadow. Artificial Soul Ring 20. Chapter 353 Shadow's True Body. Artificial Soul Ring 2.0. Facing Ning Rongrong's invitation, Zhu Zuqing did not hesitate. Released the martial soul shadow civet, and the soul ring light lit up under its feet. Yellow, yellow, black, black, red, red. The seventh soul ring's red light shone, but the martial soul shadow civet did not enlarge its size, but integrated into Zhu Zuqing's body. The two turned into a group of shadows, dived into the ground and disappeared. The next moment, 8 Zhu Zuqing appeared behind the 8 heavy silver pillars. The silver blades in their hands left a visible cut mark on the hard cross. They said simultaneously. The seventh soul skill, Shadow True Body, transforms into a shadow and can walk through the darkness at will. All damage dealt has 50% armor-piercing damage. The effect is not much, but extremely practical. Shadow Step can also travel through the darkness, and due to the natal soul ring, the duration has been increased to a full 60 seconds after being promoted for 100,000 years. But there is still a time limit. Moreover, every time he appeared to attack, he would have to recast his soul skills, which would only increase the amount of consumption. But this is different from the Shadow Avatar. It does not have a CD. There is also a permanent 50% armor penetration, which is simply tailor-made for Zhu Zuqing. Oh my god! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, if it weren't for Xiao Ao's invisible garlic sausage, I don't know how I would have avoided Zhu Qing's assassination. It's a headache. Xiao Wu agreed, if it were me, I could only use the gravity swamp restriction, and then rely on the murderous intent to sense the instant void, and wait for an opportunity to counterattack, right? She was not sure whether she could catch the moment Zhu Zuqing attacked. In the end, Jingling silently chose to shut up. Counterattack? He looked at the cut mark on the silver pillar beside his head. He couldn't even figure out how to survive. Anyway, his Colossus armor, even after it has been strengthened, is not as strong as Chen Yunzu's. So, being Sister Zuqing's enemy will give you nightmares. Not bad. Soul Tang Lan praised, now some of the weak-titled Douluo will be assassinated by you if they don't pay attention. Zhu Zuqing smiled. The shadow clone behind Tang Lan's body kissed his man. As all the shadow clones dissipated, she herself locked up again and continued to accept the beating of the waves. This time I breathed a sigh of relief quietly. I always feel a little guilty when I let others share the burden for me. Another half-hour passed. Daimyo Bai completed the absorption with difficulty, half kneeling on the ground dripping with sweat, feeling like he had survived the rest of his life after the festival. How terrible! He thought he was going to die a few times just now, but fortunately, Soul Tang Lan came to the rescue in time, injecting vitality and extracting soul power. But the mental torture can only be resisted by himself. The artificial soul ring does not have the soul impact of the soul beast, but the sky-tearing claw is Mr. Xiang's self-created soul skill, and there are many theories in it that you have to digest on your own. All that knowledge was crammed into him, and his brain almost exploded. Fortunately, he finally got over it. Now, it's harvest time. Daimyo Bai stood up, summoned the martial spirit red flame white tiger, and 6 spirit rings rose into the sky. Purple, 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 red, red. 3 reds. With the increase of the 120,000 year 6th soul ring, his physique can fully bear the 100,000 year soul ring. The soul rings given by the 4th and 5th natal souls also evolved to 100,000 years. It stands to reason. Daimyo Bai's soul is 10,000 years old, enough to give him 3 soul rings. If you have great luck and meet your natal soul, you should be full of it. But there is no way. His soul, Scarlet Flame Tiger Vulture, and other soul skills are not suitable for Daimyo Bai. So Tang Lan arranged an artificial soul ring for him. Although in the long run, the life of the 6th soul ring will inevitably be less than that of the natal soul ring. But Daimyo Bai realized that his 6th soul skill, Sky-Tearing Claw, There is not even a trace of regret in my heart. Even if the remaining soul skills of the Scarlet Flame Tiger Vulture were strengthened for 1,000,000 years, they would never be as powerful as the sky-removing claw. Because Dai Mubai looked at Soul Tang Lan, his eyes full of eagerness to try. The power of this sky-tearing claw gave him the courage to challenge his own sect leader. This made Soul Tang Lan raise his eyebrows. It's commendable to be brave. Soul Tang Lan encouraged, but you'd better fill up the 7th soul ring first. Dai Mubai's current soul ring limit has been raised to more than 100,000 years. Then get stuck at the extreme level and upgrade it to 10,000 to 20,000 years. The difference is not big. It's better to let him upgrade quickly and cooperate with Tang Lan to complete his god-making plan. Sect Master. Dai Mubai said impatiently, then, is my 7th soul ring an artificial soul ring or a god-given soul ring? About this. Soul Tang Lan took out 2 small balls. The one on the left is a god-given soul ring. It will definitely give you the most suitable 7th soul ring, but the upper limit is only 100,000 years. The one on the right is an artificial soul ring. Because its ability is a bit special, the minimum lifespan can only be 135,000 years. The Toad Pong material can only be absorbed, but it will be several times more painful than the sky-removing claw just now. And there is still a certain amount of uncertainty. Because what is instilled in it is not soul skills. It's a self-created soul skill of mine. Soul Tang Lan looked at his own body. Light surged from the body, and he activated his magical power, 3 heads and 6 arms. Facing the wave that was 10 times the size of the attack, he punched out 6 punches and pushed back. Dai Mubai was fascinated by it. He knew about these 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a self-created soul skill that was recently developed by the sect leader, and he cherished it even more than the indestructible magical power of the Vajra. But whether it was the 4 girls of Xiaohu, Tang Hao or Tang Chen, none of them have their own way and cannot practice. Unexpectedly, the sect master directly made an artificial soul ring for him. I want an artificial soul ring. Dai Mubai said without hesitation, this disciple is willing to be the master of the sect and take the lead. Just like Jingling, the first experimental soul equality contract. Today he, Dai Mubai, will also become the first experimental subject. Not for anything else. Considering Tang Lan's character, how many resources and efforts have been invested in him, how could it be possible to just watch him become useless? You must be confident before you take it out. This absolute trust made Soul Tang Lan nod with satisfaction. Pass the artificial soul ring over. I'm here to protect you. If you find something is wrong, don't hold on. Just call for help. I will ask my great-grandfather to take action to interrupt the absorption process. Dai Mubai nodded seriously. But I was thinking in my heart. As long as you protect your head, even if your heart is blown to pieces, the sect master can still save it. Fight it. No matter how painful it is, you have to grit your teeth and persevere. With this momentum, Dai Mubai began to absorb the soul ring again. Soul Tang Lan watched nervously. This experiment. His estimated success rate is 50%, either success or failure. Logically speaking. As the first test subject, Tang San was able to successfully absorb the artificial spirit ring 2.0. As for Mr. Xiang's self-created soul skill, the heaven-rearing claw, Dai Mubai has no problem with it. This new artificial soul ring 2.0 should be a sure thing. This is supernatural power with 3 heads and 6 arms. Who knows if this counts as a soul skill? Chapter 354 Sensible Tang San. Xiao Ao's true martial soul. Supernatural power. Does 3 heads and 6 arms count as soul skills? Soul Tang Lan didn't know. Moreover, what Dai Mubai absorbed was the true form of the 7th spirit ring. There are more uncertainties. Certainly. He had the confidence to let Dai Mubai absorb it. When the progress is almost over, I'll put a mark on Mubai. Once something is wrong, reset the time. I'm so smart. In this way. More than half an hour has passed. The black soul ring surrounding Tang San fell, and he lay meekly at his feet. This made Tang San very excited. As soon as you open your eyes. But he found that everyone was staring at Dai Mubai. Is this Tang San happy? Immediately said loudly, brother, my 7th soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Come and help me see the effect. There are boundless souls sealed in the vast sea. He wasn't afraid that Tang San would be too loud and disturb people. But Soul Tang Lan didn't look back, still staring at Dai Mubai closely. He said casually, "You can release it, my mental power is watching." Tang San was a little annoyed by this perfunctory attitude. But no one around him was paying attention to him, and they were also staring at Dai Mubai. I also guessed what was going on with Dai Mubai. The seventh soul ring can only be activated by itself. The black light is shining. The blue light rippled on the Wuhan blue-silver grass, turning into an enlarged version of Tang San's light and shadow, hanging above Tang San's head. Then, it's gone. Compared with the 100,000 year 7th spirit ring in the original work, it allows the blue-silver field to evolve 3 times, suppresses plants, and can devour it remotely. The current effect is the same as the 50-cent special effect. But Tang San was still very happy. His figure disappeared, blended into the blue-silver grass on the ground, and emerged from the blue-silver grass at the feet of Soul Tang Lan. Contentedly said, "Brother, my blue-silver avatar has 2 effects. Rampage, all abilities of blue-silver grass are enhanced by 72%. Dose 1, you can travel through any blue-silver grass. Isn't it amazing?" Soul Tang Lan blinked, a little surprised. Because the host caused Tang San's 7th spirit ring to degrade to 72,000 years old, robbing a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, the lifespan of all soul rings plus 28,000 years. Clam? This time, besides taking Tang San, he tested the artificial soul ring 2.0. I really didn't intend to trick Tang San. I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain from unintentional planting of willows and willows. And Tang San's 7th spirit ring, not only reduced the rampage increase from 750% to 72%, but also lost 2 major abilities. Energy saving, all consumption of life soul blue silver emperor is reduced by 75%. Star shift, all damage suffered is automatically transferred to the nearby life soul blue silver emperor. But if you think about the 72,000 years, you will understand. Not bad. Soul Tang Lan said casually, "By the way, what level are you at now?" The pride on Tang San's face froze on the spot. Probably because, elder brother, this artificial soul ring of yours seems like you don't want to increase your soul power. My level is still level 70. Not increasing soul power? Soul Tang Lan turned to look at Tang San with confusion on his face. Tang San's 6th spirit ring before was also an artificial spirit ring 2.0. Didn't it also increase to level 70? How could it be possible? Oh! Soul Tang Lan reacted. The second artificial soul ring 2.0 given to Tang San, out of the idea of diversity experiments, he did not use spiritual energy infusion, but converted it to internal energy. But no luck. The best skill he has mastered is called Zhu-Yang Divine Skill. Although the internal power of the 9 Yang Divine Art was filtered through the process of making the artificial soul ring, it was obviously still not suitable for Tang San to absorb. Ah! Soul Tang Lan swears that he really didn't mean it. But now that the matter has come to this, he will definitely not confess. He could only frown and said, "It seems that this artificial soul ring 2.0 still has a lot of flaws, and it would be too risky to rashly give it to me. How about after the 8th soul ring, it should be replaced by an ordinary soul beast or a god-given soul ring?" Originally, Tang San was still nodding, thinking about how to use this loss, and opened his mouth to get some benefits in return. For example, get some deep-sea sunken silver? Didn't expect that Soul Tang Lan would directly go on strike? How can that be done? Hurriedly said. "It's okay, brother. For your research, what is this small sacrifice? It's just missing a little level improvement, nothing serious. Just stick to the original plan, there is no need to change it." Look at Tang San being so persistent. Soul Tang Lan nodded in agreement. This matter has been revealed. Let Tang San go back by himself and continue to accept the beating of the waves. Tang Lan stared at Dai Mubai and waited patiently. From time to time, pay attention to Oscar next to you. 2 hours later, Oscar's whole body flashed with blood, and the god-given soul ring turned into a red ring and fell at his feet. The 7th soul ring, 100,000 years. Oscar opened his eyes excitedly and stood up with cheers. It's time to talk to Soul Tang Lan. Soul Tang Lan raised his hand and held him down. Summoned the evil eye to activate the soul bone skill and put a mark on Dai Mubai. This is how you look at Oscar with confidence. Come on, show it. Hey? Oh. Oscar frowned and stared at Daimyo Bai, worried. Why do you want to do it all of a sudden? Is something wrong? It's just a guarantee. Sol Tanglan said casually. Oscar hesitated to speak. Does it look like nothing is wrong? It was Xiao Wu who shouted, brother is here, what are you worrying about? Oscar slapped his forehead. I'm sorry, Sect Master, I am also concerned about chaos. It's definitely not that I don't trust you. Please also take a look at my 7th soul ring. Speaking of this, Oscar paused. His face looked troubled. This made Sol Tanglan look expectant. It seemed that the God-given soul ring was still given to the martial soul avatar. Now there is something good to watch. Cough. Oscar paving the way. Sect Master, and everyone else, my 7th soul ring is quite special. If I eat it myself, the speed of making sausages will increase by 50%. And the effects of all sausages have been increased by 50%. Now it's Sol Tanglan who shines. Directly increase by 50%? Isn't this too overwhelming? Stop talking nonsense. Tanglan urged, hurry up and get a martial soul avatar. After you eat it, you will make one of the other sausages and see if it can be stored in the storage ring for a long time. Oscar was stunned. React immediately. Hold C. What if this 50% improvement can be stored for a long time by a storage ring like ordinary sausages? Want to go to heaven? He swallowed. But he still dragged his feet and refused to get started. Continuing to declare. The soul skills of this 7th soul ring not only have designated soul spells, but also have designated actions. So everything I do next is not from my original intention. You try to laugh as quietly as possible. This is a vaccination. It aroused everyone's curiosity, including Bo Sixi and Tang Chen, who all looked sideways. When Oscar closed his eyes, his heart went crazy. Just die. Start the whole process. Chapter 355 Dirty Oscar. Perverted Golden Fly. With determination to die, Oscar began to perform. He stood with his feet spread and squatted down slightly, took a deep breath, made fists with both hands and stretched his arms straight in front of his chest, with his palms facing down. 7 soul rings emerged. Purple 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 black black red red. Such a superior combination of soul rings made Oscar feel proud. Have a look. Although he is not the most dazzling in the team, he is definitely in the first echelon. A look of sanctity appeared on his face, he suddenly drew back his fists, straightened his waist and swung his hips, and shouted loudly. Stay strong! Stay strong! Golden Fly! He retracted his left fist to his waist, raised his right arm to make a fist, and pointed his middle finger diagonally at the sky. A little golden light lit up above his middle finger, and the 7th soul ring on his body also shone. In an instant, the golden light instantly spread to Oscar's body, resembling the golden man who had activated the indestructible power of the Vajra. Then most of it came back to the middle finger, condensing into a golden fly the size of a soybean. And the golden light on Oscar's body also disappeared. Silence. The scene was completely silent. Because Oscar is too social, he has turned into a statue and is autistic. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. You. I thought that the previous soul curse was already obscene enough. Never thought that there is no most vulgar, only more vulgar? Pfft. Sol Tanglan couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. It also broke the silent atmosphere at the scene. Everyone was laughing so hard that their breathing was messed up. Fortunately, Bo Sixi was also smiling and stopped controlling the waves to hit everyone with multiple blows. Nothing went wrong. This makes Sol Tanglan feel a little regretful. The person who knows the golden fly best at the scene Daimyo Bai is still absorbing the God-given soul ring. The rest of them have been busy practicing or playing pranks since they were young. Where do they have time to learn these side knowledge? Sol Tanglan noticed Tang Chen's expression was very strange from the corner of his eye. It was in sharp contrast with Bo Sixi who was laughing and shaking his head next to him. Bo Sixi was laughing because of Oscar's weird posture. What about you, Tang Chen? Could it be because you know what the golden fly is? Tang Chen and Sol Tanglan met eyes, and he subconsciously moved away as if he was electrocuted, and he was guilty. Confirmed. Tang Chen really knew. But how could he know this thing? Who would know it if it is not normally used? Could it be? Hey! Tang Chen noticed that Sol Tanglan's expression was wrong, and immediately cast a warning look. Don't let it slip. Without waiting for Sol Tanglan to respond, Bo Sixi noticed the exchange between the two and cast a gaze. Sol Tanglan immediately turned his head calmly and looked at Oscar, who was still frozen in the dead of his wits. Just smile, it would be impolite to continue. Little Ao, don't be so stubborn. Explain what the effect of giving others the sausage will be. After all, we don't need to make sausages, so is it to enhance the power of soul skills? Sol Tanglan spoke. Everyone stopped laughing and looked at Oscar expectantly. Oscar's sausages have never disappointed people in the past. This time, there should be a big surprise, right? The laughter stopped. Oscar finally got rid of his autism and showed a proud look on his face. My martial soul's true body, the firm golden fly, after the same level soul master eats it, the next soul skill will be more powerful. 100%. Everyone. New 69 book bar. Sol Tanglan, Omega. The original increase was only 50%, and now it has doubled? That's right. After all, this time it's 100,000 years, not 50,000 years in the original. Gee. Is it true? Tang San said in shock, the power of the same level soul skills doubles? Then we form the Jinwu 7-section formation, collectively eat the firm golden fly, and then gather soul power through the star bond. That power is definitely enough to be a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu said with certainty. Won't we test the fighting power of each sect later? Ning Rongrong said excitedly, Soul Douluo is no longer challenging, we will only fight title Douluo. This is a good suggestion. Zhu Zuqing agreed, besides, I can be stronger than ordinary title Douluo. How about that? Oscar suggested, sects that want to become one of the top 3 sects must send a team to defeat us. Everyone nodded after hearing this. This is good. After all, the third test takes a lot of time, and the time they can go out every day is only 1 hour at most. It's a waste of time to fight those rubbish title Douluo. Immediately, everyone looked at Sol Tanglan. This is a good suggestion, adopted. Sol Tanglan ordered, Xiao Ao, eat this strong golden fly first, and try to make other sausages. At the same time, the Heart of Life Soul was activated to replenish Oscar's mana. Oscar's face was full of smiles, and he began to move like a ghost. Firm. Firm. Golden fly. Firm. Firm. Golden fly. Firm. Firm. Golden fly. Looking at Oscar's funny movements, everyone's mouths were raised. This time they were not amused. But they thought that soon, they would each hold a firm golden fly and join forces to kill a powerful title Douluo. Oh my god! Just thinking about it is very perverted. The highest level of their Xiaowu is not even a soul Douluo yet. I was just imagining a better future. Sol Tanglan said slowly. Have you ever thought about a question? Wrong, can you eat a firm golden fly? The rest of the people didn't react at first. But the person involved, Ning Wrong, opened her eyes wide. No way. My 9 treasures glazed tower is a fixed ratio increase, can it also be amplified? That too. Oscar threw a firm golden fly directly. Just give it a try and you'll know. This is a 100,000 year soul ring, and it only produces 1 soul skill. Ning Wrong swallowed the hard golden fly in anticipation. Then she released her martial soul 9 treasures glazed tower, which was coated with a layer of golden light. This shocked her heart. It seems effective. 9 treasures turns out glazed, 5 days soul. A stream of light fell on Oscar. Oscar's figure was like a ghost, leaving a series of afterimages. It made Ning Wrong anxious. Oscar, what time are you, and you're still using Lingba Weibu? I don't want to. Oscar stopped, his face full of surprise. I didn't. No? What didn't? Wait. Could it be? I didn't use Lingba Weibu. Oscar said excitedly, the speed has been increased by 140%. Ning Wrong's 9 treasures glazed tower has an increase of, number of soul rings times 10 plus 10%. That is 70%. Now this 140%. Isn't it that the strong golden fly has taken effect? This 1+1 superposition is far more beneficial than 2 for the entire team. Ning Wrong even boasted. The sequelae of yesterday are still there today, backache, leg cramps, and I can't even step on the brakes when I go out. Too outrageous. Chapter 356 Daimyo Bai, Sect Master, please fight. So this is what it feels like to be assisted. Ning Rongrong boasted. In the future, I will use a soul skill to make a strong golden fly, and the sect master will make up for the consumption. Even if a level 95 titled Douluo comes, he will be beaten to the ground by us. When we are all titled Douluo, will peerless Douluo Jiandaolio be able to beat us? Ah, this. Tang Chen and Bo Sixi looked at each other. The picture came to mind. Ning Rongrong, the titled Douluo, originally had a 100% increase, and it increased to 200% after eating the strong golden fly. With a pair of luxurious spirit rings, using the Jinwu 7-section formation, the copy mirror intestine to turn to a strong attack, and finally the star bond sharing. Jiandaolio might really have to be beaten? Hold on. What kind of monster team has Tang Lan cultivated? Except Tang San and Jingling, these people have the potential to become gods. Bo Sixi sighed. Tang Chen did not agree or react. It was not that he had any objection to Tang San's evaluation. It was that, although Jingling, the little guy, was inconspicuous among this group of people. But this group of people was too dazzling. If you count the peers of the past 10,000 years, he is also a top-notch existence. As for Tang San, although he was very unhappy to see him, he was a rare twin martial spirit after all. Even if the first martial spirit was played a little bit by himself. But when the full 100,000 year clear sky hammer came out, he still had a place. Interesting, too interesting. Tang Chen smiled. I'm looking forward to the scene when these little guys are crowned Douluo and form a group to hammer Qiandaolu. When the time comes, I must let the people of Mintang record the scene and watch it repeatedly in the future. Bo Sixi heard this and subconsciously imagined it. He couldn't help laughing. Yes. It's worth remembering. First of all, after the strong golden fly is made, it can exist without a storage ring until it is used. Moreover, my copy mirror sausage, made with the amplification of the strong golden fly, will last for 20 minutes. If you eat it, the effect of the copy skill can also reach 90%. If I eat it. He. Oscar raised his index finger excitedly. Directly 100%. Although the age of the soul ring is still above its own limit. But my current upper limit is also 100,000 years. In other words, if I use the blood of the sect master as a guide to create a copy mirror sausage, then within 20 minutes, I will have all the skills of the master except for the soul bone and the domain, and each soul skill has the power of 100,000 years. How is it, isn't it very cruel? Juno. Good guy. Even Soul Tang Lan would call him a good guy. Coupled with the storage ring for long-term storage, Oscar can completely hoard and copy the mirror intestines to create a soul master army with super explosive power. Just like the angel core of the spirit hall. Moreover, the angel core needs to screen the quality. They don't need to care about the quality and nature of the spirits, as long as they recruit those with high soul power levels and can withstand higher soul ring years. We can do it. Let Lao Zhao select people later and form a special warfare corps. As a spearhead company, it will definitely be effective in the future. Compared with Soul Tang Lan's thinking, Ning Rongrong and the others are much simpler, and they flatter Oscar. No wonder it is said that the spirit master of the food system will have a qualitative change in his martial spirit body. Isn't this too exaggerated? Xiao Wu sighed. Bar Book 69 new. 90% copy mirror sausage, then I can also be a combat spirit master. Ning Rongrong said happily. It's really too strong. Jingling said sincerely. This little guy is really extraordinary. Bo Sixi commented, the food system with full innate spirit power is rare in the world. Among the auxiliary systems I have seen, Xiao Ao can be ranked in the top 3. Tang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, but in terms of functionality and upper limit, the first one deserves it. This surprised Bo Sixi a little. Tang Chen is different from her. He has traveled all over the world and is knowledgeable. He can actually be rated as the first. Buzz. A violent wave woke everyone up. Then Daimyo Bai's artificial spirit ring 2.0 turned into a blood-colored spirit ring, which fell to his feet and rotated slowly. Boom! The soul power turned into a shock wave and swept away, blowing Oscar back several steps. The Soul Tang Lan stood still. Looking at the 7 purple and red soul rings under Daimyo Bai's feet, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Another perfect work. For 100,000-year-old soul rings. Xiaowu only has 3, and only Zhu Zuqing is equal to them. This also gave Dai Mubai unprecedented self-confidence. He looked at Soul Tanglan with fighting intent, his eyes full of eagerness to try. Oh? Want to fight with me? Soul Tanglan raised his eyebrows and said, then let's give it a try. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Sect Master, for your teaching. Ouch! There was no hesitation. The 7th soul ring under Dai Mubai's feet lit up, directly opening the martial soul's true form. The scarlet flame white tiger swallowed Dai Mubai and turned into a 10-meter giant beast standing in front of him. The strange thing is that it has 3 heads and 8 tiger claws. The 7th soul skill, the 8-armed tiger's true form. Soul Tanglan was surprised for a moment, and then understood. After he activates his magical power, he has 3 heads and 6 arms, and if he includes 2 feet, he has 8 arms. Pfft! The 8-armed tiger sprouted red wings and rose up from the ground. The humid air on the seaside began to heat up. The 4th soul skill, Scarlet Flame Demon God Transformation. The 8-armed Yanhu opened his mouth, and his hot breath condensed into a fireball in his mouth. At the same time, Qi Yan's wings hovered, and red balls of light the size of heads emerged. The 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Yan Light Wave. The 5th soul skill, Red Flame Destroy Kill. A small fire shower and meteor fell, sealing off all Soul Tanglan's dodge space. But Soul Tanglan said, do you still need to hide? Opening his mouth and letting out a breath, the ultimate ice froze all the fireballs under the amplification of the snow dance extreme ice domain. He fell powerlessly into the sea and was completely swallowed by the waves. Dai Mubai had already expected this. The 8-armed Yanhu followed closely behind, and the tiger claws the size of a door panel struck continuously, and the sound of air explosions even suppressed the roaring sound of the waves. The shock makes people's eardrums hurt. Soul Tanglan still didn't move. The prototype of the Thunder God's domain was opened, and Water Thunder Tribulation transformed into a giant black tiger, fighting against the 8-armed Yanhu. As a demigod realm, Water and Thunder Tribulation is a destructive thunder that condenses the ultimate thunder, and can even annihilate energy. Although Dai Mubai's 8-armed Yanhu attacked with great force, it was still unable to break through the obstruction of the water and thunder disaster, and even its own soul power was still being consumed in large quantities. If it weren't for the fact that this martial spirit's true body was not his own body, he would have been defeated in just these few head-to-head encounters. Dai Mubai's self-confidence, which had only been inflated, was severely hit. This. Is it the pressure of the sect leader? Chapter 357 The Sky-Tearing Claw appears. The sect competition begins. Is this the pressure of the sect leader? Even if you just use your soul, you can suppress him to death without relying on your martial soul and just relying on your domain? No more temptation. Just use your big move. Dai Mubai controlled the 8-armed Yanhu, and his right front paw shone with golden light, embodying terrifying power that cut through people's sight. Let everyone realize, he is going to open up. Sect Master. Dai Mubai shouted loudly, this sky-tearing claw will definitely make you use your true power. The 8-armed Yanhu raised his paw in the air and took a photo. 100-meter-long golden blade flew between the two, tearing a huge hole in the space, revealing the dark matter underneath. Like a black hole, it produces a super-strong adsorption force, swallowing up everything nearby. The rock that had been tempered by the waves showed no resistance, and a 100-meter deep pit was dug out. And the devouring scope is still expanding, spreading to Xiaowu and others who are tied to the cross. It is naturally impossible for Bo Sixi to let external forces affect the progress of the assessment. A wave of his hand. The sea water swept up and stood in the middle. Never thought about it. The devouring force is tearing at the sea water barrier, and the devouring desire is about to tear out the cracks. This made Bo Sixi a little surprised. This blow is so powerful? Her sea water barrier looks ordinary, but even if a level 95 titled Douluo comes, it can't be broken easily. Dai Mubai has just absorbed the 7th soul ring, how can he do this? It seems that those 2 artificial soul rings do contain hundreds of millions of things. Bo Sixi immediately summoned the martial soul Poseidon, and the 4th soul ring lit up. A layer of defense has been added again. It is to stabilize the sea water barrier. Look at the center again. Faced directly with the soul of the sky-tearing claw, Tang Lan did not move this time either. But it's not that he doesn't want to move, it's that he can't move. The reason why the sky-tearing claw is terrifying is because even though it knows that the attack power of the sky-tearing claw is extremely terrifying, it is attracted by the space it tears, and can only be dragged through it. There is no other way but to be tough. Soul Tang Lan couldn't help but sigh, it was indeed Mr. Xiong's trump card. Raise one hand. Lei Yanbing's Haoshan hammer condensed, and the first million-year soul ring exploded, turning into the essence of soul power and pouring it into the martial soul. It collided with the 8-armed Yanhu's sky-searing claws. Boom, equals. The violent shock wave dented the seawater barrier that Bo Sixi had reinforced. Bombarded in front of Tang Lan's body and was frozen by Shui Wuji's ice field. After maintaining it for a few seconds, calm returned to the center, and the ice barrier fell into the sea. Soul Tang Lan held the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer and stood in midair unharmed. The cliff peak at the foot has been flattened by nearly 100 meters. Opposite, Dai Mubai has dispelled the 8-armed tiger, maintained the scarlet flame demon god transformation, and spread his wings. Float there. Looks unscathed. But the expression on his face is extremely complicated. Because he lost the confrontation just now. The reason why he was not injured is that Soul Tang Lan stopped his attack in time after breaking open the sky-tearing claw. Dai Mubai was not hurt at all. This kind of effortlessness made Dai Mubai feel powerless, the gap was really too big. Big enough. It is no longer a matter of looking up to him, but he is simply unable to compare with him. What are you thinking about? Soul Tang Lan said with a smile. I can fight against Jiande Oliu. Level 99 Peerless Douluo, do you know that? You can force me to use the explosive ring, which is already very good. That sky-tearing claw strike just now is almost at the level of a titled Douluo. When Meng Zongsuo Pu Zanran Gonghuanlu comes at your fingertips in the future, you can tear apart the heavenly claw in succession. 8 tiger claws, attacking at the same time. Even if it's my real body, I still have to be prepared. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. Then cheer up. Why are you comparing yourself to a monster? Changing the comparison target to one of the same level, Dai Mubai's self-confidence instantly recovered. Although he is only a 7th-ringed soul saint, even if he were an ordinary titled Douluo, he would dare to scratch his paw now. If it were an ordinary titled Douluo like Ju Douluo, without advanced soul rings or soul bones, he might be able to scratch him to death with one claw. The confidence was immediately full again. Thank you, Sect Master, for your teaching. Dai Mubai smiled and said, in this sect competition, we will let the world know what the glory of the Tang sect is. Yes, keep your pride. Soul Tang Lan praised, but now, go and stay on the pillar, the multiplier can be adjusted to 4 times. Dai Mubai's face froze. Clam? He only adjusted it to 3 times for half a month, and now it jumps to 4 times? But Soul Tang Lan has spoken, does he dare to refuse? He could only fly towards the cross with a grimace, looking determined to rush to the execution ground. Seeing this, Oscar, who used the flying mushroom sausage, grinned. Boss Dai, don't worry about quenching your body, my recovery sausage tube is enough. Dai Mubai was not annoyed at all, and looked at Oscar with care, you are really not afraid of death. Oscar was stunned. Then open your eyes wide. The next moment, Soul Tang Lan locked his eyes on him. Xiao Ao, please go down too, triple title quenching body. Oscar. He shouldn't rejoice in his misfortune. The first sect ranking competition was jointly organized by Tang sect and Wuhan Palace. The location was chosen in the Killing Town outside the Killing City. This place is located in the center of Douluo continent, not far from Wuhan City, and the Star Do Spirit Tower is also nearby. A large number of soul masters gathered here early. 90% of them are not here to compete, but just to watch. How can you not come to witness such a prosperous time in the mainland? When there are too many people, problems will easily arise. Especially those gathered here are all soul masters. And next to it is the city of killing. Many people go to the Killing City to seek revenge, complain, or do something big. Those who ran slowly were arrested by the joint law enforcement teams of Tangmen and Wuhandian. No one was killed, and they were all thrown into the Killing City as agreed. Yelin Solihi has added a lot of fresh blood. And in the Killing Town, the sects that came to participate in the sect competition were quite restrained. Probably because 2 of the original 3 sects, the Kaibao Glazed sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Haoshan sect, had a close relationship with the Tang sect. Who dares to cause trouble? Destroy the sect in minutes. In the central building, Ning Fengzi, Zhao Wuji, and Tang Xiao sat opposite each other, drinking tea in silence. A long time. Tang Xiao frowned and said, "Isn't there any news about Tang Lan till now?" Zhao Wuji shook his head silently. This sect competition was agreed upon by Tang Lan a year ago. So Zhao Wuji came. For more than half a year, I have been in love with Lu Erlong. He didn't realize until the game started. Tang Lan didn't say anything about what to do specifically before leaving. So, Lao Zhao, the selection method that you and Wuhan Palace have discussed is an individual competition or a team competition? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but ask. This is very important. There were only 2 titled Douluo in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect who resisted. Although there were many soul Douluo among them, none of them were outstanding. If it is a team competition, it would be detrimental to the Kaibao Glazed sect. He couldn't help it. I have a fever. I started having a low-grade fever last night and haven't gone to any of today's banquets. What a pity. Let Fei Lan take a rest and plan the plot of the sect competition. Asking for votes to comfort the duck. Chapter 358 Kaibao joins forces with Haoshan. A duel with Golden Crocodile Douluo? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but look at Tang Xiao. Oh, times shux.m times. Oh. Among the people coming from Haoshan sect this time, there are fully 6 titled Douluo. If this is a team competition, it's not decided yet. Zhao Wuji looked strange and said. In the past, the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects were mostly members of the Wuhan Palace. If their overall strength was sufficient, they would just make an announcement. Now there is a sudden selection. Bibi Dong while saying, since the sect competition was initiated by the sect master, the Tang sect should come up with a convincing competition system. I am also very distressed now, how should this competition be held? Zhao Wuji scratched his head. This really touched his blind spot in knowledge. Ning Fengzi and Tang Xiao looked at each other. There is no doubt. Ning Fengzi prefers individual competitions, while Tang Xiao is more interested in team competitions. But neither of them can say it clearly. This competition system is indeed very important. Ning Fengzi said, if it is unfair, it will affect the reputation of the Tang sect. Bibi Dong is an open conspiracy. Indeed. Tang Xiao nodded and said, Tang Lan, that kid, is really used to being a hands-off boss, and can't find anyone at the critical moment. Zhao Wuji and Ning Fengzi dared not comment on this. Tang Xiao is Tang Lan's elder, but they are not. Zhao Wuji rubbed his brows in distress. It can't be delayed any longer. If it really doesn't work, we can only choose Erlong's moderate but safe plan. That is. Swish. A bloody light came. Soul Tang Lan appeared, and Zhao Wuji was overjoyed. He hurriedly got up to greet him. Master! You are finally back. Hurry up and save me, old Zhao. How should this sect competition be held? Zhao Wuji complained. After learning the whole story, Soul Tang Lan nodded. Throwing a spiritual light ball made Zhao Wuji's eyes brighter. Can it be played like this? Okay. Zhao Wuji ran out immediately. I'll inform Bibi Dong, there's going to be something interesting to watch. The speed was so fast. Ning Fengzi and Tang Xiao didn't have time to ask in detail. They could only look at the Soul Tang Lan. Brother Lan. Ning Fengzi asked in confusion, what's your current state? Oh, I'm a soul. The Soul Tang Lan said casually, the body is still undergoing the test and can't leave. Ning Fengzi and Tang Xiao both frowned. What the hell? Soul? As far as they know, Tang Lan should be on the Sea God Island now, accepting a new test, right? The Soul Tang Lan is now separated from his body and came alone thousands of miles away. The two looked at each other. Even the upper 3 sects were amazed. Okay, my soul can't leave for too long. If you have any specific questions, just ask Lao Zhao. Let's withdraw first. Soul Tang Lan opened the blood escape technique and flew away. Ning Fengzi and Tang Xiao were left, looking at each other. This. The two of them went back and sat down tacitly. Zhao Wuji went to find Bibi Dong, and he would come back eventually. You can ask him then. He drank tea for a while. Ning Fengzi suddenly asked, Master Tang, I wonder if Brother Lan's father will fight for Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao paused, then put down the teacup. Pretending to be casual, he said, it's just the upper 3 sects, why does Brother Hao need to take action? Ning Fengzi understood. He breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Hao is too strong. Even if Chen Xin and Gurong have the martial soul fusion skill sword bone shattering, I dare not say that they can draw. But if it is just Tang Xiao. Chen Xin broke through to level 97 not long ago after the Battle of Wuhan City. As the signature of 3 sects of the Earth War Soul Sect, the 7-killing sword is not inferior to the Clear Sky Hammer in quality, but it was robbed of the title of the world's first weapon martial soul because of the decline of its population. It can be fought. As for the other 5 elders of the Clear Sky Sect, the Clear Sky Sect once had the saying of 1 sect with 2 Douluo. It refers to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. These 5 extra title Douluo elders all reached the title Douluo realm during the more than 10 years of retreat in the Clear Sky Sect. The top is level 94, nothing to be afraid of. Thinking. The 2 of them both felt their arms vibrate, and each of them took out their communication soul guides. At first glance, hey? It was a sect competition system jointly released by the Tang sect and the Spirit Hall. The competition system of the lower 4 sects was ordinary. It was divided into high-end combat power ranking and elite disciple ranking. The former had no age limit, and each sect had no limit on the number of participants, and the ranking was determined by a single draw. The latter could not be over 20 years old, and the ranking was also determined by a single draw. Finally, the total points of the sect were calculated according to the ranking points. The top 4 will be the new lower 4 sects. It is complicated, but reasonable. There is also a simple one. A sect with titled Douluo and no less than 10 members above Soul Saint can be directly ranked American Samoa the lower 4 sects. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can challenge it by themselves. It is normal up to this point. But what the hell is the competition system of the upper 3 sects? Ning Fengzi and Tang Xiao looked at each other. They sat in silence. For a long time. Tang Xiao said, I wonder if Sect Master Ning will choose the Tianjiao team of Tang Sect or the Golden Crocodile Douluo. I wonder what Sect Master Tang will choose. Ning Fengzi asked back. It is mainly a game of passing the buck. After all, according to the competition system, the 2 sects are now competitors. It is not good to reveal too much information. Unless Tang Xiao also knows this. But who let Ning Fengzi be most familiar with Tang sect? Their daughter is an internal member. So he said sincerely, Master Ning and Xiaolan have a close relationship, and Xiaolan is from our Haoshan sect. There are 3 seats in the upper 3 sects, why don't we join forces? After all, in this sect competition, Wuhan Hall and Xingluo Empire have made big moves, and the hidden 3 sects and even the body sect have also appeared in the world. Fighting alone, there will inevitably be accidents, right? Tang Xiao said sincerely. Ning Fengzi also felt that it made sense he originally had this intention, otherwise why would he and Tang Xiao have tea with Zhao Wuji here? The bond between the 2 sects is Tang sect, or Tanglan. Now that he understood Tang Xiao's attitude, Ning Fengzi was not shy. If Ning was asked to choose, it can only be Golden Crocodile Douluo. He paused. Take out the communication soul guide and signal to Tang Xiao. This is the information that Brother Lan sent me specially. Tang Xiao was quite surprised. It turned out that he was asked to choose Golden Crocodile Douluo? Doesn't that mean the strength of the Tang sect's Tianjiao team is even able to suppress Golden Crocodile Douluo? This. Isn't it too exaggerated? Although I don't understand. But since it was Tang Lan who spoke personally, it would definitely not be aimless. Okay. Then our Haoshan sect will also choose Golden Crocodile Douluo. Sea God Island, the desperate situation of the Angry Sea. Soul Tang Lan is explaining the competition system of the sect competition to Xiao Wu and others. Bibi Dong, that old woman, heard that you are going to play, and you have to arrange a titled Douluo to preside over the assessment of the 3 sects for face. So I will steal a dose of medicine for you, sister. Oh. Get ready, fight with the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo tomorrow. Chapter 359 3 sects in Xindi. Affiliated with Tang sect? Soul Tang Lan, get ready. Tomorrow we will fight the second priest, Golden Crocodile Douluo. Everyone. Golden Crocodile Douluo? Level 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo? Good fellow. Master, you really think highly of us. Last time in Wuhan City, it was Tang Hao who personally took action to hold back the big crocodile. How can the 7 of them, small shrimps, do it. Including Zhu Zuqing, everyone fell into silence. It's really not a matter of self-confidence or not. They don't even have a soul Douluo now, and they want to fight with a level 98? No matter how you say it, it's a fantasy. Soul Tang Lan took a look and laughed. Why, you don't have the confidence to do it. None of the 7 people tied to the cross dared to answer. How can we fight? Brother Xiao Wu said weakly, I am the highest level, but I am not a soul Douluo. We are not you, how can we fight across levels? I thought I would be scolded and had no will to challenge difficulties. I didn't want to. Soul Tang Lan nodded with relief. Not bad, you are not dazzled by the increased strength. Especially some people, once they reach the Soul Saint, they think they are very good. I didn't expect that the mind is still very clear. Daimyo Bai shrank his head, looking embarrassed. Is there any difference between your metaphor and directly reporting my name, Sect Master? Then Lan, do you have any other preparations? Zhu Zuqing realized. Soul Tang Lan responded with a look of approval. My woman still understands me. Brother. Xiao Wu guessed, we will be gone for at most 1 hour. How dare you use the soul bone skill, limit release, and apply the method of the city of slaughter? When he said that, the eyes of the other 6 people lit up. Use the copy mirror and test in Tang Lan's twin martial souls, and then use the entity Lei Yan Bing Hao Tian hammer to replace the martial soul to remotely substitute. You know. Except for Xiao Bi-san and Jingling, everyone's physique has reached 100,000 years. 6 Lei Yan Bing Hao Tian hammers are 6 big Sumi hammers. Let Jingling, who has the lowest soul ring limit, eat the copy mirror intestine to use the 9 treasures glazed tower, and then stack the firm golden fly to instantly increase the soul power of everyone. The scene that broke out. Tisk tisk tisk. Little golden crocodile Douluo, let's fight. Ning Rong Rong said with her hands on her hips, this ant also wants to experience what it means to defeat 10 skills with 1 force. Ha ha ha. She hadn't felt proud for a few seconds. A wave came over and filled her mouth with seawater. I can't wait any longer. Oscar said excitedly. I thought you were going to get beaten, but you didn't expect to hit someone. Daimyo Bai said with a smile. Seeing how excited they were, Soul Tang Lan looked at Bo Sixi. Sister Xi, they are a little excited, give them a super double. Ah. No. Gurgle. The next day. Outside the killing town. This is a huge open-air soul fighting arena funded by the Spirit Hall and built by the Tang Clan Imperial Hall. The overall structure extends underground, and the audience seats only have standing platforms and no seats, so as to vacate as many seats as possible. But even so, it is still overcrowded. Looking around. Even the edge of the field above the ground is crowded with people. Looking around. There are tens of thousands of soul masters, not including the participating sects. It can be seen that this sect competition is very lively and can be called the most prosperous event in Douluo continent. Bottom. Those sects that do not have titled Douluo and know that they cannot compete with the top 3 sects. Honestly, I am playing a ranking match in my marriage. They are. There were originally 4 sects, Elephant Armor Sect, Flying Sword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect. And the new one. Black Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, Rock Antelope Sect, Bird Bee Sect and the 3 sects of the Earth. That's right. It is the sect named 3 sects of Earth. The original 3 sects of Earth had few people, and they were basically passed down from one generation to the next, with each generation having only one famous successor. Not long ago, Chen Xin came forward to form the 3 new sects in the new land, but the sect leader was not him, but Yan Nichang, the sect leader of the Immortal Sect. The original 3 sects were Fierce Flame Sect, Immortal Sect, and War Soul Sect. Chen Xin belongs to the War Soul Sect, and he is the only one left in this generation. Now Lujin Kai Bao Glazed Sect has no plans to leave. The martial soul of the Immortal Sect is Juxin Haitang, and Ye Lingling of the Tiandu Royal Team is the contemporary young sect leader. Her mother Yan Nichang is the current sect leader of the Immortal Sect and the new sect leader of the newly formed 3 Earth sects. As for the Fierce Flame Sect, also an old acquaintance, Ma Hung Jun. The martial soul inherited by the Lion sect is 9 Heavens Neon Phoenix, and its quality is by no means inferior to that of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's just that the population is declining, so there is no limit to fame. But it is precisely because this martial spirit is so powerful that the spirit hall feels threatened. After many attempts to recruit them failed, they sent strong men to destroy the Lion sect. Ma Hongjun escaped by chance and was adopted by Flanders. Later, by chance, he became teammates with Ye Lingling, but was discovered and informed by Ye Nishang. Inspired by the sudden rise of the Tang clan, they are taking advantage of this sect competition and are preparing to give it a try to see if they can strengthen themselves. Only Hu Yanzhen, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, won the third place in the team competition. Looking at Ye Nichang at the end of the team, her eyes were full of disdain. There is only one auxiliary contra in the whole sect. How dare you fight against our Elephant Armor sect? Our Xiangjia sect's defense is the best in the world. Even if we stand and let you fight, we can't break the defense, right? Ha 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 ha. Hu Yanzhen is proud of himself. The 7 people on their side, although there are no titled Douluo, there are also 2 soul Douluo and 5 soul saints. And on the opposite side, the only contra is the auxiliary Ye Nichang. Of the remaining 6 soul saints, the one with the highest level is the agile attack type 4-eyed cat eagle Flanders. Flanders followed Ma Hongjun and joined the Third Earth sect. Then we'll wait and see. Ye Nichang said with a smile. The referee presiding over the game orders the start of the game. The Elephant Armor sect summoned the Diamond Mammoth, a martial spirit, and lined up to bully them, trying to directly squeeze the Third Earth sect out of the arena. In no mood. Among the 7 people on the opposite side, except for Ye Nishang, they were all of the agility and attack type. Moreover, their physical skills were so good that even the assistant Ye Nichang was able to slip through the cracks and avoid being encircled and suppressed again and again. Many people present exclaimed in surprise. Lingbo Weiabu. Isn't that the Tang sect's unique skill? Only the inner sects of the Tang sect are qualified to learn self-created soul skills, how can the 3 sects here do it? Hey! Don't you know? Although the 3 sects here are organized by Sword Douluo, they are actually subordinate to the sects under the Tang sect. Ah! The Tang sect has already begun to develop subordinate sects. What's the big deal? The Holy Dragon sect competing among the top 3 sects this time was originally a branch of Wuhan Palace, and it was specially formed to participate in the sect competition independently. Competing for the top 3 sects? Isn't that a titled Douluo? I heard that he was just promoted. Hey? How did you hear so much? Not talented, a disciple of Tang Minmintang. Wow! Tang clan paparazzi. Then the news is definitely correct, there is something good to watch now. Look inside the venue again. Suddenly. 37.7 degrees. I feel dizzy and have trouble with the rhythm. Please forgive me. Chapter 360 Indiscriminate Firearms. Titled Douluo Zhaowuji. Suddenly. Hu Yanzhen shouted, stop them. The Elephant Armor sect collectively burst out their soul power and accelerated the encirclement. All the dodge gaps have been sealed, and it is no longer possible to dodge just by walking. Hu Yanzhen laughed ferociously, and the 8th soul ring under his feet lit up. Ants joining in the fun, let me crush you to death. At this critical moment, Ye Nichang ordered, fire. The storage rings in the hands of the 7 people lit up, and 7 Vulcan cannons appeared in front of them. They held them in their hands and pulled the trigger, spraying out 7 terrifying fire snakes. Although the single shot only has the power of the 3rd soul skill, its rate of fire is 6,000 rounds/minute. That is 100 rounds/second. Moreover, the machine gun armor-piercing bullets used were not ordinary. They were made by Tang San using soul-breaking metal, and were specially used to defeat soul-defending masters. Those 7 ring soul saints were caught off guard, and the turtle shells that protected their bodies were shattered in less than a second. There were dense blood spots on his body, and he looked like his defense was being torn apart. Hu Yanzhen had no choice but to do so. He could only give up his 8th soul skill and stand in front of him with another contra. At the same time, he said angrily, this is a competition for soul masters. What kind of soul masters do you think you are if you use soul guides? Ye Nichang ignored it at all, there were no rules in this sect competition, and souls could not be used. Guide. She took out a few grenades and rolled them to Hu Yanzhen's feet. While the Elephant Armor sect was waiting in full formation, the shining white light temporarily blinded them. What a flash bomb! Don't panic! Hu Yanzhen said angrily in the face of danger, open the martial spirit avatar. Trample them to death. 7 giant diamond mammoths occupied most of the arena. But it didn't turn out as expected. Yannichane had already led the people and scattered around the arena through the gaps. Only the Vulcan cannon in his hand did not stop roaring, continuously consuming the soul power of the elephant armor sect. But the arena space was squeezed, making it more difficult for Flanders and the others to dodge. As a last resort, you can only selectively inflict damage in order to delay time. A powerful and heavy offensive, every move is fatal. The mild ones may vomit blood, and the severe ones may cause broken bones. I thought the battle was over. Yannichane, who has been acting as an invisible person, opened her martial spirit Ju Xin Haitang. She held a pink begonia flower in her hands, composed of white and pink petals. The 8 best configured soul rings light up, and there is only one soul skill lol healing. As long as there is still breath left, Juxin Haitang can make it recover quickly. Flanders and the others are just like the invincible Xiao Qiang, who can stand up quickly every time they are knocked away. Hu Yanzhen was so angry that he screamed. Bibi Dong, who came up to watch the ceremony, looked gloomy and terrifying. Just like the 3 Earth sects were supported by the Tang sect. This Xiangjia sect also surrendered to Wuhan Palace. Originally, in the Battle of Wuhan City a year ago, Wuhan Palace was at a disadvantage. I wanted to save face in the sect competition, but it turned out that the Xiangjia sect was so incompetent. Bibi Dong, your dog can't do it. Zhao Wuji on the side picked at his nose and said. 2 Contras lead the team, but they can't win against an auxiliary Contra? It's going to be embarrassing if its broadcast live. Bibi Dong raised her eyes and looked at the sky. He personally led the team and led a dozen Mintang members to fly in the sky to broadcast the game in all directions. And not far away, there is also a commentary stand. Of course, he is also from Mintang. They briefly and concisely explained the background of the Xiangjia sect and the Disan sect. It is spraying at the moment. Is this the sect supported by Wuhan City? Still the former leader of the next 4 sects. Facing the Earth San sect, which our Tang sect has supported for only half a year, Contra can't even win the game 2 against 1, is that all? The defense is number 1 in the world. That's because I, the Tang sect's Imperial Hall, can't compete, otherwise I'll shock these stupid people to death. With just a few moves from our Tang sect, we can kill Wuhandian until Wuhandian is unable to fight back. The style of explanation is called clear positioning. Echoed throughout the entire arena, the forces that Wuhandian belonged to were like prawns falling into the oil pan, so red that they were hot. No one dared to say anything. That's the Tang sect. Not only is the Tang sect now at its peak, but next door is the Tang master's territory, and the killing city here is inextricably related to it. They are little shrimps, even if they have the support of Wuhan Palace, they don't dare to talk nonsense. Only presumptuous. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up and pointed angrily at Zhao Wuji, Meng Qiao, have you forgotten how you were expelled from the Spirit Hall in the first place? You actually humiliated me in person. Zhao Wuji stood firm and motionless. He gathered the boogers into a ball and popped them out with his fingers. Bibi Dong was so frightened that her soul power surged and she destroyed the unknown object directly. The momentum surged again. The pressure of the titled Douluo was suppressed, trying to suppress Zhao Wuji, the soul Douluo. Buzz. Zhao Wuji stood up, and a full set of soul bones appeared along with the soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, and red. A total of 9 soul rings. He has actually been given the title of Douluo. Although the level is only 91, with the increase of the full set of soul bones, he can resist Bibi Dong's pressure. Not defeated by one blow. He could even say, I am the deputy sect leader of the Tang sect, and my title is Xiong Xuan, Pai. Buzz. 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 Wang Dali, Dugubo, Chen Xin, and Gurong released their momentum one after another, perfectly integrating with Zhao Wuji's momentum. In turn, he held down Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was caught off guard and couldn't help but take half a step back. The titled Douluo who came from Wuhan Palace, such as Thornblood and Bear Demon, also released their momentum to help. But they can't be perfectly integrated like Zhao Wuji and others. It's useless to fight on your own. Being stabilized at one end. Bibi Dong's brows twitched as she guessed a possibility, it was a special Jinwu 7-section formation. The elders of the Tang sect and the elders of the Kai Bao glazed sect actually practiced the combined attack formation? This is not a good sign. Seeing that Wuhan Palace was retreating steadily, Bibi Dong gritted his teeth and decided to ignore the divine test and break the seal first to regain the place. Buzz. A rock-solid momentum rose up, pushing back against the momentum of Wuhan Palace. It was Golden Crocodile Douluo who took action. Seeing this, Tang Xiao hesitated. Once this person helps, he will be tied to the Tang sect. Dead. But Tang Lan anxiously urged the seventh elder Fiery Douluo, who had the most fiery attitude towards Haoshan sect. Sect Master, the Wuhan Palace is like this, why don't we take action? Tang Xiao sighed and was about to speak. Buzz. From the rear of the Tang sect's position, an unparalleled majesty rushed towards them. It also perfectly blended into the group of Zhao Wuji and turned into a giant hammer, directly breaking up the resistance of Wuhan Palace. Including Bibi Dong, everyone's complexion turned unnaturally pale. But they gritted their teeth and held back, and did not do anything embarrassing. Golden Crocodile Douluo swayed, looking directly at the back of the crowd, looking at Tang Hao who had appeared domineeringly. All I saw. Chapter 361 The Suppressive Power of Tang Sect. What are you barking at? Tang Hao and Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at each other calmly, and soul rings rose up under their feet. S, U X, C, O M. Red, black, 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 red. The configuration of this soul ring caused many exclamations from the scene. The first soul ring in 100,000 years. And it's more than 10,000 years old. Even though I saw it through a live broadcast a year ago, how could it be as shocking as seeing it live? Vaguely. They even heard a certain deafening rhythm from Tang Hao's body. It makes people's blood boil. Why? Tang Hao said contemptuously, don't you, Wuhan Palace, think that if my son is gone, there will be no one in Tangmen? Hey! The next moment, Tang Hao and the six summoned martial spirits in tacit agreement, and the killing god domain bloomed one after another, blending the momentum into one, covering the entire camp of the spirit hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo was forced to open his martial soul true body, transforming into a golden giant crocodile and standing in the air, intercepting most of the pressure. This is how the elite seedlings of Wuhan Palace were not suppressed into snowflakes all over the sky. Tang Hao! Bibi Dong screamed angrily, do you, the Tang sect, and the Kai Bao glazed sect want to start a full-scale war with the Wuhan Palace? This is beyond seeing. We are going to use the general trend to overwhelm others. Although the Tang sect is enjoying great glory now, it has only just emerged as a new force. Compared with Wuhan Palace, his background is still inferior. Only. Whoops! Soul Tang Lan descended into the sky with blood light. It was obviously just one person, and he didn't even bring his true body. But Bibi Dong's complexion changed drastically, and she regretted on the spot that she had spoken too quickly. This person really dared to attack Wuhan City. Oh! Soul Tang Lan clicked his ears, I seem to have come at the right time. Dad, who are we going to hit? He immediately summoned the Lei Yanbing Haoshan hammer, his face full of eagerness to try. The sight of Bibi Dong made her heart skip a beat. Why do you want to take action even if you don't agree with me? When Tang Hao saw his precious son coming, he smiled and put down his momentum. He glanced at Bibi Dong, who looked ugly. Someone barked just now and wanted to start a full-scale war with you. Why don't you bark now? Bibi Dong, oh number. Can this be tolerated? She would fight back as soon as she glared. Oh! Soul Tang Lan exclaimed, then I have to take it seriously and invite Sister Xi and great-grandfather back now. Bibi Dong silently closed her open mouth. Today, Qian Daoliu didn't come. He is still busy presiding over Qian Rongxiu's divine examination. Why does the sex competition need him to appear? Unexpectedly, Golden Crocodile Douluo dispersed his martial soul avatar and looked at Tang Lan, his soul. Sect Master Tang, there is no need to use your power of words. This sect competition is jointly organized by Wuhan Palace and Tang sect. Arranging two commentators to interfere with it would be out of character, right? Have a look. In the end, ginger is still spicier. When he came up, he killed him with one hand, leaving Tang Lan standing there. What is your identity? Are you still doing these little tricks? Don't say it. Tang Lan, the soul who wants to harvest the power of faith, really has to do this. But why does Soul Tang Lan accept the move? Although I don't understand what's going on, the place is right there. It's so exciting. Soul Tang Lan said righteously. Those responsible for the explanation are all members of my Tang clan Mindang, and they will definitely tell the truth. Are there any falsehoods in what they said? Ah this! I was speechless for golden crocodile Douluo. The words are true, but he is not a good person. Bibi Dong took a step forward and wanted to give him a good meal. Was interrupted by Sol Tanglan with a wave of his hand. The 7 Xiaohe people appeared in the air, supported by spiritual power, and met golden crocodile Douluo's eyes. Let's not get hung up on those side details. Let the review members of Tang sect and Wuhan Palace fight without reservation. Let the world see the selection rules of these 3 sects, whether they are fair or not. New 69 book bar. Because Bibi Dong was holding it in, her face turned the color of pig liver. But it's optional. Sol Tanglandu's magnanimous skipping showed the fairness of the selection rules of the last 3 sects. If she keeps asking about explanations, wouldn't it look very out of place? Have no choice. Bibi Dong could only look at the demon bear with a sullen face. Go, arrange for 2 sharp-tongued people to scold those low-down people from the Tang sect to death. The bear demon respectfully accepted the order, but in his heart curse your mother. You got slapped in the face for no reason, and you're still looking for trouble with me? This is a good arrangement. It makes Tang Lan unhappy. This is a bad arrangement. Bibi Dong will definitely hold him responsible. It's a tough situation for both of them. Sigzhu cast a sympathetic look. He was weaker, and was just repelled a few steps by Tang Hao's appearance. He gave way to the bear demon and escaped. Good. Golden crocodile Douluo shouted. I want to see what tricks you 7 little kids can come up with. If it were in the past. The age of Xiaowu and the other 7 people combined is not even half the age of golden crocodile Douluo. He disdains bullying. But today, the Spirit Hall has been in a series of big fights, and it must win back 1 game. Since Sol Tanglan dares to ask. Then take it. Golden crocodile Douluo is full of confidence. Zhu Zuqing and the others were also eager to try it out. Anyway, they had the 6-ring explosion as a backup, so it was very stable. We can't perform here, let's go outside. Sol Tanglan called out. They only had 1 hour to come out, so they had to hurry. Golden crocodile Douluo would naturally not refuse and followed immediately. Zhao Wuji, Bibi Dong, Ning Fengzi and others followed closely behind. A large number of spectators below, each using their own skills, quickly chased after them. How could such a big show pass? He directly took away 90% of the people to follow, and the remaining 1 Mintang gritted his teeth. Staring fiercely at the stadium below. The Elephant Armor sect and the 3 Earth sects were still fighting fiercely. Flanders and the 6 people started flying, and even Ye Lingling's back grew a pair of familiar green wings. That was Oscar's flying mushroom sausage. Sol Tanglan saw it in his mental power, which was also unexpected. Look at Qing Yi's speed. It should be the old stock from before. The core members have all changed to the firm Golden Fly version, and these are all distributed by Zhao Wuji. I didn't expect that they also equipped the 3 sects. I'm afraid they even gave them the copy mirror intestines, right? Then. It seems that the 3 sects can take a seat in the lower 4 sects. In addition to the previous Kai Bao Liulai sect and Haoshan sect. The only variable is that the remaining seat in the upper 3 sects will be the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex or the backup of the Spirit Hall. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect only has 1 titled Douluo. In the past, 1 titled Douluo was enough to make the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex rank among the upper 3 sects. But this time it won't work. The Spirit Hall is obviously well prepared, and I don't know if the Holy Dragon sect has a new titled Douluo. It's hard to say. While thinking, Sol Tanglan has taken the lead and flew out 10,000 meters away, opening up a new battlefield. In the arena, Hu Yanzhen recalled the cold eyes Bibi Dong had before she left. The whole person was trembling. We must win this round. Otherwise, not only he, but also the Xiangjia sect will suffer a great punishment. We can't delay any longer. My tonsils are inflamed, and it's uncomfortable to swallow a knife. The baby seems to have a fever, maybe I infected him. It's over. I have to feed the little guy Chinese medicine again, it's scary to think about it. Chapter 362, From Auxiliary to Strong Attack? Flanders's Confession. We can't delay any longer. Hu Yanzhen gritted his teeth and said, Form a formation, general attack. The 8th soul ring under his feet lit up. 90 at, ux.c.o.m. 8th soul skill, unlimited diamonds. The diamond brilliance spread all over the martial soul's true body, giving Hu Yanzhen incomparable confidence. With this 8th soul skill, he dared to confront even the artifact. What is a small Earth 3 sect? Along with the other 6 people, they launched a general attack. But the 7 people of the Earth 3 sect were in the sky, how could they? Buzz. 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 7 black soul rings lit up in succession, and the Elephant Armor sect collectively released a soul skill suppression. A soul skill with a shocking momentum can make the opponent temporarily lose control of the body. The 6 people of Flanders fell to the ground in unison like a kite with a broken string. On the path of Hu Yanzhen's charge. Seeing that the final blow was about to be made, Hu Yanzhen's eyes were extremely excited. He didn't even plan to save any spare strength, and wanted to kill this group of people in one fell swoop, so as to ask Bibi Dong for credit. At the critical moment, the soul bone luster of Yanisheng's head lit up, breaking the shocking effect of the suppression, and took out a sausage and swallowed it in one gulp. The soul rings on her body lit up, but there were only purple black gray. Gray? Looking at the red flame white tiger martial soul again, it turned out to be Dai Muebai's, because Dai Muebai is not yet a soul Douluo, naturally he only has 7 soul rings. 7 soul rings lit up, followed by the other 6 dimming, only the 6th soul ring shone brightly, even overwhelmed Hu Yanzhen's infinite diamonds. Ring fusion. Pour a lot of soul power into a soul skill, bursting out a power far beyond the current level. The green light of the soul heart lit up in Yanisheng's chest, and all of her soul power was used to activate it. 6th soul skill, Tearing Sky Claw. The golden claws tore the space horizontally, and the charging Hu Yanzhen and the other 7 rushed into it very smoothly under the pull of the devouring power of the space crack. Even the soul Tang Lan had to temporarily avoid the edge, how could they resist? The 5 soul saints were directly torn apart by the space crack without any struggle. The remaining Hu Yanzhen and another soul Douluo realized that something was wrong and tried their best to get through the space crack. The tearing force resisted, and he was not directly pulled into the death vortex. But Yanisheng's sky-tearing claw has arrived. It slapped on Hu Yanzhen's infinite diamond brilliance, and the cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, due to the limitation of Yanisheng's physique, the quality of this 6th soul ring is less than 100,000 years. Even the power of the sky-tearing claw has been seriously reduced. But Yanisheng's level is a real soul Douluo. She even activated the Heart of Life soul. After just a short stalemate, she smashed Hu Yanzhen's proud infinite diamonds and split open the defense of the martial soul's true body, and was about to fall on Hu Yanzhen's chest. Another soul Douluo of the Elephant Armor sect shouted angrily. The soul bone of the head emerged, and a red light shot into Yanisheng's eyes. Yanisheng was possessed by ghosts. The sky-tearing claw turned at a right angle, slit Hu Yanzhen's belly horizontally, and then pierced the chest of the Elephant Armor sect soul Douluo like a hot knife cutting butter. In the palm of his hand, there was half a heart spurting blood. Swish! 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 The 6 people of Flanders surrounded the seriously injured Hu Yanzhen, looking at the beating heart in his chest, they were all eager to try. But Yanisheng always maintained the posture of digging out the heart and did not issue any orders. They couldn't act rashly. Missed the best opportunity to kill Hu Yanzhen. The 2 referees who belonged to the Spirit Hall side hurriedly announced. The 3 Earth sects win. Stop attacking. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. The 6 people of Flanders smacked their lips regretfully. It seems like they missed a good opportunity. But then they all grinned. We won. And under Yanisheng's treatment, they were even in good condition. The next game was basically a sure win. Master. Be careful. Take it back. Yanisheng, who had been maintaining the heart-opening posture, fell to the ground with the body of the Elephant Armor sect soul Douluo after hearing that the 3 sects had won. She was supported by a nearby female member and rushed to the Tang sect. You heard it right. She ran to the Tang sect. Although Zhao Wuji, Tang Hao and other core members followed to watch the show. But the team responsible for treatment still had to stay on standby. It's just that the people haven't arrived yet. The soul heart that was passively activated in Yanisheng's chest nursed her back. She woke up slowly. It's okay. Yanisheng said calmly, it's just that the soul power consumption is too great when performing the fusion ring. The 6th soul ring is simply a bottomless pit. Flanders and the 6 people breathed a sigh of relief. Then it became clear. No wonder the attack just now was so terrifying. It was obtained by draining a soul Douluo and the reserve of the soul heart. At the same time, Flanders looked to the north, which was the direction of Seoul Tanglan and the others. His expression was extremely complicated. Once. Except Jingling, they were all his students. Now he just made a slight move and gave something. It made a recognized weak auxiliary soul Douluo burst out such a powerful killing blow. Flanders looked back at the position of the three sects of the earth. The little fat man lowered his head and trembled all over. It was not known whether he was crying or laughing, but he was definitely very excited. Ah! Flanders sighed and shook his head. Once an opportunity is missed, it will be hard to find it again. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun has the identity of a descendant of the Flame sect. After entering the three sects of the earth, although it is a subordinate sect of the Tang sect, he can at least get a lot of benefits. Although these coveted treatments were once so easy to get. Let's go. Yanisheng called out, let's go and see how strong the main sect's genius is. How dare he challenge the golden crocodile Douluo? Flanders also became interested after hearing this. He looked back at Ma Hongjun who was still trembling with his head down. After a slight hesitation, he still flew away with Yanisheng. Ma Hongjun has grown up. If he can't get out of the shadows by himself, then no one can help him. As for Flanders himself, he has already seen it through. Back then, he was really wrong. Beside the gate of hell in the Slaughter City, a team of 7 Tang sect geniuses, led by Jingling and Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong and Oscar in the middle, Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu on the left and right, and Tang San at the end. Opposite. The golden crocodile crossed his arms and looked confidently at the 7 little kids opposite. Don't say I bully you. Golden crocodile said proudly, since you are young, I will let each of you have one move. Oh? Isn't this a meat target that is delivered to the door? Oscar has deeply understood Tang Lan's essence and stepped forward. Your Majesty the Golden Crocodile, you are a peak level 98 Douluo, you must keep your word. Golden Crocodile sneered and simply nodded. The next moment, a fierce pressure came from the direction of the stadium, causing Golden Crocodile Douluo to look over instinctively. But Chapter 363 Arrogant Golden Crocodile. One hit kill? The stadium is located underground. Golden Crocodile's sight can't turn, so naturally he can't see it. But the results of the battle came soon. Assisting Soul fighting Luo Yanisheng ate the replicated mirror sausage, copied Dai Mubai's evolved martial soul red flame white tiger, used the ring melting technique to activate the 6th soul skill, and killed 5 soul saints and 1 soul Douluo of the elephant armor sect in one fell swoop. Hu Yanzhen was hit hard. Golden Crocodile looked a little stunned. Looking at the leader Dai Mubai opposite, he couldn't believe it. What kind of soul skill is this little guy's 6th soul ring? Although the elephant armor sect is not on the stage, its defense is still good, and it can be wiped out in one hit. Bibi Dong, who came here, felt as uncomfortable as constipation. I thought that although the elephant armor sect was in a bit of a panic, they would at least be victorious in the end. But the face of Wuhan Palace is still too ugly. So I put some pressure before leaving. Unexpectedly. Trash. Bibi Dong looked at Soul Tanglan with a cold face, is this why you insist on practicing unlimited soul fighting? Soul Tanglan nodded naturally. The sect competition is not a Soul Master Elite competition. The competition is about the sect's foundation and skills. The Third Earth sect was rebuilt by Uncle Jian. As a junior, of course I have to give him some greeting gifts. If your Wuhan Palace has the means, just use it. The simple and unpretentious words pierced Bibi Dong's heart with every word. Don't you, Wuhan Palace, pride yourself on having a profound foundation? How come a new sect supported by the Tang sect comes out on top? However, the facts were there, and Bibi Dong was unable to refute. I'm so angry. At the same time, he also came to his senses. No wonder Xiaogang couldn't come this time due to illness, and even warned himself not to come. It turns out that I had expected it, and I came here just to be upset. But Bibi Dong is not convinced. Only then did Pang Xie climb up to the mulberry tree. Ha! The one who laughs last is the winner. Seeing that Bibi Dong stopped talking, Soul Tanglan felt even more bored. Fall down. Zhao Wuji, Ning Fengzi and other familiar people consciously came over. Xiaolan, this is really troublesome for you. Chen Xin said sincerely, I can see the 3 Earth sects achieve greatness again in my lifetime. I will have no regrets in this life. That's not possible. Soul Tanglan joked, Uncle Jian, Don't you want to watch Rong Rong become a god? Chen's heart was stunned. Then he laughed heartily with Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong. Yes. Rong Rong has the appearance of becoming a god. It's about to happen. Tang Hao reminded. In the venue. With Jin Crocodile's 7 moves agreement, can Xiaowu and the others be polite? What a good meat target. You are not afraid of exposing your trump card. They came out to fight this time to test their abilities. And their confidence. It was always Tang Lan's 6 combo strikes of the Great Samurai Hammer. First. Ning Rongrong and Jingling, who had not challenged the titled Douluo, consciously stepped aside and conserved their soul power to wait for the official battle. Tang San was eager to give it a try. But after taking a look at Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai and even Oscar, he gave up the idea of going up to be embarrassed. These 4 are really capable of rivaling the title ban. Although it is definitely not as good as the level 98 Golden Crocodile, they still have their own characteristics that can threaten him. Especially Oscar, this cheap apprentice. With the 100% reproduction of the mirror image sausage, it is known as the small version of Tang Lan. Tang Lan even asked Tang Chen for instructions and began to teach Oscar the Great Samurai Hammer. That's right. The Big Samurai Hammer. Only one Haoshan Douluo can learn the Great Samurai Hammer in a generation. This generation directly includes Tang Chen, Tang Hao and Tang Lan. Now there is also an Oscar. Being given this direct descendant of Tang San made people jealous. Can. Who said he was not talented enough? Then let me give it a try. Dai Mubai stepped forward and said, I have mastered the ring fusion, so let's test the waters with the golden crocodile crown. The tone was very polite. But he showed no mercy at all. 7 soul rings light up. Purple 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 black black red red. Seeing this made golden crocodile's eyelids twitch. What the hell? Dai Mubai was previously an outlier among the Tang sex geniuses, one of the few who did not have a 100,000 year soul ring. This time I added 2. The first 2 soul rings are thousands of years old, and I clearly remember that there was a yellow one last time. Buzz. The 6 soul rings dimmed, and the 6th soul ring shone brightly. The principle of ring fusion is to activate multiple soul rings at the same time, and then concentrate all the soul power that is about to be consumed by other soul rings on one soul ring. And then strengthen the strength of the soul skills attached to a single soul ring. The higher the age of the soul ring, the stronger the soul skill will be, and the greater the consumption will naturally be. Dai Mubai's combination of purple, purple, black, black, and red, and the consumption of 6 purple, purple, black, black, and red soul rings, directly drained most of his soul power. With the 120,000-year-old strength of the 6th soul ring, the pressure released by it made Golden Crocodile unable to face it. Yan Chang, who came to watch the battle, couldn't help but click her tongue. As a contra, she didn't have such power when she released this move just now. Tear it apart. The space was torn apart, and strong suction force escaped from the cracks in the space, pulling the Golden Crocodile inside. The Golden Crocodile's soul power surged, and he forcibly stabilized his figure. But this is just an appetizer. The sky-tearing claw that Dai Mubai took is the main meal. Facing that continuous space, which can tear apart the golden claws. Golden Crocodile resisted the urge to use his martial soul. How could I use my martial soul in front of a small soul saint? Then. Tear. Golden Crocodile's body protecting soul power was torn apart directly like paper. But Golden Crocodile was not panicked at all. He grabbed Dai Mubai's arm and held it tightly like a soul bone. The golden claws of the sky-tearing claw were suspended in front of Golden Crocodile's heart, but they could not store any energy. After all, he was an old-fashioned peak Douluo. He saw through the weakness of the sky-tearing claw at a glance. But... Smash! Puff! The golden claws bounced out a little, pierced Golden Crocodile's robe, and penetrated 3 inches into the flesh. Although it was still far from Golden Crocodile's heart. But it broke the defense after all, didn't it? He was a level 72 Soul Saint and he broke the defense of a level 98 Peak Douluo. Dai Mubai clasped his fists happily. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your teaching. Golden Crocodile's face was stiff, and he didn't respond. Just now he was too arrogant, and now he's embarrassed. But he's not Bibi Dong, and he won't lose his dignity as a strong man. In short, he wants to save face. At the same time, he became alert, summoned his martial soul Golden Crocodile King, and activated his spirit rings. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red. Among the titled Douluo, it's the best. But Oscar took a step forward and swallowed the copy mirror sausage. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor in his left hand, the Thunder Flame Ice Clear Sky Hammer in his right hand, and the 10 red 100,000 year spirit rings made Golden Crocodile's eyelids twitch. Looking at his lone 100,000 year spirit ring, Golden Crocodile was silent. This? Are you doing this on purpose? Seeing Oscar raise his hands, he violated the law of twin martial souls and activated the soul rings of Thunder Flame Ice Clear Sky Hammer and Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor at the same time, and most of them followed the dimming and only retained one soul ring each. Melting ring. It's melting ring again. How come this is so common? How come everyone in the Tang sect can do it? The Golden Crocodile didn't dare to be careless this time. The opponent had a full 100,000 year configuration. Directly possessed the martial soul, ready to fight. The 7th soul ring was also ready to go, ready to open the martial soul true body at any time. Unexpectedly, under the cover of Oscar's huge momentum, Zhu Zuoqing had already opened the precious 7th soul skill Shadow True Body, and emerged from the shadow behind the Golden Crocodile. The Shadow Thorn was quietly delivered to the back of the Golden Crocodile's heart. It seems simple, but it contains several powerful skills. Soul Bone Skill Netherworld Hidden Thorn. The 3rd Soul Skill Shadow Step Breaking Invisibility Strike. The 5th Soul Skill Shadow Slow Claw. 7th Soul Skill Shadow True Body 50% Armor Penetration. Zhu Zuoqing's cold eyes held a hint of expectation. Can it kill with one strike? Last night, my baby had a fever repeatedly. It went down to 37.3 at 5 o'clock. I thought it was over, so I took a bath and prepared to go to bed. But I was worried and tested it again. It was 39.8. I was so scared that I stepped on the accelerator all the way to the county hospital. The whole journey was about 100, and I ran through several red lights. Of course, I slowed down and observed when I passed the red lights. Usually it takes half an hour, but today it took more than 10 minutes. I am still scared. Later, I called 122 to report. In this special case, I can take the medical records and go to the traffic police brigade to cancel the points. This is still very humane. Of course. It was early in the morning, and there were few people in the small county. If you encounter similar situations, don't be anxious and be sure to deal with it calmly. That's all. Chapter 364 Extreme Bondage. The real body of the Golden Crocodile. Puff. Zhu Zuoqing's full-strength attack broke through the Golden Crocodile's protective soul power. It worked. Zhu Zuoqing showed a happy expression. Zhu Zuoqing's full-strength attack broke the defense of the 98th level peak Douluo. The Golden Crocodile was shocked at this moment. These little bastards. And the opponent's attack actually made him a little slow. It was the Shadow Slow Claw that took effect. Zhu Zuoqing's Shadow Blade reacted only after it penetrated 3/10 of the flesh, and he grabbed behind him with his bare hands in a sharp gust of wind. However, Zhu Zuoqing was like a ghost, and used the Lingbo microstep to miss the Golden Crocodile's fatal counterattack. At this time, Oscar also took action. Ancient Tree of Life. He only heard a loud roar. A giant Soul Emperor instantly grew out of the ground, quickly restraining the Golden Crocodile that continued to chase Zhu Zuoqing. The Golden Crocodile didn't break free at once. He was a level 98 peak Douluo. He was controlled by a small soul saint for a short time. This made him very embarrassed. Oscar and others saw this scene and were used to it. How could the sect master's soul skills not be strong? Soul Tang Lan also nodded slightly. The Ancient Tree of Life is his strongest single-target limiting skill, which makes up for Oscar's level gap and can control the Golden Crocodile for a short time. Zhu Zuoqing used this short control to quickly escape into the darkness. If the attack missed, he would withdraw immediately. Wait for an opportunity to move again. At this moment, Bai He led everyone to continue live broadcasting, allowing people all over the continent to see the strength of Tang sect disciples. 2 soul saints were enshrined by the second soul saint in Wuhan Hall. It was such an embarrassing situation. That's a level 98 peak Douluo. Is this the Wuhan Palace? This doesn't work either. There were crazy barrages in the live broadcast room, and the audience at the scene was also sighing. Only the people from Wuhan Palace looked ugly. Among them, the person involved, Jin Crocodile, is the most important. Do you really think I am a fool? The 7th soul skill, Golden Crocodile True Body. Hearing the roar of Golden Crocodile, Baihe and others flying around were so shocked that they all fell down. The aura of the level 98 peak Douluo was finally at full strength. I saw that his revealed martial soul true body was more than 10 meters long, and the coercion spread all over his body, which was very terrifying. What a well-deserved Golden Crocodile King! Magnificent momentum, showing a strong posture. The solid ancient tree of life was broken open by his full strength, and after being broken, it turned into soul power and dissipated. Ha ha ha! A bunch of little bastards, do you now know how powerful I am? The Golden Crocodile looked around at everyone domineeringly and laughed arrogantly. Bibi Dong and the other people in the Wuhan Palace were all smiling. These little bastards from the Tang sect had to be severely punished. However, everyone who fought against the Golden Crocodile was not intimidated. So much nonsense! Xiao Wu mocked and activated her martial spirit. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, red, red. Hold C. 300,000 year soul rings. Is Tangman engaged in wholesale business? Jin Crocodile was a little jealous when he saw it. He solemnly enshrined the 2nd soul ring in the palace, that is, the 9th soul ring was a 100,000 year soul ring. So arrogant! This made the world's admiration for Tang sect and Tanglan even stronger. The 6th soul skill, Titan's Leap. Xiao Wu started with the 6th soul skill, jumping like a cannonball. Hee hee! A little trick. The Golden Crocodile floated in mid-air, taunting endlessly. As he spoke, he had to use his soul skills to kill Xiao Wu, who jumped up to die. Xiao Wu sneered. Soul bone technique, time and space forever forbidden. The Golden Crocodile with a mocking face suddenly froze because he found that he could not move. New bookbar 69shuz.com. What kind of soul skill is this? I can't even move at all. Xiao Wu naturally took advantage of his soldiers to kill him. The 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Body, Soft Bone Rabbit Clone. The 5th soul skill, Explosive 8-Stage Throw. Xiao Wu was like a girl with strange powers at this moment. She first wrapped her hands around Golden Crocodile's neck, then bent her right knee and pressed it against Golden Crocodile's waist. Boom! The Golden Crocodile was thrown to the ground in public, making a big hole. Xiao Wu's 8th level fall continued. Boom! Bang! The Golden Crocodile's huge body was kicked around wildly by Xiao Wu. This scene really shocked too many people. Bibi Dong's eyes are bloodshot. Waste! Today, Wuhan Palace has been completely embarrassed. At this moment, Oscar and others were all smiling, watching Xiao Wu's gorgeous performance. Tang Lan was not too happy because Golden Crocodile was a super Douluo after all. How could he lose the fight just like that? But it's very satisfying to kick it into a pig's head for a while. Xiao Wu only used half of the combo before Golden Crocodile woke up and roared with wide eyes. You have completely pissed me off. Go to hell. The 8th soul skill, Sea of Gravity. The Golden Crocodile roared, and the earth yellow gravity ripples overlapped alternately like tidal waves, instantly increasing the gravity within hundreds of meters of itself by dozens of times. The surrounding earth surged and splashed with thousands of rebels, shooting towards Xiao Wu with terrifying energy. Even the space made bursts of overwhelming tearing sounds. Xiao Wu's face showed no panic. The 3rd soul skill, Teleportation. Xiao Wu used teleportation within 5 meters to get out of the attack range of Golden Crocodile's 8th soul skill. The Golden Crocodile was so angry that he puffed his beard and stared, furious. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human being. A bunch of little beasts. Go to hell. Golden Crocodile was completely furious. He was beaten by a group of brats during a live broadcast across the continent. How could he have the dignity to walk around the mainland in the future? Seeing the Golden Crocodile charging madly, the 7 people gathered in an instant. Facing the crazy Golden Crocodile, they had to use the unique trick to press the bottom of the box. Ning Rong Rong ate the invisible garlic sausage directly and became invisible, but the aura of increase lit up. Jinwu 7 Intercept Formation. Soul Bone Skill Star Bond. Do you think 7 people working together can stop me? Today, I will let you little beasts who don't know the heights of the world know the strength of titled Douluo. The 4th soul skill, Swift Golden Crocodile. Golden Crocodile used the soul skills he often used, and this time he had murderous intentions. Bibi Dong looked here and couldn't help thinking, it would be best to kill all the so-called geniuses of the Tang sect with one blow. I want to see if that little bastard Tang Lan can still laugh. She couldn't help but look at Tang Lan not far away, and saw Soul Tang Lan grinning at her with his big teeth bared. His mouth opened and closed as if he was scolding her. Little beast! As the golden crocodile displayed the swift golden crocodile, the shadow of the golden crocodile behind him gradually solidified, twisting its huge body and opening its bloody mouth, and flew towards the 7 people with strong mental pressure. This scene is horrifying. Everyone watching the battle took a breath of cold air. I can't help but worry about the safety of the Tang clan's genius. And Tang Lan also knew that once the golden crocodile's soul skill bites an enemy, it will continue to turn and twist like a wheel until it is completely torn apart. Until it is broken. But such a scene will never happen. However, at this moment, the 7 people suddenly flew up and avoided the 8th soul skill of the golden crocodile. They quickly ate Oscar's 3rd soul skill, flying mushroom sausage. Old man! Oscar laughed. Next, it's our turn to fight back. Chapter 365 Golden Crocodile Injured? Oscar's talent. Dai Mubai can't wait. He is now the one who becomes the main body of the Star Bond. With the increase of the Jinwu 7-section formation, he feels that there is infinite power all over his body. Need to vent urgently. 7th Soul Skill 8-Armed Flame Tiger True Body. Dai Mubai turned into a giant tiger with 3 heads and 8 legs in the eyes of everyone. The red flame white tiger swallowed Dai Mubai and turned into a 10-meter giant beast standing in front. The weird thing is that it has 3 heads and a full 8 tiger claws. Mom! There's a monster. What a scary monster. Why does that tiger have 3 heads and 8 legs? For a moment, the audience and the people on the scene who were broadcasting through the communication soul guide were all exclaiming. The current Dai Mubai's martial soul body looks scarier than the martial soul body of the golden crocodile. Humph! It's a useless bastard at first glance. The golden crocodile shouted disdainfully. Whether it's useful or not, we'll see with our hands. Mubai, give him a claw at the old man. He's old, but his breath is so bad. The spirit hall believes in angels, but the offerings are so dirty. It seems that the spirit hall is just a facade. Oscar couldn't help but say something foul. I will obey the order of the sect master. Dai Mubai responded to Tang Lan respectfully with the appearance of a monster. Master Tang, please don't slander my spirit hall. What's the point of talking here? Bibi Dong couldn't stand it anymore and retorted with a cold face. Oh! Bibi Dong, do you mean to go to war with my Tang sect? Then I just want to fight. After all, we didn't fight just now. Soul Tang Lan was eager to try, and didn't take the spirit hall seriously at all. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wuji and others immediately opened their spirits. As long as Tang Lan gave an order, they would rush up and beat up the bastards of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and finally had to swallow her anger and responded, Master Tang, do you think your genius is going to lose and want to end the competition? What a coward! You even accepted the test of the Rakshasa god. Soul Tang Lan looked contemptuous and shook his head. Bibi Dong stared at Tang Lan and took a deep breath. Tang Lan! I swear I won't be a human if I don't kill you. The confrontation between the Tang sect's Tianjiao and the second worshipper of the spirit hall continued. The 6th soul skill, Sky-Tearing Claw. The extremely confident Dai Mubai sent a triple death claw towards the golden crocodile. 10,000-meter-long golden blades crossed the sky. 10 huge holes were torn in the sky. Dai Mubai had 3 heads and 8 feet, so he swung the sky-tearing claw at the same time. This was a devastating attack, causing the Beihai live broadcast team and other onlookers to run away. The golden crocodile also felt the danger of death. If he didn't resist with all his strength, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. With a look of fear, he used one of the 9th soul skills, the invincible golden crocodile. This soul skill can suppress all beast martial spirits, reducing the power of the soul skills under the beast martial spirit by 20%. And it is impossible to open the martial spirit true body. But Dai Mubai was not affected at all, and the golden crocodile was stunned. 6th soul skill, Extreme Armor. This soul skill can instantly increase his physical and energy defense by 250%, and 60% damage immunity, which lasts for 10 seconds. Unable to suppress the opponent's beast martial spirit, he also lost the opportunity to dodge, and could only resist. Puff! However, after the devastating attack, the golden crocodile vomited blood. He was injured. Because he underestimated Dai Muebai's damage. How come these little bastards are stronger than each other? He felt that the world had changed, and it had become too crazy. The situation at this moment made Tang Lan very satisfied. It made Bibi Dong very angry. It made the audience nervous and exciting but very cool. However, the competition has not ended yet, and the atmosphere of the sect competition has reached its peak. It makes people feel so comfortable. The two sides fought for a while. The 7 members of the Tang sect relied on various spirit skills and spirit bone skills to fight the furious 98-level Super Douluo. They were evenly matched. Little bastards! You are playing with my sister and eating Yihuan. Now you can go to hell. The angry golden crocodile could no longer bear it and launched a fierce attack. He is a top-level titled Douluo. He is only weaker than the great priest in the spirit hall. How can he not deal with some little bastards? We have to change our tactics. I don't want to use the Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer given by the sect master. Next, watch me perform, if you believe me. In the process of resisting the golden crocodile, Oscar said seriously. We believe you. You are not a brainless guy. Just do it. Yes, we believe in you. For a moment, everyone gave Oscar the greatest support. At this moment, Soul Tang Lan also smiled with relief. Whether it was Oscar's confidence or the trust of the team, he hoped to see it. After all, this was his team of gods. Oscar told the other 6 people a new tactic. After Oscar's mirror intestine was strengthened, it could last for 20 minutes, so he once again showed Tang Lan's twin martial souls, 10,000-year soul rings. This person actually knew the methods of the Tang sect master. What a terrible soul skill! But the golden crocodile was not very nervous. After all, he was not Tang Lan. Even if he was Tang Lan, he would not be afraid. Bluffing! I don't believe you can use the methods of the Tang sect master and his strength. The golden crocodile sneered again and again. Then you open your dog eyes and watch. Exploding ring. The great Zumuru hammer. Oscar retorted to the golden crocodile, and shouted excitedly in his heart. Then 10,000-year soul rings exploded one by one, and at this moment, they were so heroic and dazzling. Even Tang Lan had a new look at Oscar. He knew very well that Oscar had only practiced for 2 days, but he dared to use the big Zumuru hammer and the ring explosion. Sure enough, he was a genius. The unique skill of Haoshan sect. Golden Crocodile blurted out in astonishment. At this moment, his expression changed, because he had already felt the majestic power of all the soul rings gathered together. At this moment, Tang Xiaobalo was naturally shocked. This kid could actually use the unique skills of my Haoshan sect. With the relationship between Tang Lan and Tang Chen, it was not surprising. But how old is Oscar? He can also master the secret of the ring explosion? What an amazing talent! Others were also shocked. Only Tang Hao shook his head. Oscar's ring blasting skills are not very proficient, and his soul power is only about 30% utilized. The effect looks shocking, that's because the quality of the soul ring is too good. Actually, it's estimated that it can only beat that old crocodile. After hearing Tang Hao's evaluation, everyone restrained some of their shock and nodded in agreement. At the same time, sorry, I have a fever caused by tonsillitis today, and my baby's temperature is 39 and 38 degrees Celsius, and my wife is 6 months pregnant. I have been busy all day, but I can't stop updating this book and ask for leave. There is a leave slip, but I will stop recommending it. So I wrote 4,000 words in a days and posted it. Please understand that the quality is slightly poor. When I recover, I will definitely update it. The explosive update. Chapter 366. Who wins and who loses? Crazy duel. Oscar is blasting the ring, Ning Rongrong is amplifying. Zhu Zuqing and the other 5 were not idle either. All of them ate the mirror copy intestines, summoned the 9 treasures glazed tower, and then ate the firm golden fly. Used the same soul skill. 9 treasures turn into glazed, 5 souls. 9 treasures turn into glazed, 5 souls. 9 treasures turn into glazed, 5 souls. In addition to Ning Rongrong who showed up. A full 6 9 treasures glazed towers, collectively amplified as much soul power as possible for Oscar in the front. The Thunder Flame Ice Haoshan hammer copied by the mirror copy intestines also has the characteristics of a divine weapon, and can be infused with soul power at will. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color. What a terrifying power this attack has! Zhao Wuji exclaimed in disbelief. This attack, even I can hardly resist it alone. Chen Xin sighed. Everyone changed their faces when they heard it. You can't stop it, can the golden crocodile stop it? Oscar felt that he was invincible, staring at the golden crocodile and making a bold statement. Golden crocodile. Remember, I am a food-type soul master. Today I will defeat you, the top attack type Douluo of the Wuhan Hall. How can I tolerate this? You little brat with big words. Golden crocodile laughed instead of getting angry. You will pay the price for your arrogance and ignorance today. 9th soul skill, Crocodile King Falling Gold Ring. This is one of the 100,000 year 9th soul skills of the Golden Crocodile, a self-sacrifice skill. As the name suggests, the self-sacrifice skill is to discard some of your own things, such as burning blood and soul power, and instantly improve your strength. There are only a handful of people in the entire continent who can force him to use this skill. Little brats from the Tang sect. The one who can force me to use this trick is Omainan Yao. All of you go to hell. At this moment, many people in the audience looked at him sideways. Will the golden crocodile be forced to this point? I really didn't expect it. These little ghosts from the Tang sect are really not simple. But it ends here. The golden crocodile's self-sacrifice skill is one of the top moves in the entire continent. Bibi Dong said with a cold face. I don't know if the little guy from the Tang sect can block the strongest attack of the golden crocodile Douluo. Nothing will happen, right? Ning Fengzi was a little confused, and was also worried about Ning Rongrong's safety. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Chen Xin. For this attack from the golden crocodile, we should use the martial soul fusion skill. Can you resist it? Chen Xin looked worried and said. After all, he is a level 98 peak Douluo, only one step away from the ultimate Douluo. Although the big samurai hammer is powerful, Xiao Ao's mastery is not high after all, and the probability of losing is greater. At this moment, many people are worried. But Tang Hao reminded everyone. As I said just now, even an incomplete big samurai hammer can still give that old crocodile a beating. Even if the old crocodile uses the skill of sacrificing himself, so what? According to the hammer, Oscar is a genius trained by his son. But the posture displayed by Golden Crocodile at this moment made it difficult for everyone to believe Tang Hao's words. Aha! The Golden Crocodile roared loudly. His own blood and soul power began to burn, in order to greatly enhance his own strength and attack capabilities. The martial soul's true form is even bigger. Pang! With a loud noise, the 100-meter Golden Crocodile rose into the air and crashed crazily towards Oscar and the others. The Golden Crocodile is ready to completely crush the enemy with its most primitive power. Is Oscar ready? Dai Mubai reminded. Come on! Oscar said with full fighting spirit, then come and take my move. Then he swung his incomplete big samurai hammer and violently smashed into the approaching Golden Crocodile that was 100 meters long. Ah! Boom! The two of them were yelling crazily, and the strongest blow collided violently, causing the space to become distorted. The shock wave caused by the collision made many people turn on their martial soul protection, otherwise they would be implicated even if they were watching the show. Wait until the smoke clears. Everyone saw the 100-meter tall Golden Crocodile being beaten away by the big samurai hammer in Oscar's hand. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and be shocked. A level 98 peak Douluo was actually beaten away by a food-type soul saint? That is Golden Crocodile Douluo's most powerful trick. As expected of the Tang clan genius who was personally trained by Master Tang, he is unreasonably strong. Ning Fengzi and others were relieved, and they admired Tang Lan even more. And Bibi Dong's eyes were full of viciousness. What a waste! Can't even defeat a group of soul saints at level 98? Beat the drowned dog! Keep beating him! Xiao Wu reminded Oscar, who was in a state of joy and was a little confused. Okay! Oscar said excitedly, punch this old crocodile to death! Bang! Oscar ran away wildly, swung the big samurai hammer in his hand and hit the Golden Crocodile hard again. Ah! The Golden Crocodile screamed in pain, obviously suffering some minor injuries. I will continue to pound. Oscar went crazy. Presumptuous! Do you really think I am made of clay? A bunch of little bastards! The third soul skill, Split Tail 100 Spins. Xiao Wu, Mu Bai, Zhu Qing. Oscar commanded calmly, according to plan, use the copy mirror sausage quickly. New 69 book bar. Then pass the star bond and hand over the martial soul and soul ring to me. I still want to use the big samurai hammer. Strike this old crocodile to death. Xiao Wu and the others didn't say much. They took out the replica mirror sausage from the storage ring and swallowed it in one gulp. The battle can continue, after all, there is a heart of life soul, which can make up for the lack of soul power. At this time, the attack of the golden crocodile has arrived. The tail of the golden giant crocodile suddenly swung out and hit Oscar and others crazily. The terrifying power made the space shake, and the sound of gas explosions continued. Oscar's ring explosion is completed, and the others continue to increase. The color of heaven and earth changes again. Oscar continued to hold the Lei Yan Binghaotian hammer and hit the giant crocodile's tail with great momentum. Bang! Bang! Next! Golden crocodile continued to use soul skills, attacking 7 people like crazy. Oscar took advantage of the support from the rest of the group, as well as the continuous soul support from the heart of life soul. The fierce confrontation with the golden crocodile, the fighting scene was so intense. Everyone in the audience was excited to see it, it was so beautiful. I didn't expect this battle to be so fierce. These little dolls are really amazing. Xiao Lan is worthy of the name of Master Tang, and those who seek fame and reputation. Tang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If he had chosen back then, he would have risked his life to protect Tang Lan's 2 nephews. The person standing on the stage now should be. When everyone heard this, they also nodded. The golden crocodile retreated with one blow. Although it had the advantage, it had little soul power left. Why do these guys have so much soul power? Who is the titled Douluo? Oscar and the others were also very tired. After all, it was because of their level and experience that they were suppressed by the golden crocodile and were put at a disadvantage. But Oscar didn't give up, he wanted to keep beating. I beat you. Bibi Dong let out a low roar. Stop. The third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. The big purple spider web instantly entangled Oscar and the big samurai hammer that hit the golden crocodile. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? What does the competition on the field have to do with you? You must give me an explanation today. Upon seeing this, Soul Tang Lan asked Bibi Dong coldly. If the competition is good, then accept it. It's a tie anyway, your sect disciples can't always have such a powerful power, right? But the second priest of my Wuhan Hall still has strength. Continuing to fight will only hurt the harmony, don't you think so? Sect Master Tang. Bibi Dong asked Golden Crocodile to quickly step aside, and then released the restraints on Oscar. Bibi Dong, you have such a big face. I really admire you for being so shameless. Keep fighting, whoever wins and who loses will be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, but I'm too lazy to argue with you about this. Close the team. Tang Lan responded to Bibi Dong with a look of disdain. Bibi Dong's chest heaved violently with anger, and she wanted to tear Tang Lan to pieces. Everyone in Wuhan Hall also shared the same hatred and regarded Tang Lan as the most hated enemy. Bibi Dong, I like the way you look at me, because I like the way others hate me but can't kill me. Ha ha ha. Tang Lan is very happy today, because the team he has trained to become gods can also stand alone, which makes him very happy. Bibi Dong felt that if she talked to Tang Lan for a few more words, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. Now there is another person who is also about to vomit blood, and that is Tang San. The other 6 people were all excited. After all, they had defeated the current level 98 peak Douluo. Can you feel unhappy? But Tang San stared at Oscar with a grim look on his face. I was filled with anger. My disciples will all be able to wield the samurai hammer. Even a master like me doesn't know how to do it. Mistress. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Tang Lan naturally knew what Tang San was thinking. This jealous guy was probably going to be pissed to death, right? Following Tang Lan's question, the other 6 people also looked at Tang San. Everyone is very happy, but you are the only one with a straight face, who are you showing it to? Others thought you were from Wuhan Palace. What bad luck! Everyone cursed Tang San angrily in their hearts. It's okay, brother. I'm just a little confused. I didn't expect that we actually defeated the golden crocodile. Tang San gritted his teeth and responded. Snort. I must learn the great samurai hammer. How can a master be compared to his apprentice? How can we still hang out in Tangmen from now on? Alright. It's time to relax for an hour. It's time for us to go back. Tang Lan sneered in his heart. The story of the 7 prodigies of the Tang sect working together to defeat the second priest of the Wuhan Palace was widely reported by Tangli newspapers. Soon the entire continent knew that the arrogant second priest of Wuhan Palace and the 7 little kids of the Tang sect were fighting inextricably. And there are pictures and the truth. Golden crocodile Douluo was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. In the end, Pope Bibidong forced him to stop the competition, otherwise he might have been beaten to death by the genius of the Tang sect. The Wuhan Palace isn't that good either. It seems that the Tang sect is the most promising existence in the entire continent. If Master Tang is here in the Tang sect, he will be number 1 in the world. These geniuses were all trained by Master Tang, so Master Tang is the best in the world. I must become a disciple of the Tang sect. For a while, Tang Lan, who was far away on Poseidon Island, received a steady stream of power of faith. Flowers bloomed for Tang Lanil. Chapter 367 Golden Crocodile fights again, Chinexan Ancient Banyan merges. Huandian lost face twice on the first day. It's all the damn Tang sect's doing. You guys think, how can we save face? Bibidong stared at the priests and elders of Wuhan Hall with a cold expression. The Tang sect is now very powerful. Due to the defeat of the Elephant Armor sect and the Second Consecration sect, our Wuhan Palace's power is already weaker than that of the Tang sect. And because of the extensive reports in Tang Li's newspapers, let alone the Tiandu Empire, the entire continent is extremely yearning for the Tang sect and is determined to become a disciple of the Tang sect. What should we do now? Do you want to ask for permission to make a big offering? Qianjun Douluo, the 6th enshrined person in Wuhan Hall, raised his hands and asked for instructions. At this moment, everyone was frowning. Pope, I propose to destroy the Tang sect directly. We can't let those little brats grow up as they please. Otherwise, my Wuhan Palace will be in endless trouble. Golden Crocodile Douluo said with a bruised nose and a swollen face. He was selfish now, he wanted revenge. Those bastards must die for causing me such embarrassment. Now is not the time to destroy the Tang clan. Tang sect now has the support of 2 peerless Douluo, plus Tang Hao, Tang Lan, and his son. To be honest, our spirit hall is no match. Bibidong said through gritted teeth. The next day, the sect competition is still going on. One of the rules for becoming a Shangsan sect is to fight against the Tang clan Tianjiao team or Golden Crocodile Douluo. Whether it is the Tang clan Tianjiao team or the Golden Crocodile Douluo, they are both extremely strong. Therefore, there is no need to win in battle, but to test the ability in battle to judge whether one is qualified to be selected as a candidate for the top 3 sects, and then proceed to the ranking competition. Our Holy Dragon sect wants to let Golden Crocodile Douluo test it. Golden Crocodile Douluo, please give me some advice. Tuiba Xi, the leader of the Holy Dragon sect, stood on the stage and said loudly. Tuiba Xi comes from the Spirit Hall, and his strength is a level 91 attack type titled Douluo. Okay. Then let me test whether your Holy Dragon sect is qualified to enter the upper 3 sects. Jin Crocodile naturally accompanies the acting. After all, the Holy Dragon sect is an affiliate of Wuhan Palace. Sol Tanglan rolled his eyes when he saw this. Wuhandian is really shameless in order to save face. They all want to go through the back door. Did the Tang sect put so much pressure on them? Naturally, some people couldn't stand it at this time, especially Ning Fengzi who wanted to keep the Shangsan sect. No. Ning Fengzi stood up to stop him. Why not? Tuiba Xi asked. You, Tuiba Xi, come from the Spirit Hall, how can you be tested by being worshipped by the Spirit Hall? This will be discussed by the world. Let me, the 7 treasures glazed sect, challenge Golden Crocodile Douluo. Ning Fengzi responded with an airy temperament. As soon as these words came out, many people supported him, especially Zhao Wuji and others from the Tang sect. Bibidong's appearance has changed, and he still talks in the corridor and flatters Sang Jun. You are also a smart person, how could you do such a stupid thing? Sol Tanglan followed up with a last-ditch attack, making the struggling Bibidong irritated. The Kaibao glazed sect will fight against the second worshipper. Then the Holy Dragon sect will fight against the Tang sect's genius. Bibidong was forced to speak and decided on the battle for the next day. Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other. Cowardly man! Don't let me lose your belt. I'm just worried that you can't do it. Gurong reminded Chen Xin with a look of disdain. Chen Xin immediately hit back, haha. Just don't get your bones broken. If the time comes, it will all be your fault if you lose. If you are eaten by the old crocodile, my bones will not be broken. Cowardly man. Rotten bones. New 69 book bar. The two of them cursed each other as they walked onto the stage, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. These old enemies. Today the old crocodile is going to be beaten again, why is it so miserable? Sol Tanglan shook his head. Chen Xin, Gurong. One of you is level 97 and the other is level 96. Together, you are no match for me. If you want me to have a good opinion of you, just use all your strength. Jin Crocodile had been holding back a lot of anger yesterday, and he wanted to let it out completely today. He wanted to vent his anger on the two titled Douluo, and at the same time save the face he had lost yesterday. Old Crocodile, stop pretending. You think you are going to win. Today will be your second defeat. Gurong was full of confidence and was not afraid of the so-called peak Douluo. How dare a level 96 trash talk such nonsense? I will let you know today the difference between two levels of titled Douluo. Golden Crocodile stood on the stage, mocking Gurong majestically. He didn't take Gurong seriously at all. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Chen Xin said calmly with an absolute temperament. Snort. The fifth soul skill, the Crocodile King removes his armor. The suffocating golden crocodile took the lead in attacking. The golden crocodile's body instantly turned into brilliant gold, with each scale showing a bright golden luster, and then countless scales shining with metallic light shot out from the body towards Chen Xin and Gurong. The war has begun. Everyone's eyes were bright and they were looking forward to it. This is a peak showdown. Lan, who do you think will win? Zhu Zuqing asked affectionately. Of course the golden crocodile will lose. Sol Tanglan responded with a smile. Facing the strong attack of the golden crocodile, Gurong roared. The fourth soul skill, bone control. Suddenly, a wall of bones appeared solidly standing on the stage, and countless scales attacked the wall of bones. This is a showdown between one of the strongest beast spirits and the continent's #1 defense. They were evenly matched at first, but soon cracks appeared in the wall of bones. I'm here to help you. Chen Xin said calmly. The second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guard. The majestic sword energy formed a protective shield around the two of them. This neutralized the strong attack of the golden crocodile. It's my turn. Chen Xin said lightly. The eighth soul skill, Move Mountains and Fill Seas. At this moment, Chen Xin was magnificent, with endless murderous intent, and used his powerful trick. 12 majestic and huge sword shadows slashed crazily towards the golden crocodile. And me. How could Gurong be beaten passively? The ninth soul skill, Bones of the Dragon. Transformed into a bone dragon dozens of meters long, it fiercely charged towards the golden crocodile. Such an offensive made everyone activate their martial soul protection. A little trick. Also, I am a senior of your grandfather's generation. Do you think you are my opponent? How ridiculous. Golden Crocodile felt that the attacks from the two men were not as great as the pressure that little bastard put on him. There is no need to use the ninth soul skill at all. The first soul skill, Golden Crocodile Armor. The sixth soul skill, Extreme Armor. Under double defense, the two men's crazy attacks were resisted by the Golden Crocodile. This is the strength of a level 98 peak Douluo. Wow! The Golden Crocodile easily resisted the two special moves, and the entire audience was in an uproar, including people watching the broadcast across the continent. Yesterday, Golden Crocodile was beaten by the genius of the Tang clan, so he thought that Golden Crocodile was just showing off. Seeing Jin Crocodile stand up against two great titled Douluo today, he knew that the strength of the second worshipper of Wuhan Palace was extraordinary. You should lose. Chapter 368 The Second Battle Between the Tang Clan's Geniuses. The Golden Crocodile spoke steadily and domineeringly. It seems to indicate that he has already won. Seeing the shock in the audience, he stroked his white beard and smiled. Today is his battle to save face. It's time to end. Golden Crocodile used his self-created soul skill, Extreme Violent Killing. A powerful attack soul skill specially designed to deal with people like Gurong who possess high defense and title Douluo. On the high platform, the golden soul power turned into an endless river and spread. The golden crocodile's real body grew several times in size, and then rotated itself at high speed, transforming into a death storm and killing Gurong and Chen Xin. Can sword Douluo and bone Douluo block it? This is a question many people have. This time our Wuhan Palace will win. The fourth enshrined lion Douluo clenched his fists and said confidently. Everyone nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong also sneered and subconsciously turned to look at Tang Lan. Unless the main body is present, the soul Tang Lan will also be referred to as Tang Lan. But Tang Lan's face was dull, and he even had time to return a mocking look. You didn't think that golden crocodile could win, did you? Sect Master Tang. Bibi Dong couldn't help but provoke, who do you think will win? Others also want to hear Tang Lan's guess. The golden crocodile will lose. Bibi Dong, you won't go up to stop it this time, right? You can't go too far as a human being. Tang Lan's answer made everyone puzzled. Now even if Sword Douluo uses his 9th soul skill, he is still no match for golden crocodile, right? Why does he dare to be so sure? This time, everyone made a mistake. The second worshipper will win neatly. Every level of a titled Douluo is a chasm. Bibi Dong mocked. Then let's wait and see. At this moment, Ning Rongrong clasped her hands tightly, praying that Chen Xin and Gurong could win this competition. It seems we need to use that move. Chen Xin was no longer prepared to use her 9th soul skill, so she looked at Gurong and smiled. Cowardly man! As expected of a level 98 existence, it's time to use that move. I, the Kaibao glazed sect, will definitely keep my position as the top 3 sects. Gurong, who had always been a naysayer, smiled and nodded. Old crocodile, you are too happy too early. The two closed their eyes together and rushed towards each other quickly. Martial soul fusion skills, sword breaking bone destruction. The wind is strong and the color of the sky and the earth changes. How terrifying is the power of the spirit fusion skills of level 97 titled Douluo and level 96 titled Douluo. Everyone felt it at this moment. Chen Xin's sword was broken, and Gurong's bones were gone. This made the originally wary golden crocodile look a little calmer. Their martial soul fusion skills last time were not like this. Yes. Did it fail? While you are sick, I will kill you. The golden crocodile controlled the giant golden crocodile to open its bloody mouth and attack the two of them with its crocodile claws. Suddenly, a hole suddenly opened in the space above, and then a bone sword dozens of meters long slowly fell. The golden giant crocodile suddenly stopped at this moment. The golden crocodile stared at the boss with disbelief on his face. All the audience were also shocked. The bone sword, which was more than 10 meters long, penetrated the giant golden crocodile from slow to fast as lightning. Pfft! The bone sword cut through the body of the giant crocodile and inserted it forcefully. Bang! The giant golden crocodile hit the stage hard. The bone sword disappeared, and the golden crocodile also revealed its true form. The golden crocodile with golden robes and silver sleeves just now has turned into a dying old man. Second offering. Everyone in Wuhan Hall screamed, everything happened too fast. The golden crocodile, who was originally at an advantage, was defeated by Chen Xin and Gurong, who suddenly used martial soul fusion skills. He was also seriously injured. At once. I heard that the two of them had never dealt with each other. Was it Tang Lan who recommended the idea of this martial soul fusion technique? How come he is everywhere? At this moment, everyone in Wuhan Hall looked livid and looked extremely ugly. The Kaibao glazed sect is mighty. Sword Douluo is invincible. Bone Douluo is invincible. For a moment, everyone at the scene cheered. At this moment, Tang Lan looked at Bibi Dong, who looked ugly, and said meaningfully, Bibi Dong, I can only say that the second priest of your Wuhan Hall is really miserable. This is because he has rough skin and thick flesh, otherwise he would have died just now. You should be happy. Don't look sad. Sect leader Tang, don't be happy too early. Even though you, the genius of the Tang sect, are very talented, facing the 7-member Holy Dragon sect, it is possible that one of your geniuses will be lost. Bibi Dong responded coldly. When a genius falls, he is no longer a genius. Stop talking nonsense, let your Holy Dragon sect under Wuhan Palace come on stage. Tang Lan said lightly. The 7 prodigies of the Tang sect came on stage and set up their formation. Immediately afterwards, the 7 members of the Holy Dragon sect also came on stage domineeringly. In order to save face, Wuhan Palace asked the Holy Dragon sect to crush the Tang clan's geniuses and kill several of the Tang clan's geniuses. Sent directly with the addition of the 94th level Ghost Leopard Douluo, the Elder of Wuhan Hall, and the 96th level Demon Subduing Douluo, the 7th worshipper, plus the Holy Dragon sect. Together with the sect leader, there are 3 titled Douluo in total. Coupled with the 4 strong attack and agility attack contras above level 85, it is a very powerful lineup. Bibi Dong, your Wuhan Palace is really a big deal. You really look up to the geniuses of our Tang sect. Tang Lan couldn't help but sarcastically mocked Bibi Dong. This is the strength of the Holy Dragon sect, what does it have to do with my spirit hall? If Sect Master Tang is worried that your genius will be killed, I will give you a chance. Surrender now and you can still live. Bibi Dong reminded Tang Lan with a look on her face. How shameless. The Wuhan Palace actually asked their worshippers and elders to join the Holy Dragon sect just to deal with us. Shameless. Xiao Wu said very unhappy. Others also nodded with great dissatisfaction. Just don't worry and fight. Let the world know what it's like to steal the chicken but lose the rice. Bibi Dong, this is my response. Tang Lan cheered for the 7 people loudly, and at the same time looked at Bibi Dong's tough response. Surrender? That's impossible to surrender. Even though this battle will be difficult and you may even lose, if you want to become a god, you can't be afraid. Only by going through a life and death battle can you temper yourself. He doesn't want his team of gods to be all courageless losers. Fight! Daimyo Bai roared loudly. The other 6 people also shouted excitedly. Including Tang San who stood at the end. Do you think you can defeat us by defeating the 2nd worshipper with trickery? That's really wishful thinking. We already know how to deal with you, just wait to die. Look carefully, the 7 of us are soul masters with strong attack and agility attack. Each of you will die at about the same time. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Xi smiled ferociously. In his eyes, the Tang clan's geniuses were already corpses. An additional 3,000 words is counted as an additional chapter. The burst mode will start tomorrow, with a daily base of 6,000. Chapter 369 Everyone Fights, the Ultimate Showdown. It's really like thunder. Oscar's self-confidence overflowed after he punched the golden crocodile. There's so much nonsense, let's do it. Who is afraid of whom? You are a junior who doesn't know how high the sky is. Wait to die. Tuoba Xi said angrily. The 5th soul skill, Tianlong Sky. Tuoba Xi's martial soul is the white armored earth dragon, and the 5th soul skill he uses is also very cool. I saw a long white dragon, baring its teeth and claws, rushing towards the Tang clan's genius at great speed. At the same time, others also used their skills, and each targeted one person and attacked. Bibi Dong told them to cut off the connection between the soul fusion skills used by the 7 Tang sect members and defeat them one by one. The 7th enshrined demon conquering Douluo roared. The 2nd soul skill, Hoop Curse Seal. The tyrannical mental power instantly suppressed the Tang sect's 7-person group. Ghost Leopard Douluo was not to be outdone. Waving his sharp claws with great momentum. The 3rd soul skill, 9 Splitting Shadows. I saw him separate out 9 phantoms and attack the 7 people of Tang clan. The other 4 contras also used their soul skills to kill Oscar and others. The 7 members of the Tang sect knew that the Jinwu 7 intercept formation was useless, so they used all their strength to fight on their own. When the people of the Holy Dragon sect activated their martial spirits and launched an attack, the 7 prodigies of the Tang sect had already eaten mirror sausages and strong golden flies. They work well together and have extremely skilled combat capabilities. The 9 treasures turn out to be colored glaze, which is called power. 9 treasures turn out to contain colored glaze, so hurry up. 9 treasures turn out to contain glazed glass, attack on the 3rd day. Although they cannot use the Jinwu 7 interception formation, they all enhance each other's strength, speed and attack power to their companions. Daimyo Bai greeted Tuoba Xi. Zhu Zuqing Jingling met the strongest demon conquering Douluo present. Xiao Wu was fighting against Ghost Leopard Douluo. Oscar, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, dealt with the other 4 contras. Today they will use their own strength to fight against the Holy Dragon sect and no longer use Tang Lan's skills. This was specially arranged by Tang Lan in order to let them grow up. Only in the battle of life and death can one truly grow. Soul Bone Skill Red Flame Explosion. The 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Yan Light Wave. Daimyo Bai chose to use long-range attacks to resist the giant dragon that Tuoba Xi was flying towards. Continuous attacks destroyed Tuba Xi's dragon. Hey! Tuba Xi snorted coldly, feeling surprised in his heart. A soul saint can actually offset my 5th soul skill. Tuba Xi flew forward with great air. Boy, this sect must be serious. That's a lot of nonsense. Dai Mubai stared at Tuba Xi with disdain. Didn't take it seriously at all. The 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Red Flame Transformation. The 4th soul skill, Scarlet Flame Demonic Transformation. Dai Mubai's body muscles swelled instantly, and red horizontal lines appeared on his skin. Immediately afterwards, wings sprouted again, and Yan Yi surrounded his body. He soared into the sky with a surge of momentum. The speed is very fast, controlled by the Soul Scarlet Tiger Vulture, flying like a cannonball towards the charging Tuba Xi. Tuba Xi narrowed his eyes slightly with a look of disdain. How dare you engage in a close combat with this sect leader, you really don't know the heights of the world. Little beast! Do you know that the martial spirit of this sect master is a dragon? You, a little tiger, dare to fly over here with all your teeth and claws. The 6th soul skill, Wind-Breaking Dragon Divine Claw. Tuba Xi's body suddenly grew larger, and his hands turned into huge dragon claws, clawing hard at the flying Dai Mubai. Bang! After the two violently collided, they each retreated some distance. Come again! Dai Mubai roared and rushed towards Tuba Xi, his eyes full of passionate fighting spirit. Go to hell! Tuba Xi roared angrily. New 69 book bar. The two of them were also in mid-air, one dragon and one tiger, colliding crazily. The speed, strength and momentum are not much different. With the blessing of various powers, Dai Mubai, who is a soul saint, can already fight with the junior titled Douluo back and forth. The fighting is fierce here, and the other battlefields are also as fierce as sparks hitting the earth. Two little kids dare to stop me from making an offering. After a brief collision between demon-conquering Douluo, Zhu Zuqing and Jingling, they smiled disdainfully. I will use one move next to defeat you all. The 1st soul skill, Demon Subduing Dragon Hammer. I saw that the coiling dragon stick held by Qianjun instantly grew in size, with golden lines all over its body, becoming more and more dazzling. Bang! Qianjun put one foot on the ground, jumped into the air, held a long stick more than 10 meters long in both hands, and hit Zhu Zuqing and Jingling with the force of thunder. Die! Qianjun's blow carried a strong killing intent. In his eyes, these little bastards who had made it impossible for the 2nd worshipper to step down would all die. And you have to smash their heads one by one. The silent Jingling suddenly said, let's block his attack together. Good. Zhu Zuqing is not afraid. He has beaten the golden crocodile, but he is still afraid of you. Soul Bone Skill Curse I. The 4th soul skill, Giant Elephant Armor. The 5th soul skill Enhancement. The 1st soul skill, Bone Turning Blade. Jingling first used Cursed Eye to weaken Qianjun's crazy state and reduce the opponent's attack power. However, the side effects are very serious, and your vision will be greatly reduced. Then he quickly strengthened his defense, and then used his double swords of bones to resist the big stick that Qianjun smashed down. At the same time, Zhu Zuqing also used his skills. After all, Jingling alone could not stop the demon-conquering Douluo. Soul Bone Skill Azure Nirvana Thunder. Soul Bone Technique Demon Body. Soul Bone Skill Shadow Nail. The 6th soul skill, Thunder Shadow Flash. Jingling's main thought was defense, but Zhu Zuqing had already thought of defense and immediately counterattacked. Bang! Pfft! Jingling stood in the front and suffered a violent blow, flying backwards. She even spit out a mouthful of blood and was slightly injured. Zhu Zuqing disappeared from Qianjun's sight. At this moment, Qianjun was temporarily weakened by Jingling's Cursed Eye and Tianking's Nirvana Thunder, and was in a state of continued decline. He was about to fly into the air and crush Jingling's head with another blow. However, Zhu Zuqing's Shadow Nail had taken effect, temporarily rendering Qianjun unable to move. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Zhu Zuqing used Thunder and Lightning to hit Qianjun. The Thunder and Lightning enhanced her speed and her power reached 500%. But Qianjun sneered when the shadow was hit by the Shadow Nail and couldn't move. The 5th soul skill, Coiling Dragon Body Protection. When Zhu Zuqing hit Qianjun, Qianjun's whole body was covered with dragon scales. The dragon scales were as hard as rock and even had a certain rebound ability. Zhu Zuqing was instantly ejected. Then he used Lingbo to move away from Qianjun. Haha! Qianjun laughed. It's really overestimating one's abilities. When he finished speaking, he was about to use stronger soul skills to completely defeat Zhu Zuqing. Jingling, who had been slightly injured just now, took action. Soul Bone Skill Stealth. Soul Bone Skill Lightning Sword. Jingling dived into the darkness, and her right arm turned into a lightsaber. It buzzed as she swung it, and the sword of light continued to grow in size as it struck Qianjun. Suddenly it turned into a sword dozens of meters long. Taishan smashed into Qianjun like the top of the mountain. Qianjun was about to dodge when a big explosion suddenly occurred in his body. His body was paralyzed and his nerves were slowed down. Chapter 370 Coward Tang San? Oscar Fight. Even though Qianjun activated his defensive skills in time, Zhu Zuqing's Thunder Shadow Flash still had an effect. New book bar. The damage to Qianjun was not high, but more importantly, it caused temporary paralysis to the body. Jingling's right hand turned into a sword of tens of meters, and it was about to hit Qianjun. The fourth soul skill, Infinite Steel Stick. The Panlong stick spun instantly and surrounded Qianjun. Bang! Jingling's big sword hit the Panlong stick, causing a big air wave, but Qianjun had a sneer on his face. It's my turn now. Qianjun raised his hand and swung the stick into the air. He knew that Jingling was in this direction. But this stick was actually swung in vain. This made Qianjun a little embarrassed. Jingling knew in her heart that the attack would not have much effect, so she fled into the darkness and evacuated the moment it hit her. Now he met Zhu Zuqing with a stern look on his face. The two of us, you are not his opponent, just hold him back. We are all good at speed. It will be a good thing for others to hold down the strongest Qianjun. Zhu Zuqing said calmly. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Gui Bao were also fighting fiercely, and no one could defeat the other for a while. The battle on the field became more and more intense, and the audience became more and more nervous. Who will win in the end? It's all unknown. These children are so unexpected. Tang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Can you actually compete with the Holy Dragon sect, which has 3 titled Douluo? Hearing Tang Xiao's emotion, Gu Rong spoke seriously. Sect Master Tang Xiao may not know that these are all due to Xiao Lan. Tang Lan trained them. They are really lucky to follow Tang Lan. Of course it's up to them. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Lan, who was not far away, turned to Tang Hao and said, Brother Hao, you gave birth to a good son. The chance to break the situation is in the hands of the 3 of us. We must get rid of a Contra as soon as possible, and then have someone help them. During the battle with the 4 Contras, Oscar suggested relatively calmly. What should we do? Ning Rongrong asked. Stop doing meaningless things, our strengths don't match. Tang San poured cold water on him directly, with a look of confusion on his face. I don't know why my brother is not allowed to use his skills. Now the 7 Jinwu arrays have been cracked. I can't think of any way to defeat the enemy. Hearing Tang San's words, Ning Rongrong, who used the flying mushroom sausage to fly quickly in mid-air, immediately gave him a white eye. What a useless coward! They are obviously brothers, but why are they so different from Uncle Tang? The gap in strength between her and Grandpa Jian is even greater. Do we have to win? Anyway, the golden crocodile has already lost, and was still seriously injured. We just need to have an even match. Ning Rongrong scolded Tang San with contempt. Tang San was so angry that he wanted to retort, but the opponent's attack was fierce, so he stopped talking. With a dark face like a dull gourd, he started to attack a Contra. Oscar and Ning Rongrong no longer care about Tang San. Rongrong. Oscar had a plan. You assist me, and I will deal with one of the Contras. Good. Soul Bone Technique Illusionary Space. Soul Bone Technique, thousands of Lie are born again and again. Ning Rongrong agreed and used 2 Soul Bone skills in mid-air. After the illusion space is cast, all enemies present will fall into an illusion, allowing Oscar and others to increase their mental power by 20%. New 69 book bar. Moreover, a shared intelligence network is created so that each other can communicate with each other and not get lost in the illusion. In an instant, the 7 members of the Holy Dragon sect were all affected to varying degrees. After being enchanted, they had a wrong sense of direction. Tuba Xi, who was attacking Dai Mubai, rushed directly to the left, fighting for the air desperately, as if he had endless energy in his body. The mental power of these 7 people is also weakened to varying degrees. The most sober person now is Qianjun. Please wake up, this is the enemy's illusion soul skill. And with Ning Rongrong's Wan Lai Sheng, all his people illuminated by the holy light can have a 100% improvement in the assisting effect. Any ability. The enemy is weakening, like a headless fly. Dai Mubai and others naturally had to seize this opportunity and opened their martial soul avatars one after another, preparing to completely defeat the enemy. Oscar quickly started his battle after Ning Rongrong used his skills. Soul Bone Technique, Disappear. Oscar first uses invisibility to disappear from the enemy's sight, and this ability cannot be detected by any means. And the passive will increase by 100%. Soul Bone Skill No Distance. Then he used space skills to mark a location. Then he used the mirror intestine to copy Zhu Zuking's skills. The second soul skill, Shadow 100 Claws. Pfft. Then the shadow turned into a rapidly rotating cat's claw, and launched hundreds of attacks on the abdomen of a skinny contra in a very short period of time. Along with the shadow puncture, through the wound, the power of shadow quickly penetrated, frantically destroying the meridians of this contra's body. Ah! The skinny contra screamed heartbreakingly and woke up from the hallucination. The seventh soul skill, Cheetah True Body. The sixth soul skill, Leopard God's Flying Claw. This contra quickly opened his martial soul true form, and then rushed towards Oscar. However, Oscar's trigger had no distance and he teleported directly to the marked position, easily escaping the fatal blow. At this moment, the wound on the skinny contra's abdomen was so big that his intestines fell out. Poof! The first soul skill, Shadow Stab. The third soul skill, Shadow Step. The skinny contra, who was mentally affected by the illusion, lowered his head and looked at his exposed intestines. Oscar stepped forward again and gave him a fatal blow. Zhu Zuking's Shadow Step only needs to be no higher than level 20. The 500% enhancement of the invisible blow directly killed the skinny contra. Abeo! One person roared, holding a bloody sword and killing Oscar. Oscar smiled slightly, triggering Wuzhou and returning to the marked point. Only 6 of the 7 members of the Holy Dragon sect are left. But at the same time, demon-conquering Douluo Qianjun had already beaten Zhu Zuking and Jingling out of the field, choosing to admit defeat. In order to save the situation, Qianjun directly used his strongest stunt. The 9th soul skill, the crossing of sentient beings. He recovered the injuries of the remaining 5 people and transferred their injuries to Dai Mubai and others. Zhu Zuking and Jingling were already injured, and now they are unable to fight anymore. Tang San, on the other hand, was humiliated by a contra. Xiao Wu retreated to Oscar Ning Rongrong's side, only Dai Mubai endured the injury and let out a tiger roar. He can't swallow this breath. Originally, Tuoba Xi was seriously injured because of the illusion. Now, Qianjun gave him a move to recover, and he was injured again? It's simply unbearable. The 7th soul skill, the 8-armed Yanhu True Body. The 6th soul skill, Sky-Tearing Claw. Chapter 371. The final result, widely reported. Dai Mubai once again used the Sky-Tearing Claw that could tear apart space. Tuoba Xi's anger level is also not low. Kill me, the elder of the Holy Dragon sect, and I will pay the price. Tuoba Xi looked at Dai Mubai and roared. The 7th soul skill, White Dragon True Body. The 8th soul skill, Wild Wave Dragon Tail Kill. Don't let go of the others either. We must avenge Elder Leopard Li. He can't die in vain. Ghost Leopard Douluo raised his sharp claws and roared domineeringly. Kill. Having been blocked by a soul saint for so long, he still hasn't been able to deal with him. This makes him lose face. The white giant dragon's body armor was roughly tens of meters long. It hit the strong wind and waved its huge dragon tail, hitting Dai Mubai. It happened to collide with Dai Mubai's sky-searing claw. Bang! Pang! The dragon's tail blocked Dai Mubai's first and second claws. But the third claw that destroyed the world forcefully tore the white dragon's tail into pieces. How is that possible? Tuoba Xi looked shocked. A soul saint's attack actually broke his soul skill. The second soul skill, Dragon Armor Body Protection. Surprised, he used his defensive soul skills to resist the blow. But he didn't expect that Dai Mubai's last claw would be assisted by Ning Rongrong. Far more powerful and terrifying than the 2 claws before. Pfft! This claw directly broke his armor, causing Tuoba Xi to vomit blood and hit the ground heavily. The others were about to attack Oscar and others, but Oscar and others quickly stepped down and took the initiative to admit defeat. Tang Lan told them that once they feel defeated, they should take the initiative to admit defeat. Tuba Xi Kyunjun and others were so angry that they cursed loudly. Aren't you little bastards crazy? Why did you become a coward all of a sudden? Especially considering that one of them was killed and Tuba Xi was still seriously injured, this was a tragic victory. Compared to the Kaibao glazed sect, Golden Crocodile was seriously injured. But none of the Tang clan's geniuses were killed, not even one was seriously injured. Why don't we, the genius of the Tang clan, admit defeat? Tang Lan couldn't bear his bad temper anymore, and he dared to call him a member of the Tang clan for anything. Old man, if you still want to fight, you can practice with the leader of this sect. Tang Lan instantly surrounded himself with 10 red soul rings, majestic and murderous. Tuba Xi, who was so shocked that he was injured, suddenly did not dare to speak. Bibi Dong saw that Tang Lan was becoming arrogant and domineering again and became arrogant. Sect Master Tang, why are you so angry? So he spoke in a strange manner. It's the Holy Dragon sect that should be angry now, right? You, a member of the Tang sect, killed someone's elders with such cruelty that I have never heard of. Bibi Dong didn't want to start a war with the Tang sect now, but she didn't want to see Tang Lan so arrogant. I just want to use righteousness to disgust Tang Lan. Yes, the sect competition is just a ranking of the sects in mainland China. Lion Douluo echoed, he really couldn't stand Tang Lan's lawlessness. It's really too much to compete with manganese, pan, and steamed buns. And even his intestines were pulled out. It's appalling. For a time, everyone in Wuhan Palace began to accuse Tang clan of being cruel and ruthless. Xiao Wu was so angry that Ning Rongrong stomped her feet. Oscar also looked like he had done something wrong and asked Tang Lan, Sect Master, am I too cruel? I have caused trouble for the Tang sect. Tang Lan shook his head and laughed after hearing this. Nothing. A swarm of flies are buzzing and squawking, just ignore it. The Wuhan Palace placed the worship elders into the Holy Dragon sect with the purpose of killing you. New 69 book bar. It's normal for you to kill them. Nervous Tang Lan looked around everyone, and finally looked at Bibi Dong and asked coldly. Whoever dares to dissent should come to this sect leader. Bibi Dong, are you dissatisfied? Tang Lan's madness knows no bounds, and strength is the most important thing in Douluo continent anyway. Everything else is of no use. Besides, if Tang Li's newspaper is in his hands, public opinion will be on his side. Such a strong Tang Lan made many people look at him with suspicion. Zhu Zuqing and others looked at Tang Lan with fear in their eyes. Such a man is a man. How domineering. Oscar and others were filled with admiration. Tang Hao and others were extremely pleased. The surrounding sects and the crowd were all shouting Master Tang. Master Tang. Tang Zongzhu. Listening to this enthusiastic shouting, Tang Lan was a little flattered. Now I am really the brightest star in Huachan Douluo continent. Looking at Tang San, Tang Lan found that he was not very happy, it seemed that he was envious and jealous. This is completely in line with his psychology. Tang San listened to everyone shouting Tang Lan's name, and everyone also respected and admired him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. We are obviously brothers, why am I not the one who is respected and loved? Why? Bibi Dong's face turned livid when she heard Tang Lan's words, but she didn't dare to anger Tang Lan anymore. Worried that Tang Lan would hit her in the spirit hall if she disagreed. Then she heard many people cheering his name, which made her even more angry. Tang Lan. Arrogant boy, you don't know the heights of the sky. When I become a god, I will be the first to crush you to ashes. Today's game is over. Tang Li newspaper, under Tang Lan's instruction, reported today's results and process. First, Tang Lan came up with a rather gimmicky title for Jin Crocodile vs Chen Xin and Gurong. The Golden Crocodile, the second peak Douluo enshrined in the Wuhan Palace, was beaten up by 2 Douluo of the 7 Treasures glazed sect and was seriously injured. It may be over. The content is also written in great detail, and there are pictures and the truth. It directly set off a frenzy of discussion across the continent. Countless soul masters marveled that the 98th level peak Douluo Jin Crocodile could actually lose to 2 titled Douluo who were lower than him. There is a huge gap between the level of a titled Douluo, let alone level 95 and above. This Golden Crocodile is really a waste. On the first day, I had a draw with a group of kids and got injured. The next day, I was beaten by my grandson's sword Douluo. It's really embarrassing. After Jin Crocodile saw Tang Li's newspaper, he vomited blood again and fainted. In the second competition, Tang Lan still thought about the title. In order to kill the genius of the Tang sect, the Wuhan Palace shamelessly forced the elders to enter the Holy Dragon sect, but instead killed a soul Douluo. Such a gimmicky title, coupled with vicious content and pictures. Let all the soul masters in the continent discuss this matter even faster and crazier. Everyone accused Wuhandian of being ruthless and loving to play tricks. The geniuses of the Tang clan were praised to the heavens, and the one who was praised the most was Tang Lan, the leader of the Tang clan. According to current public opinion, Wuhandian is the villain. And Tang sect is the light of the right path. Tang Lan, who is called Master Tang, is a great saint. With a group of geniuses, he resisted the evil force Wuhandian. The third day. The sect competition continues. What the Tang sect's genius wants to test is the Numenon sect. This sect is relatively low-key. So much so that none of the Tang clan's geniuses have heard of it. Sect Master. Oscar scratched his head and asked, what is the origin of this Numenon sect? Chapter 372 Numenon sect Martial Spirit, Kidney Deficiency Attack? Oscar's inquiry is also a question raised by others. Tang Lan knew very well. The Numenon sect has little reputation in the current Douluo continent. But 10,000 years later, it will be famous. Together with Shrek and Mingda Tang, they are known as the three major forces in the mainland. There are 11 titled Douluo alone. The current Numenon sect has not yet risen, but there is still a titled Douluo who dares to compete with the other three sects, so his strength must be quite good. At least not the leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. The Numenon sect is a very low-key section. Tang Lan responded with a smile. The only requirement for them to select a disciple is to have a powerful martial spirit. It's normal that you don't understand. Lan, what is the original martial spirit? Zhu Zuqing asked another question that everyone wanted to ask. At this moment, many onlookers are also curious about the Numenon sect. What kind of sect is it when it suddenly appears? Tang Lan continued to explain to everyone. The original martial soul, as the name suggests, is a certain part of the soul master's body, or himself. Such as the palms and soles of hands and feet. Huowu's Hokage martial spirit is a type of the original martial spirit. And the original martial soul can be awakened a second time and can explode with very powerful power. You go up and see the world. At this time, the 7 soul masters of the Numenon sect were already standing on the stage. When the 7 prodigies of the Tang sect walked onto the stage, the leader, a titled Douluo, smiled and spoke. How are you, Tang clan's geniuses? I am Kunshan, the master of the Numenon sect, a level 94 titled Douluo of the attack system. Please advise. As the name suggests, Kunshan people are tall and tall, like a mountain standing on the stage. Give the 7 prodigies of Tang clan full oppressive power. Please advise. All 7 people responded in kind. This uncle, you can only seek blame and abuse with a wall. June. Ning Rongrong was a little curious. My martial spirit is me. Kunshan still responded with a smile. Geniuses. Let's get started. I have forced can't wait any longer. Kunshan was like a hothead, and he turned on his martial spirit as he spoke. The other members of the Numenon sect also opened their martial spirits one after another. They all have the strength of Contra. This Numenon sect is also very powerful. Daimyo Bai said solemnly, this will be a tough battle, everyone, be careful. Xiao Wu and others nodded when they heard this, but they were all eager to give it a try. I am looking forward to fighting against the Numenon sect, which I have never seen before. I hope you won't disappoint us. Oscar said with a smile, otherwise it would be too boring. Ning Rongrong is quick to improve everyone's abilities. The 9 treasures turn out to be colored glaze, and the 5th is the soul. 9 treasures turn out to contain colored glaze, which will increase on the 6th day. And naturally there are auxiliary soul masters on the Numenon sect side. Contra looked like a young man with a weak kidney, and quickly displayed his unique soul skill. The 5th soul skill, kidney weakness weakens. The 6th soul skill, crazy kidney soaring. Tang clan's geniuses, please remember this. This Contra spoke proudly. I am the soul Douluo of the Numenon sect, crazy kidney. His words fell. The geniuses of the Tang sect whose soul power had increased and their mental power soared. Instantly I felt soreness in my waist and knees, my limbs were tired and weak, and my limbs were a little cold. Everyone was confused. And Daimyo Bai knows best what's going on. The opponent's soul skill can actually make me suffer from kidney failure in an instant? It's really weird. When Tang Lan on the sidelines saw it, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Kidney martial spirit is a bit interesting. This mad kidney soul skill made all the geniuses of the Tang sect suffer from kidney deficiency, but it also made the companions feel a rush of adrenaline. One by one, as if they had been given blood, they charged towards the Tang clan's geniuses. The third soul skill, dancing with a group of hands. A person's hands suddenly grew several arms, and all of them became thicker and longer. With lightning speed, he caught the geniuses with kidney deficiency in Tang sect. A member of the Tang sect. I am the soul Douluo demon hand of the Numenon sect. Martial spirits are arms. The Numenon sect's attack came quickly and fiercely, and Ning Rongrong quickly used her soul skills. 9 treasures turn out to contain colored glaze, and the 4th is defense. Instantly enhances the defense capabilities of companions. Dai Mubai was not a defensive person, so he ran quickly towards the Numenon sect. Also rushing out with him were Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Jing Ling. After each eating Oscar's strong golden fly, they each used their speed-increasing soul skills and began to choose their opponents. Soul Bone Technique, Chain of Flame. Soul Bone Technique, Sun Sprint. Dai Mubai stared closely at Contra Mad Kidney, which made him weak. He wants this guy to pay the price for what he has done. I saw a long chain of flames attached to it, rushing towards Kuangshen at an extremely fast speed. But at this moment, a short and thin man quickly stood in front of Kuangshen. When Dai Mubai saw this, he roared angrily. Looking for death. The long chain of yan tied the short man tightly, and the moment it was tied, it began to burn the short man's body. Hee hee. Dai Mubai sneered. Then he performed the sun sprint. The left arm condensed the blazing sun into the form of a tiger and a lion, and charged fiercely in a straight line, preparing to overwhelm the short man. In Dai Mubai's opinion, this soul Douluo must be of agility and attack type, unable to stop his soul bone skills at all. Even if you don't die, you will be injured. Ha ha. The short Contra laughed. Then Dai Mubai looked at him in confusion. The short Contra's mouth opened wider and wider, even exposing his pale teeth. Immediately afterwards, the pale white teeth grew larger in an instant, and actually wrapped his body. The 5th soul skill, Teeth Arms. Bang! Dai Mubai brought a fierce energy impact and collided with the teeth that covered his body. The sound was very loud. But the short Contra was not hurt. Such a result surprised Dai Mubai. This soul skill is too evil, isn't it? You must be surprised, right? The short Contra said with a smile. My martial soul is teeth, and I am a defensive soul master. After all, teeth are the hardest part of the body. And my name is Jianya. The whole place was in an uproar at this moment. These weird Numenon martial spirits from the Numenon sect are really an eye-opener. However, Dai Mubai laughed. Jianya, right. I want to see how hard you are. Dai Mubai still didn't believe it. How hard can teeth be? The 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Red Flame Transformation. The 4th soul skill, Scarlet Flame Demonic Transformation. The 5th soul skill, Red Flame Destruction Kill. Dai Mubai transformed again, his body became huge, and then he grew wings and surrounded Yan Yi. Immediately afterwards, he used his wings to launch countless fist-sized balls of red light, but they were not launched immediately, but were accumulated together. After a short period of energy accumulation, formed a single attack and attacked Contra Jianya. These red flame light balls have an attack power that is 1/10 of Dai Mubai's own soul power. Can you still block it easily? Wishful thinking. The 6th soul skill. Chapter 373 Fierce Battle, Kingdom of Death. Wishful thinking. The 6th soul technique, Steel Teeth Armor. The white fang on Jianya's body is covered with a layer of white armor, and at the same time, his short body is also growing rapidly. Bang! Bang! The red flame ball of light hit Jianya crazily, smoke filled the air, and the sound continued. It seems that the attack is very fierce. But the smoke dissipated and Jianya shrank his body. The armor also dissipated, and the armed teeth returned to the mouth. Jianya smiled with his big white teeth. Don't waste your efforts. You can't break my defense. Oscar saw from behind that Dai Mubai was blocked and unable to open up the situation. Then he opened his mouth and expressed his opinion. Mubai, attack with your spirit. His physical defense is strong, but that doesn't mean his mental defense is strong. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. Yes. I can defeat him with mental attacks. Ning Rong Rong and happiness reaches the soul, lifting the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. 9 treasures turn out to contain colored glaze, which will increase on the 6th day. Increase Dai Muebai's mental power. With Ning Rong Rong's assistance, Dai Muebai directly used his only mental attack skill. Soul Bone Skill Fire Heaven. This move can release flames that restrain mental power. Once the enemy is hit by this move, the enemy will feel no pain during the burning process, as if they are in heaven. In the end, the soul is burned out and the body also perishes. When Dai Muebai used this move, a contra with a big head shouted seriously. Jianya, retreat. Find someone else to fight against. Jianya turned around and left without any hesitation. That contra is the strongest among the 6 of them, with a level of 89. There is only one step away from becoming a titled Douluo. The judgment is definitely more accurate than his. Snort. Dai Muebai sneered. So what if it's a level 89 contra? You are no match for me. The big-headed contra smiled slightly, very calmly. Because his original martial soul is his head. Not afraid of mental attacks at all. He had no words, he had already used his soul skill. The 4th soul skill, Brain Fortress. Dai Muebai's flame heaven was like a stone hitting the sea, not even causing much ripples. Dai Muebai was originally full of confidence. Didn't you expect that your attack would have no effect? Big-headed contra gave Dai Muebai a spiritual counterattack with a smile. The 5th soul skill, Brain Power Shock. Dai Muebai sensed danger and quickly defended himself. Soul Bone Technique Fire Spirit Deterrence. Attack against attack, but the level gap is there after all. He snorted fiercely and his body shook a little. Injured. Upon seeing this, Ning Rong Rong increased the size of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Several rays of light fell in succession, helping Dai Muebai stabilize his position. The fighting here is fierce. Oscar cooperated with Jingling to defeat Contra Demon Hand. Turn around to support your companions. On the other side, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing worked together to stop the only titled Douluo. Under the control of one light and one dark. With the blessing of powerful soul skills, it is extremely ornamental. This made Douluo Kunshan, the titled Douluo Kunshan of the Numenon sect, look a little embarrassed. Previously, he was in the audience watching the battle between the Tang clan's genius and the Golden Crocodile and the Holy Dragon sect. I still don't realize how strong the Tang clan's genius is. But after fighting against him in person, he knew how difficult it was for the genius of the Tang clan. He is a level 94 titled Douluo, but he can't kill 2 little soul saint girls? On the contrary, it made me a little embarrassed. This face. But it's a huge loss. Next, I'm going to get serious. Kunshan put down his cruel words and used his stronger soul skills. The 6th soul skill, Hell Poison Dragon Diamond. Kunshan himself was his martial spirit, so his body became huge at this time. The whole body was filled with poisonous gas, and then it spun rapidly. It turned into a poisonous dragon and swept towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other. They nodded in tacit understanding, all of which opened the martial soul's true form. The 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Body, Soft Bone Rabbit Clone. Xiao Wu has divided into 7 clones, and they have 70% of the strength of the original body. Except for the soul bones, they are exactly the same. These 7 clones rushed towards the poisonous dragon crazily. The 7th soul skill, Shadow True Body. Zhu Zuqing quickly turned into a shadow and shuttled crazily through the darkness. Xiao Wu used his clone to resist the poisonous dragon, while Zhu Zuqing attacked Kunshan from the dark, who had recovered his body. The 7 clones used soul skills one after another, such as opening the invincible golden body one after another. He forcibly blocked Kunshan's poison dragon diamond. When Kunshan itself appears. Soul Bone Technique 100 Ghosts Night Attack. Zhu Zuqing rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Wherever he passed, the ground was covered with black shadows. Countless ghosts were released. Pfft! Zhu Zuqing hit Kunshan on the back from behind, but she felt it was as hard as hitting an iron block. She didn't pierce Kunshan's skin. Because she hit Kunshan, hundreds of ghosts also hit Kunshan at the same time. Terrifying power surged towards Kunshan, but Kunshan had no expression on his face. The 5th soul skill, 10,000 Poisons Golden Body. Kunshan used his strongest defense with the imperial skills, the poisonous gas surrounding him shone with light. And his size has also doubled. Kunshan turned his head and looked at Zhu Zuqing with a sneer. I said, I want to be serious. The fourth soul skill, sorrow in the demon realm. Hundreds of ghosts of himself appeared around Kunshan, swarming towards Zhu Zuqing with bared teeth and claws. Zhu Zuqing was in the state of opening his martial soul true body, and he was extremely fast and quickly evacuated Kunshan. At this moment, Xiao Wu appeared. Defeat me. Soul Bone Technique Gravity Swamp. Soul Bone Technique Titan Sky Cannon. Gravity instantly suppressed Kunshan, giving him a lot of pressure and making him unable to move for a short time. Xiao Wu's Titan Sky Cannon quickly fired. The attacks containing majestic energy all hit Kunshan's body. Bang! Violent sounds resounded and the smoke dispersed. Kunshan had already rushed towards Xiao Wu, but his hair was messy and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. Obviously Xiao Wu's attack had an effect and Kunshan was injured. This was still the case when Kunshan used his third soul skill, Poison Demon Hegemony. The seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. This time Kunshan was completely angry. I saw that Kunshan's body became void, but there was a figure formed by black poisonous gas. Xiao Wu looked up and saw a poisonous shadow giant that was probably 100 meters high, and it was very intimidating. It's very scary. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing. Oscar is flying. I'm here to help you. He has already cooperated with Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong to defeat the big-headed Contra Brainwave and Jianya. Brainwave mental power is powerful, but body defense is very poor. Jianya's physical defense is very strong, but his mental defense is not. The three of them cooperated skillfully and easily defeated the two of them. But Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai were both injured. Now the Numenon sect can still fight with 4 people. Sect leader Kun Shan, Contra Kuang Shen, and 2 attack-type soul masters. Except for Kun Shan, the other 3 were fighting against Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the other 4. Ha ha ha! Kunshan turned into a poisonous shadow 100 meters away and laughed. It seems that Master Tang's reputation is definitely not in vain. It turns out that we have cultivated so many talented people. Kunshan didn't expect that after fighting for a while, the 3 people who fell first were actually members of his Numenon sect. Originally, I wanted to participate in the sect competition to make a big splash and let the mainland know how powerful the Numenon sect is. Now it seems that he has overestimated himself and underestimated the genius of Tang sect. But he still has to win this battle today. He is a titled Douluo. The Numenon sect's second awakening, a titled Douluo with a super Numenon martial spirit. Compared with any weapon spirit, the beast spirit is much stronger. It's time to end. The 8th soul skill, the Kingdom of Death. Kunshan directly used one of his special moves, a soul skill that can attack in a group. He wants it once. Defeat all the geniuses of the Tang sect present. For a while, the platform became filled with poisonous gas, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone on the stage was enveloped in black poisonous gas. When people in the audience saw this, they cheered up one after another. My mood became tense. Has the winner been determined? This time the Numenon sect is coming with great force, and the lineup of the 6th soul Douluo is second only to the Wuhan Palace that operates behind the scenes. And the peculiar martial spirit of the original body is even more difficult to guard against. The prodigies of Tang clan. Are you going to lose? There are 400 plus more updates, so there will be no more updates today. I went to celebrate the Lantern Festival. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. The performance of this book has been a bit unsatisfactory recently, but it is about to be finished, so I am thinking of opening a new Douluo book twice, with 6,000 a day here and 4,000 a day there. If you have favorite cheats or plots, you can share them here. If you adopt them, you can add them to your personal list. Chapter 374, Cooperate with each other and fight fiercely in Kunshan. Upon seeing this, Oscar immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone gather together? Hugs? Oh! Let's attack this guy together." The 7 people quickly gathered together, and Oscar was going to use his most powerful trick as an assistant. Soul Bone Skill Star Bond. At this time, the Kingdom of Death in Kunshan also gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. The 100-meter-high Kunshan was kneeling on one knee, clasping his hands as if praying. Streams of black smoke dispersed around him, condensing towards the 7 ghost figures in the sky. These 7 ghosts are getting bigger and bigger. And the ghosts formed by the condensed poisons are all smiling eerily. Jaja. Ning Rongrong, who had never encountered such a move before, was a little frightened. She looked frightened and her hands were trembling. Especially one of the ghostly figures stared at her, and the appearance of the ghosted figure's face was her own. At this moment, the others looked at the ghost figure attacking them, and saw their own appearance on the ghost figure's face. The 7 ghosts smiled maliciously. The 100-meter large Kunshan returned to his normal body at this moment, with a strange smile on his face and said, "He was defeated by my unique move. You are not ashamed." He seemed to have a winning chance and kept laughing. As he laughed crazily, the 7 ghost figures also laughed louder. "Don't be afraid, everyone," Oscar said calmly. "We will deal with him as planned." The other 6 people nodded and began to perform soul skills one after another. 9. Treasures turn into colored glaze, 5 days of soul. 9 treasures turn into colored glaze, 5 days of soul. 6 people increased Dai Muebai's soul power. Then Dai Muebai used Xiaowu's soul skill first through the star bond. 5th soul skill nothingness. Using this soul skill first is to weaken Kunshan's attack power by 50%. Then the others used Xiaowu's most powerful defensive skills. 4th soul skill invincible golden body. A group attack weakened by 50%, the kingdom of death. The attack on the defensive skill of the invincible golden body only caused some minor injuries to everyone. And Dai Muebai's counterattack began at this moment. Kunshan used the 8th soul skill, and the soul power consumption must be very large. But Dai Muebai now has the sum of the soul power of 6 people, and the 6 people have given him the largest soul power increase. Even if he is injured, he can still use a super strong soul skill. It is still Xiaowu's soul skill. 6th soul skill, Titan Leap. Dai Muebai flew towards Kunshan, who was floating in the air, and knocked him away with the force of thunder. And he prevented Kunshan from flying again. Then Dai Muebai used his series of soul skills again. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Red Flame Transformation. 4th soul skill, Red Flame Demon God Transformation. 5th soul skill, Red Flame Destruction Kill. These soul skills were used in the blink of an eye, temporarily restraining Kunshan's flying ability. Dai Muebai, who was flying in the sky, bombarded him wildly. Bang! Kunshan was kicked, and he didn't open his defense skills. So he was already seriously injured at this moment. He looked at Dai Muebai and the other 6 people in shock. Is the soul power of this Tang sect genius endless? A soul saint has been fighting for so long, and it seems that he has more soul power than me, a titled Douluo. 5th soul skill, 10,000 poisons golden body. He was shocked and quickly used his strongest defensive skills. So Dai Muebai's attack only made Kunshan's body shake a few times and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He could still continue to fight. You have completely angered me. He was ready to use the 9th soul skill and no longer hold back. While Dai Muebai was fighting Kunshan alone. After blocking the attack, the other 6 people quickly used Xiaowu's soul skill to quickly recover their own condition. The 6th soul skill Son of the Earth. So the 6 people's conditions recovered a lot. They all used Dai Muebai's long-range attack soul skills. The 2nd soul skill White Tiger Flame Light Wave. The White Tiger Flame Light Waves one after another forced Kunshan to flee around or open his defensive skills. After a dazzling attack, the 6 people used Ning Rongrong's auxiliary soul skills together. 9 treasures turn out Liulai, 5 souls. Dai Muebai's soul power consumption increased rapidly again, and Dai Muebai also used Xiaowu's 6th soul skill Son of the Earth. Eat a strong golden fly again. So Dai Muebai's soul power is about to overflow now. As Kunshan was attacked, the other 3 also took action to resist. 6 people went to deal with the other 3 people from the body sect, and Dai Muebai faced Kunshan alone. This battle should be over. Dai Muebai said seriously. Kunshan laughed and opened his martial soul body again. Do you really think you can deal with me alone without them? You are just a soul saint. Dai Muebai was speechless. 7th soul skill 8-armed flame tiger true body. 6th soul skill Sky Tearing Claw. This is the number of times Dai Muebai has used this move. But this time he is more skilled and has unparalleled confidence. He swung out 3 claws to destroy the heaven and earth. And Kunshan also used his strongest soul skill. The 9th soul skill, Yellow Spring Blue Starfall. Kunshan, who was 100 meters tall, no longer knelt on the ground to pray, but raised his head to the sky and roared. The sky and the earth changed color. There were countless black mists in the grey sky. And these black mists formed large balls, falling like meteorites. Both sides used their strongest tricks. Everyone present was shocked. Such a fierce battle was really exciting. Daimyo Bai's sky-tearing claw distorted the space again. Bang! Puff! The first claw shattered countless balls of black mist. The second claw swept away all the black-shrouded sky. The third claw terribly broke Kunshin's defense. Puff! Kunshin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his 100-meter-tall body instantly deflated, like a deflated balloon. Bang! Then Kunshin fell to the ground, and even made a deep pit. During the battle, Daimyo Bai was also attacked by Kunshin's 9th soul skill. Kunshin was seriously injured, and Daimyo Bai was also seriously injured. The battle between 6 people and 3 people was over, and the 3 people from the body sect were unable to fight again. Especially Soul Douluo Kuangshen was beaten black and blue. Oscar and the other 6 were also panting, and suffered different degrees of injuries. This battle was very tiring. The body sect is not well known, but the body martial soul is really hard to deal with. However, in this battle, they also honed a lot of combat skills. Experience. This battle will give you a test to pass. Daimyo Bai felt the deepest feeling. After all, he had been fighting several people from the Numenon sect for a long time. Forget it. Kunshin shook his head bitterly. My Numenon sect is led by me, the titled Douluo. I haven't defeated you, how can I have the honor to pass? As soon as these words came out, everyone on and off the stage felt that they were members of the Numenon sect. They are all gentlemen. Chapter 375 The Third Battle of Golden Crocodile, the battle for the first beast's martial soul. On the third day of the sect competition, the first game ended. New book bar. In the end, the genius of Tang clan won. Next is the battle between the Golden Crocodile and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Tang Lan looked at the smiling Oscar and others in the audience, and also smiled happily. Sect Master. Oscar ran over excitedly. The original martial soul is really powerful. We almost lost. The other 6 people nodded in deep agreement. Tang Lan looked around at everyone and said with a smile, they are strong, you are even stronger. This time, your cooperation is very good. The star bond is used very well, without using the Jinwu 7 interception formation. You can also defeat the Numenon sect, and no one is seriously injured. The 7 of them were naturally even happier when Tang Lan praised them so much. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu stood beside Tang Lan, looking like they were begging for praise. But Tang Lan looked at Oscar and praised, Oscar, you are very talented in combat. In the next battle, Daimyo Bai will be the main attacker. Others will assist. Through watching these games, Tang Lan found that Oscar was very smart, especially in critical moments. He is also extremely calm, despite his usual nonchalant attitude. This is why he, a food-type soul master, can go on alone and still survive in the end. Thank you, Master. Oscar knelt down and thanked Tang Lan directly. In his heart, everything he had was given by Tang Lan, and now he values him so much. In the future, I will not hesitate even if I give my life for the sect master. At this moment, Tang San was in a very bad mood. He realized that he was the younger brother of the Tang sect leader. Genius young man, twin martial souls. Among the 7 geniuses of the Tang sect, he is the one with the least presence. My brother praised Oscar and asked Oscar to be the master. This is an insult to his face, a control soul master. Everyone was used to seeing Tang San's dark face. After all, this guy is a bastard and a cheapskate. Doesn't fit in with anyone. Tang Lan naturally saw it, and promoting Oscar was intentional. Even though Tang San couldn't get many rewards, it was disgusting. But as long as he saw Tang San with a grimace on his face, he felt very relaxed. Let's watch the show next. Tang Lan was in a good mood. After Golden Crocodile was seriously injured, he recovered half of his strength after being treated by Wuhan Palace. But he is thick-skinned and confident that he can defeat the Blue Lightning Overlord sect despite being injured. Senior Golden Crocodile Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, greeted politely. We know you are injured, but in order to keep your seat in Shangzanzong, we have to win so we can pass the test. Yu Yuanzhen is a level 95 attack type titled Douluo. It also possesses the strongest beast spirit on the continent, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. So even if he faced a peak Douluo like Jin Crocodile, he was confident of defeating him. After all, he brought 6 contras with him. Haha! Golden Crocodile sneered upon hearing this. Yu Yuanzhen, even though I am still injured. But it's still easy to beat you. If it weren't for those two little bastards Chen Xian and Gurong, they would have used that unexpected martial soul fusion skill. How can I be defeated? You, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, still want me to lose again? You are really wishful thinking. Especially when those little bastards from the Tang sect defeated the Numenon sect. I can never lose, and I will never lose. Senior. Yu Yuanzhen said while cupping his hands. Junior is offended. Open the martial spirit. For a time, the 7 members of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect all activated their martial souls, and their momentum was like a rainbow. New 69 book bar. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Spirit. It really lives up to its reputation. This is the evaluation of most people in the audience. Haha. Golden Crocodile smiled disdainfully. Today I will let everyone in the world know that I am the best beast spirit in the world. No longer the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon hearing Jin Crocodile's words, the 7 members of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect all looked solemn. This is related to the glory of their Blue Lightning Overlord sect. How can they be thrown away like this? The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Yuanzhen's soul power turned into dragon claws condensed by blue-purple thunder and lightning, which shot towards the golden crocodile. This soul skill has a paralysis effect and can be used as a long-range or close-range single-target attack skill. Zong Zong took action, and other elders naturally used their soul skills one after another. Everyone was using similar soul skills, either electric dragons or mutated fire dragons, and they were devouring the golden crocodile. The scene was also shocking. The golden crocodile kept sneering. He will crush the Blue Lightning Overlord sect today. Show your invincibility to the world again. Level 98 Peak Douluo, even if injured, he still has 9 level 6 combat power. The 8th soul skill, Sea of Gravity. There are still Earth Yellow super strong gravity ripples, which are constantly sweeping and overlapping like tidal waves. In an instant, the gravity within hundreds of meters of itself increases dozens of times. Thousands of rebels surged up and splashed up on the stage, carrying terrifying energy and shooting towards the 7 members of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. The 3rd soul skill, Split Tail 100 Spins. The attack of the golden crocodile has not stopped yet, when the opponent is suppressed by gravity and attacked and disturbed by thousands of rebels. The tail of the golden giant crocodile suddenly swung out and smashed at the 7 people of the Blue Lightning sect crazily. The terrifying power made the space shake, and the sound of gas explosions continued. The 3rd soul skill, Thunder's Fury. Golden Crocodile's Sea of Gravity couldn't affect Yu Yuanzhen too much, and he quickly displayed his new soul skills. This is Yu Yuanzhen's extremely powerful amplification technique. Activating this soul skill will put oneself in a berserk state within a certain period of time, with the power of thunder and lightning increased by 100% and the soul power increased by 50%. If you do not actively stop the skill, it will continue until your soul power is exhausted. And it can make the enemy's attack fail. Therefore, Golden Crocodile's double attacks failed. Yu Yuanzhen was as fast as thunder and dodged the attack. But the other Contra elders simply cannot resist the enemy of Golden Crocodile. Under the influence of gravity, 3 of them were unable to use their defensive skills. The crocodile's tail was whipped back and forth by the golden crocodile and was seriously injured on the spot. These 3 people are also Contras below level 85. Golden Crocodile's violent attack instantly caused the Blue Lightning Overlord sect to lose 3 combat power, directly demonstrating his power. Hiss! Everyone in the audience took a breath. This Golden Crocodile is taking out his anger on the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Tang Lan shook his head and laughed. After all, he was very embarrassed in the first 2 games. Ning Fengzi smiled and said, "Brother Lan, this is also to save some face for Wuhan Palace. Do you want to continue fighting?" The golden crocodile in the gold silver robe crossed his arms with a proud look on his face. Hearing Jin Crocodile's mocking words, Yu Yuanzhen responded forcefully, "I, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, are not cowards. I can fight you alone." He wants others to go down. In front of the Peak Douluo, Contra, who is not a genius, is not qualified to participate. It was extremely ridiculous for Jin Crocodile to see that Yu Yuanzhen was so stubborn and wanted someone who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth to stand up to him. It's just a useless dragon. Golden Crocodile was still disdainful. But as soon as he finished speaking, he launched an offensive. He wants to deal with Yu Yuanzhen in one move. The 7th soul skill, Golden Crocodile Martial Spirit. The third soul skill, split tail 100 spins. The golden crocodile instantly transformed into a 100-meter tall golden giant crocodile, flicked its tail towards Yu Yuanzhen, and smashed it crazily. Chapter 376 Golden Crocodile vs Yu Yuanzhen, a fierce battle. Yu Yuanzhen took a deep breath and looked at the huge tail drawing toward him with a solemn expression. The seventh soul skill, the true form of Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. After performing this move, Yu Yuanzhen transformed directly into a dragon, which was also hundreds of meters long. The dragon's body had dragon scales filled with blue lightning. Extremely strong defense. Therefore, after Jin Crocodile opened his martial soul's true form, he struck an extremely violent blow, but Yu Yuanzhen resisted it with minor injuries. The moment the crocodile tail hit his body, Yu Yuanzhen launched a counterattack. Golden Crocodile is a titled Douluo of the attack type. So does he. Not to mention that he still possesses the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is known as the best beast spirit in the mainland. The second soul skill, Thunder. After Yu Yuanzhen performs the seventh soul skill, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus can perform the first 6 soul skills. When this soul skill is activated, countless thunder and lightning coiled around the body amplify at the same time. The next moment, it had turned into countless lightning arrows and flashed out in all directions. Comes with paralysis effect. After the Yu Yuanzhen dragon transforms, it releases the pressure of the dragon clan, which can suppress the beast spirit to 30%, and at the same time, the enemy's defense is weakened. The golden crocodile seemed to have seen a real dragon, and he felt as if he had surrendered. Moreover, his golden crocodile spirit was also suppressed and was very weak. Today I want to see if you can suppress me. Golden crocodile roared angrily. The ninth soul skill, Invincible Golden Crocodile. Golden crocodile has combat experience. When Yu Yuanzhen exerts dragon pressure, he will inevitably launch a fierce attack. He did not spare the use of soul power. He wanted to completely eliminate Yu Yuanzhen after using this move. On the day of the sect competition, he won the glory of the number 1 beast spirit even though he was about the same in actual combat. The invincible golden crocodile can suppress the spirit of all beasts, but when faced with the blue electric tyrannosaur bloodline that is comparable to a real dragon, it is really a match. The 2 soul skills cancelled each other out. Both Yu Yuanzhen and Jin Crocodile looked in disbelief. They were extremely confident in their martial spirits, but they didn't expect that they would be offset by the other party. His thunderous force did not cause much damage to the rough-skinned and thick-bodied golden crocodile. Yu Yuan was stunned for a moment and quickly displayed a new soul skill. After all, his level is lower, his soul power is far less powerful than that of golden crocodile, and he cannot fight a protracted battle. The 6th soul skill, Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar. A burst of dragon roar came from the giant dragon's mouth. The air was churning with explosive sounds, and it kept roaring towards the golden crocodile. Roar! Roar! The 100-meter-tall golden crocodile was attacked indiscriminately and on a large scale. Book, how could the golden crocodile be attacked like this with an old injury that hadn't healed yet? Regardless of the consumption of soul power, he displayed his self-sacrifice skill again. The 9th soul skill, the Crocodile King's Falling Golden Ring. This time, Jin Crocodile has to win Yu Yuanzhen even if he lies in bed for a month. Otherwise, you will be ridiculed to death by that bitch Nabb Dong, and your relationship with her is not good in the first place. He began to burn his energy, blood, and soul power crazily. This was his final blow. Because he knew that his seriously injured body did not have much staying power. When Yu Yuanzhen saw this, his expression became crazy. He must protect the title of the strongest beast spirit. He is the leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. How could the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, which had been passed down for 30,000 years, be destroyed by his generation? The 9th soul skill, the real dragon is angry and the sound shakes the sky. Yu Yuanzhen showed his strongest trick with a crazy look on his face. When the 100-meter golden giant crocodile returned to its peak and crashed into Yu Yuanzhen with its original strength. Yu Yuanzhen first attacked the golden crocodile with the dragon claws of the dragon transformed part. His 9th soul skill still needs time. Dragon transformation soul skill, Dragon Claw, Dragon Wrath. The effect is that Yu Yuanzhen's attack power and thunder power are both increased by 100%. This is the innate soul skill unique to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, Dragon Transformation. Bang! The giant dragon fights against the golden crocodile, so terrifying. After resisting for a moment, Yu Yuanzhen also unleashed his 9th soul skill. In a short period of time, he combined the power of thunder and lightning with his soul power, transforming into 9 huge thunder dragons and attacking the golden crocodile. Every thunder dragon carries the pressure of a real dragon, with a rainbow-like momentum and is unstoppable. But the golden crocodile exploded with self-sacrifice skills and was stronger than him, so it was impossible for all 9 thunder dragons to hit the golden crocodile. Fortunately, after Yu Yuanzhen used his 7th soul skill, the consumption of the first 6 soul skills he had just used was halved, saving a lot of soul power. At this time, the Brontosaurus was surprisingly fast. When the golden crocodile roared and was about to hit him, the real dragon's aura became even stronger. Several thunder dragons went crazy and rushed towards the 100-meter golden crocodile. Bang! The energy that changes the color of the world collides with the most primitive body and the most powerful real dragon to attack. A destructive power broke out. All the soul masters in the audience have opened their martial soul protection, otherwise they will be overturned and run away. After the collision, the smoke dissipated, and the 100-meter-long golden crocodile was no longer there. Only the old man in tattered brocade clothes was left standing on the ground, panting. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Yu Yuanzhen, who was surrounded by purple energy, was holding a spear on the ground. His clothes were in tatters and his hair was messy. There was a pool of blood in front of him. The posture of the two of them was obviously that they were both injured and could not continue fighting. Bibi Dong felt the soul power in golden crocodile's body was exhausted, and cursed angrily. What a waste! You can't even defeat Yu Yuanzhen, Wuhan Palace has been completely disgraced. At this moment, everyone in the worship hall looked confused. Lion Douluo turned around and left even more angrily. He really couldn't afford to lose face like this. What a pity! Yu Yuanzhen sighed, I didn't win against you. He couldn't help but think that if he could break through to level 96, he would have defeated the golden crocodile just now. However, the title of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus No. 1 Beast Spirit has been saved. The golden crocodile was helped away by other worshippers, because his old wounds were aggravated while his soul power was exhausted. When he stepped down from the stage, he kept his head lowered. He no longer had the shame to look at the people in the Wuhan Palace, and he didn't even dare to see the mocking looks of people from the Tang sect and other sects towards him. His golden crocodile reputation was completely ruined. Old crocodile's heart is probably broken. Tang Lan couldn't help laughing. This is a huge blow to Wuhan Palace. Everyone in the Tang clan was also smiling and in a good mood. Tang Lan looked at Bibi Dong's livid face and smiled even more. Today we can make the reputation of Golden Crocodile and Wuhan Palace drop again and again in Tang Li newspaper. Bibi Dong was in a very bad mood at the moment, and nothing good had happened to Wuhan Palace recently. She has to think of some way to turn the situation around. Tang Lan, on the other hand, quickly rushed back to Poseidon Island with the Tang sect's genius to continue the assessment. Tang San approached Tang Lan in a depressed mood. Brother. Tang San looked serious. Tang Lan asked knowingly. What's wrong? Mistress. This guy wants to talk about his position among the geniuses, and feels that he is becoming more and more marginalized. So I asked my cheap brother to help. Tang San looked around and found that no one was coming, so he said seriously. I am a control soul master, and I think I have a pretty good mind. I want to fight in the next battle and serve as the commander of the team. Tang Lan smiled, as expected. This guy is so arrogant that he is unwilling to lag behind. Especially after being taken away from command by his own disciples. This is the biggest blow to him. More importantly, Tang San's chicken intestines. If it is not resolved, Oscar will have to die. I'm a bit busy today and didn't check for typos. Please mark any mistakes if they are found. Asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 377 The Fourth Battle of Tang Sect, Xing Guan Sect. Facing Tang San, the problem of wanting to gain command of the team. Tang Lan smiled. Xiao San, you are so motivated, I am very pleased. But Tang Sect is not a one-man show for my brother, you can ask others. Do they agree that you can be the commander of the battle? Tang San's face was a little stiff. He didn't expect that his brother didn't agree directly. Does his brother no longer love him? Then my brother agrees, right? Tang San asked. Tang Lan nodded. Then Tang San left and asked Oscar and others. Tang San. Just wait and see if they will pay attention to you. Tang San asked around, but was ruthlessly rejected by Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, who said Oscar was suitable for the commander. Tang San was so angry that his face turned black. Then he was rejected by Dai Mubai and others, and finally rejected by Oscar, who was a disciple. Tang San blushed on the spot. What do you mean? You think he is a genius and Tang Lan's younger brother, so you are jealous of him? Reject him? Why not give him the right to command? But Tang San did not get angry on the spot. After all, this quarrel was equivalent to being isolated. Wait. Oscar is an assistant, and he will make mistakes sooner or later. When I come forward to turn the tide, you will know who is the most suitable candidate. The fourth day of the sect competition. The gathering place of Xingguan sect. A Seoul Douluo side, sect master, why do you want to fight with Tang sect Tianjiao? Others also nodded in agreement. Those little guys of Tang sect Tianjiao are not human. They are all a bunch of monsters. That 100,000 year soul ring is just like wholesale, it can't stand it at all. The leader of Xingguan sect is a 93 level strong attack system, named Loxing. In the face of everyone's objections, he did not refute. He just said in a deep voice. Based on the current situation, we have no hope in the upper 3 sections. But the competition in the lower 4 sects has already started, and we can't go back to compete. We can only go ahead first. Compared with the golden crocodile Douluo, the Tang sect's genius can at least divide and conquer. And if we don't pursue winning, there will be a lot of room for maneuver. A deputy sect of the Xingguan sect, a level 89 soul Douluo, heard this. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly. You fight like this, section. You want to get good evaluation and recognition, and then go to the lower 4 sects to be the leader, right? Although Luo Xing was a little unwilling, he could only sigh. Originally, there were 3 sects, Haoshan sect, Kaibao Liulai sect, and Landian Tyrant sect. He was still thinking about whether he could drag one of them into the water. Now there is another body sect. He can only retreat to advance. On the stage, the Tang sect's genius stepped onto the field. Tang Lan was below, looking at the Xingguan sect from the Xingluo Empire. As one of the hidden sects in Douluo continent, the quality of its martial spirits is beyond doubt. With the secret support of the Xingluo Empire, the soul Douluo had gathered 6 souls. It just didn't have high-end combat power to stand on the stage, and the sect master was only level 93. This battle won't be too difficult, the only highlight is whether there will be surprises. Standing relatively still, the 2 sides didn't say much and started fighting directly. Oscar commanded the Tang sect's genius, and Tang San controlled from behind to protect Ning Rongrong. Xiaowu Dai Mubai Jingling attacked mainly, and Zhu Zuqing attacked flexibly. 9 treasures turn out Liulai, 5 souls. Everyone used the copy of the mirror intestine to increase the soul power of each other. Facing a titled Douluo, the Xingguan sect with 8 souls must be taken seriously. On the Xingguan sect side, the strongest Luo Xing took the lead. 6 souls stood on both sides in a fan shape. The first soul skill, Star Containment. Star Crown sect's 88th level control soul Douluo, Chen Xing. He took the lead and directly controlled the Tang sect's Tianjiao. Directly slowed down the speed of Tang sect's Tianjiao by 30%. Well done, Chen Xing. Loxing praised. At this time, Star Crown sect's 87th level, Agility Attack Soul Douluo Liuxing, immediately took action. Third soul skill Meteor Impact. The body of Liuxing split into 3 clones, each with 80% of the combat power of the body. New book bar. 3 clones, one holding a long sword, one holding a long spear, and one holding a long spear. Like a falling meteor, it shot towards Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Jingling. He chose these 3 people simply to deal with the auxiliary soul master. Because the soul power was sufficient, Oscar decided to use the star bond from the beginning. So the 3 people faced the attack of Liuxing and used Xiaohu's soul skills together. 4th soul skill Invincible Golden Body. Block the attack of Meteor's clone. 3rd soul skill, Teleport. Oscar flashed in front of Meteor, and his martial soul suddenly changed into a shadow cat, and then the 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Thunder Shadow Flash. Meteor could never have imagined that the Tang sect's genius would attack so quickly, and the defense counterattack was in the blink of an eye. There were people around him, but he also quickly opened his defense skills. 5th soul skill, Heavenly Star Body Protection. Puff. He might be able to easily resist the attack of one person. But the attack of 3 people, especially Zhu Zuking's Thunder Shadow Flash, hit he. That was a 500% increase in strength. The moment he attacked Meteor, lightning had already been injected into his body and exploded quickly. Bang! As a sole Douluo of the agility attack system, Meteor's defense was average. So he was seriously injured. When he was about to use his soul skill to escape from this range, he felt his body was paralyzed and his nerves were a little slow. In this brief moment, the 3 people's attacks did not stop. The first soul skill, Shadow Stab. The 3 continued to attack in tacit coordination and quickly killed Meteor together. Meteor fainted in astonishment and was seriously injured. Meteor! Everyone in the Xingguan sect shouted. Deal with them. Loxing turned around and gave an order. I'll stop the rest of them. So the other 5 surrounded Oscar and the other 3, 2 of whom were auxiliary soul masters. And Loxing faced the attack of the 4 people from the Tang sect alone. The plan of Oscar and the other 2 is still going on. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then tacitly used Jingling's soul skills. 3rd soul skill, Giant Skeleton. 4th soul skill, Giant Elephant Armor. 5th soul skill, Strengthen. 2nd soul skill, Bone Demon Blessing. 1st soul skill, White Bones transformed into blades. In an instant, Jingling became a giant more than 10 meters tall. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were almost 10 meters tall. Then they all held swords with both hands and chopped at the other 5 people. It looked heavy, but it was actually very fast. Such a change made Xingguanzong a little unbelievable. But they quickly stabilized their minds. Control-type Soul Douluo, Chen Xing quickly used more powerful control skills. 5th soul skill, Stars all over the sky. The sky darkened in an instant, but there were stars all over the sky. Then the stars in the sky fell quickly, and then the stars became bigger and bigger. There was a hollow in the middle, and it was set on the 3 people with the power of thunder. The 3 huge bodies were imprisoned and could not move. But they could only be controlled for 5 seconds. But 5 seconds was enough. The other 4 people had 3 strong attack soul Douluos and 1 auxiliary soul Douluo. The 6th soul skill, Brilliant Star. The only female soul Douluo of the Xingguan sect activated the auxiliary soul skill for her companions. Anyone who was illuminated by the starlight would get a 30% increase in strength. Thank you, Comet. The other 3 soul Douluos were very excited. The 3rd soul skill, Pegasus Flying Star. The 5th soul skill, Star Collision. The 6th soul skill, Invincible Battle Star. The 3 soul Douluos each chose 1 person. All of them burst out. The devastating attack fell on the 3 people. Bang! The armor of the giant in armor cracked under the fierce attack. Then it shattered. And at this time, the 5 seconds were up. But Chen Xing's control skills were used again, not giving the 3 people a moment to breathe. Chapter 378 Star Crown Martial Soul, Tianjiao is going to lose? The 4th soul skill, Dark Destruction Spell. This is Chen Xing's extremely terrifying control soul skill. It is also a group control skill. In order to have a better effect, he narrowed the group control to 2 people. That is, the 2 auxiliary soul masters of Tang sect Tianjiao. Just as Oscar and Ning Rongrong were about to counterattack, they fell beside them, and the runes around the star crown disappeared. It can make one of the 2 people's single attributes completely lost. Chen Xing chooses the speed of the 2. Therefore, at this moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's speed is completely lost. They both feel that they can't run at all. And Chen Xing can't use soul skills anymore because he used this soul skill that consumes soul power. He is ready to exchange 1 person for 2 people. Quickly deal with them too. Chen Xing shouted hurriedly. They have no speed. After hearing this, the 3 people all laughed. You'll have to pay the price for knocking out Meteor. The 3 of them used their soul skills to deal with the 2. Jingling rushed over at this time, but was attacked by the 3 people in turn and knocked to the ground. Jingling! Ning Rongrong shouted hurriedly. Faced with a crisis, Oscar tried to calm himself down. Rongrong, use the illusion space. Oscar's eyes lit up and he immediately thought of a solution. Soul Bone Skill, Illusion Space. Soul Bone Skill, Obsidian Shield. When the 3 people rushed to her quickly, Ning Rongrong reacted in time. In order to be safe, she also added a defensive skill to herself. After all, she couldn't run anymore and could only walk slowly. The control-type soul master of Xing Chen sect is really amazing. There is such a terrifying control soul skill. And Oscar also used his soul skill. Soul bone skill, disappearance. Then he used the ability of the mirror intestine to copy Xiao Wu's soul skill. The third soul skill, teleport. After he completely disappeared, he teleported to the side quickly, avoiding a soul Douluo's violent attack. As for Ning Rongrong's illusionary space, one person attacked in the wrong direction. But another person attacked Ning Rongrong. Fortunately, her obsidian shield could to be immune to energy attacks. Continuously using their soul skills, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's soul power was already running low. Fortunately, they can relax for a while now. The three Contras are addicted to illusions and cannot extricate themselves. They are safe. At this moment, Luo Xing had broken free of Ning Rongrong's illusion space. Tang clan's genius is indeed amazing. Luo Xing said with admiration. But that's it. The fifth soul skill, quenching the stars. As a titled Douluo, he naturally has strong soul power. Even though he had already fought a battle with Xiao Wu and others. After all, the soul power of the Star Crown martial spirit is extremely long-lasting. This is Falling Star's single-target attack soul skill, but instead of injuring the opponent, it causes the opponent's soul power to drain away. Luo Xing chose Dai Mubai. The moment the starlight was released, Dai Mubai's own soul power began to drain away rapidly. Damn it! Dai Mubai was stunned. The Xing Guan sect's martial soul ability is really weird. Oscar and Ning Rongrong lost their speed, and I lost my soul power. Today we are going to capsize in the gutter. Xiao Wu said confidently, he will let you lose it for a few minutes at most, and you will be fine after a while. It will be fine if Sister Zuking and I spend this time dealing with him. Zhu Zuking also nodded confidently. After these days of fighting, they are not afraid of any enemy. Even the Numenon sect can be defeated, why can't it defeat the Star Crown sect? Young girl, I'm a baby. Luo Xing shook his head and smiled. Today I will let the world know how powerful the Star Crown martial spirit is. Your Tang sect has been in the limelight recently, so you need to keep a lower profile. When Xiao Wu heard this, she immediately became angry. Whether we should keep a low profile or not is none of your business. Let's do it. After finishing her words, Xiao Wu continued to use her soul skills. The third soul skill, teleportation. Soul bone skill speed storm. Soul bone technique time and space forever forbidden. Xiao Wu teleported in front of Luo Xing, increased her speed and jump height by 200%, and launched a flying kick towards Luo Xing. It's a small trick. Luo Xing didn't care. The fourth soul skill, star armor. Luo Xing's body instantly surrounded the bright starlight, eventually forming a piece of star armor. Luo Xing's body was also 3/3 larger, a full 5 meters tall. But he didn't dodge and used his defensive skills confidently. Just what Xiao Wu wanted. The violent kick of Xiao Wu's right leg did not cause much damage to Luo Xing. But it caused Luo Xing's time and space to fall into a state of stasis. However, Luoxing's still state only lasted 5 seconds. After all, he was also a titled Douluo and a super powerful Star Crown martial spirit. The sixth soul skill, Titan's Leap. The fifth soul skill, explosive 8-stage throw. Luoxing is in a stationary state, Xiao Wu takes advantage of his illness to kill him. Kicked Luoxing away with one kick, and then skillfully cooperated with an explosive 8-stage throw. Xiao Wu first kicked Luo Xing in the abdomen. Bang! Then the second kick came from bottom to top, kicking Luo Xing hard on the back. By this time, Luo Xing had woken up from his still state. He stared at the boss, his face full of disbelief. He wanted to resist, but after Xiao Wu's 8th stage of explosive killing began, there was no chance to escape. Next, Xiao Wu kicked harder and harder. Luoxing was in mid-air, being kicked wildly, and everyone's eyes were naturally filled with shock. Xiao Wu finally grabbed Luo Xing's neck and started somersaulting directly close to the ground. Then Luo Xing was thrown to the ground again and again. Bang! This last time, Xiao Wu used the falling star to smash a pit. Luo Xing was confused at first, but he quickly came to his senses. He withdrew very quickly. The seventh soul skill, Star Crown True Body. Bang! At this time, Zhu Zuking's attack also collided with him. But Luo Xing's martial spirit avatar can protect his body from any harm. And you can open the spirit sharing with your companions, and you can also open the control skills in a wide range. Every 20 seconds, the first 6 soul skills take turns to attack the enemy. Luo Xing's 7th soul skill is really powerful. Okay. Luo Xing laughed miserably. You can actually beat me like this. But everything can end. The 8th soul skill, Meteor Explosion. He directly drained away all the soul power that Dai Mubai had just recovered. Then a huge meteorite formed. Bang! The meteorite quickly exploded in the falling star's smile. The gravel on the ground splashed, and the terrifying force sent everyone around flying away. Everyone in the audience watched this fierce battle. Looking at this extremely powerful Star Crown martial spirit, they all feel that the Tang clan's genius is going to lose. And the Xingguan sect's strength should not be underestimated, and they can compete with the 4 sects. Haha! Loxing laughed proudly in the big explosion. How will you respond now? Only yesterday's 3 chapters have been refined. If you are interested, you can read them again. Today I will update 2 first, because I am also writing the outline of the new book. If I want to double book it, I have to save 20,000 words before Thursday, which is a bit busy. Chapter 379 Confident Tang San, showing himself as a saint in front of others. But on the high platform, the smoke dispersed. Follow the law of smoke and no harm. The horrific explosion did not cause any injuries to the Tang clan geniuses. Death. They had already eaten flying mushroom sausages and flew into the air away from the aftermath of the explosion. Dai Mubai, who was targeted, was sent down the platform because he could not continue to fight. Now 2 of the Tang sect's geniuses have withdrawn from the battle platform, and there are still 5 people who can continue to fight. After all, they suffered from pride. There are still 5 people in the Xingguan sect. In addition, the spiritual sharing given by Luo Xing. All companions are out of Ning Rongrong's illusion space. The Xingguan sect has the advantage on the scene. After all, Luo Xing is a 93rd level titled Douluo, and he uses the special characteristics of the Xingguan martial spirit to attack extremely strongly. But Luo Xing's laughter at this moment stopped awkwardly. The explosion failed to kill anyone, which made him very dissatisfied. You are really difficult to deal with. Luo Xing said coldly, but it is the last gasp of a spent force after all. You stop them first, I will use my strongest trick. Luo Xing gave orders to the remaining 4 people. During the confrontation, Xiao Wu and others restored the soul power of their companions. As long as the Tang sect Tianjiao cannot be quickly solved, the Tang sect Tianjiao can continue to fight a protracted war. Xiao Wu took the initiative to restrain 1 person, Zhu Zuqing restrained 1 person, Ning Rongrong and Tang San restrained 1 person together. Oscar has been in hiding. Tang San knew clearly that it was time for him to show himself. He has not had much presence recently, which made him very unhappy. Today, facing an extremely difficult enemy, he can finally show his power in front of others. Oscar actually asked Ning Rongrong to deal with the opponent with him, which was the greatest contempt for him. You go help others, I will deal with him myself. Tang San said pretentiously. Ning Rongrong didn't bother to pay attention to Tang San, she rolled her eyes at him and went to help Xiao Wu. 5th soul skill, Thorn Thunder. Tang San used his soul skills with all his strength, and the blue-silver grass shot like thunder towards the 87th level soul Douluo not far away. Het! 87th level soul Douluo Zhan Xing sneered. 4th soul skill, Violent Knife Fall. Zhan Xing's body suddenly spun at high speed, and the blade in his hand burst into brilliant light. All the blue-silver grass that burst out was cut down. However, Tang San's 5th soul skill will bloom thorn flowers after touching anything. It instantly enveloped Zhan Xing. 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Tang San's fighting consciousness was still very strong. Seeing countless thorn flowers completely covering Zhan Xing, a solid spider web was used to completely bind Zhan Xing. Tang San sneered, winning the game. 4th soul skill, Soul Whip. Tang San wanted to use the blue-silver grass to directly attack Zhan Xing's soul. Let his soul be injured and completely lose his ability to fight. This way he showed his fighting talent and revealed himself in front of everyone. Little thing. The bound Zhan Xing said angrily, you hit me. 7th soul skill, Zhan Xing's true body. A dazzling light was released on the high platform, and Zhan Xing, wrapped in thorn flowers, turned into a huge oval stone. It was more than 10 meters high. The star was full of sharp blades. Tang San was shocked. He didn't expect that his double bondage was easily broken by the other party. And the other party also resisted the soul attack he was proud of. And the price of angering this old man is very high. Zhan Xing's voice came from the huge star. 8th soul skill, Crazy Battle Tyrant Star Crash. The huge stone was filled with red light, and the blades inserted in the star were buzzing. Bang! War Star turned into a huge rock and shot out, rushing towards Tang San. Tang San tried to dodge with the ghost shadow, but the rock suddenly exploded. Bang! Shua! Several blades shot at Tang San in unison. Tang San dodged the attacks of these blades, but War Star appeared from midair, holding a several-meter-long sword in his hand. He smashed Tang San madly. At this moment, Tang San had no way to retreat and was forced to the edge of the platform. In this desperate situation, he did not think of resisting War Star's sword. He turned around and jumped off the platform, choosing to admit defeat. Waste. War Star was a little unbelievable and cursed directly. He had contempt for the Tang sex genius in his heart. At this moment, whether it was Ning Rongrong and others on the stage, or Tang Hao and others under the stage, they were all extremely angry at Tang San's cowardice when he met an enemy, and looked at Tang San with eyes full of ridicule. Coward Xiao Wu was furious. Evil beast Tang Hao's eyes widened. When Tang San surrendered, Oscar, who was hiding in the dark, loosened his soul skill that cursed the speed. 3rd soul skill White Tiger Red Flame Transformation. Oscar's body muscles swelled rapidly, and red horizontal stripes appeared on his skin. It can transform for half an hour. With the support of sufficient soul power, Daimyo Bai's soul skill can double the attack power, defense power, and strength. And the attack has the effect of red flame, plus the soul bone skill has a passive effect. The strength can be increased by 100%. Oscar swung a punch quickly, and hit the auxiliary soul Douluo, Comet, with a great force. As an auxiliary soul master, Comet, there was no way he could withstand Oscar's punch. But just to be sure, Oscar quickly punched twice. Bang! Pfft! Directly smashed the Comet out of the high platform. Comet! Luo Xing shouted anxiously when he saw this. He wanted to avenge Huixing, but he couldn't see his attacker. Will someone become invisible? At this time, Luo Xing's 9th soul skill can also be used. Falling stars were flying in the air, looking around. No matter who it is that sneak attacks on the comet, I will make you pay the price. His 9th soul ring shines brightly, just as passionate as his anger. The 9th soul skill, Stars Destroy All Catastrophes. This is Luo Xing's strongest group attack skill, which utilizes the power of the starry sky. Judgment Star light falls within a very large range, and each light has extremely powerful attacks. It can also seal half of the enemy's soul skills. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the sky was no longer sunny. There are stars all over the sky hanging high in the sky, and then falling crazily. Heading towards the Tang clan's genius to attack fiercely. The 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Xiao Wu and Oscar both used this soul skill to withstand the first round of Starlight Judgment. Then used teleportation to avoid the attack. Ning Rongrong used her own skills. Soul Bone Technique Refrigerator. This skill comes from the torso bone of an ice penguin that is 160,000 years old. It has an absolute defensive effect. As for Zhu Zuqing, he used the Invincible Golden Body first. Soul Bone Technique, Demonic Body. Then he used the skill of diverting the attack to let the spirit bear it. If it cannot bear it, the martial soul will be temporarily broken. It will recover after 20 minutes, and the body will not suffer any damage. Bang! Bang! Luo Xing's strongest blow was blasting at the 4 people of the Tang clan indiscriminately. The feeling of oppression is full. Chapter 380 A Fierce Battle, Persevere to the End. Brother Lan. Ning Fengzi asked worriedly, can these little guys block this blow? When Tang Lan heard this, he didn't take it seriously and said, winning or losing is not important, what is more important is facing a strong enemy. 9 So ux.c Omicron mm. I won't back down, I won't be afraid. Tang San, who was standing on one side, lowered his head when he heard Tang Lan's words. Brother, are you talking about me? The powerful blow from Contra just now was really unstoppable. If you don't admit defeat, are you waiting to be beaten to death? But the way everyone looked at me was full of ridicule. Why? You are all wrong. Only I am right. Luo Xing flew in mid-air, with the other 3 Contras accompanying him. Everyone smiled and looked down condescendingly. Being attacked like this by Star Destroy 10,000 calamities, any defensive soul skill would be hard to resist. The 9 treasures turn out to be colored glaze, and the 5th is the soul. The 9 treasures turn out to be colored glaze, and the 5th is the soul. Xiaowu and Oscar don't have skills that can always defend them. After all, the speed of stars falling is far faster than the speed of displaying the invincible golden body. So when the two of them were injured, they used auxiliary soul skills one after another. Increase soul power for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. Eat the firm golden fly. Oscar loudly informed the two of them. Immediately, Xiaowu and the two jumped off the high platform with injuries all over their bodies. Luo Xing's 9th soul skill is really powerful. Ning Rongrong and the two quickly ate the firm golden flies. Next, the soul skill can be used to increase the power by 100%. The 6th soul skill, Son of the Earth. Luoxing's attack finally stopped, and the two of them stood on the ground with the final hope and used their recovery skills. When Zhu Zuqing's martial spirit was overwhelmed, he no longer resisted. Instead, he used his agile speed to dodge among the falling stars. It can be regarded as keeping the martial spirit, and it does not require 20 minutes to recover. Because she knew that the enemy would not give her 20 minutes. But he also paid a price. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing was at least slandered. Ning Rongrong did have absolute defensive soul skills, but was only slightly injured. When the smoke dissipated, Luo Xing and the other 4 saw 2 people standing proudly on the ground. His face was full of disbelief. Impossible. Luo Xing shook his head and said in silence. He couldn't understand that he could still be safe and sound under the indiscriminate bombardment of his star-destroying catastrophes. Especially of these 2 people, one is the Soul Saint and the other is just the Soul Emperor. Is this world crazy? Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong looked at each other. The 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Red Flame Transformation. After eating the mirror sausage, Ning Rongrong used Dai Mu Bai soul skill. The muscles expanded rapidly and transformed directly. The 4th soul skill, Scarlet Flame Demon God Transformation. After the transformation, Ning Rongrong quickly grew wings, surrounded by Yan Yi, integrating offense and defense. The 7th soul skill, Shadow True Body. Zhu Zuqing directly opened the martial soul's true form. Can transform into a shadow and travel through the darkness. All damage comes with 50% armor penetration. And you can use the first 6 soul skills at will. Floating in mid-air, he looked at the 2 women with majestic momentum and full soul power. The 4 of them stared at the boss in shock. Star Crown Sect Soul Douluo couldn't help but exclaimed, just block the sect leader's attack. There is such a majestic soul power. Another person continued, isn't this too incredible? The reason why they were so shocked was that they Contras had very little soul power left. Soul Saint, why does the Soul Emperor have such strong soul power? You guys surprised me so much. Luo Xing finally said. But if you have a deeper soul power than me, that would be a big mistake. The 6th soul skill, Starry Sky Judgment. Although Luoxing is confident and fierce. But after all, the soul power is not enough to display the 8th and 9th soul skills, and even the martial soul avatar cannot be opened. You can only squeeze out the last of your soul power and use a weakened version of the Star Destruction Tribulation. But there is something special about Starry Sky Judgment, that is, there is a halo floating in the sky. Each halo will lock onto the target, and eventually burst out and shoot out energy pillars to attack the enemy. The other 3 Contras also displayed their strongest soul skills. Launched a crazy offensive towards the 2 people standing on the ground. We must completely defeat the Tang clan's genius. We vow to defend the glory of Tang clan. The transformed Ning Rongrong fought back loudly with Zhu Zuqing who was hiding in the darkness. The words fell. The 5th soul skill, Red Flame Destroy Kill. Ning Rongrong waved his wings and launched countless fist-sized balls of red light. She did not accumulate her energy and launch a single attack, but instead launched a large-scale attack towards the 4 people in front of her. Bang! It happened to collide violently with the soul skills of the 3 Contras. After blocking half of the attack, Ning Rongrong used her wings to fly back and forth, dodging the soul skills of the 3 Contras using their last soul power. You guys go down. Luo Xing said calmly upon seeing this. His 6th soul skill has locked onto the 2 women in the light and in the dark. Victory is within reach. After the 3 Contras retreated, there were only 3 people left on the stage. Starlight Trial began to attack Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. With majestic energy. Ning Rongrong was in the open, in a state of transformation. When the pillar of energy attacked her. The sixth soul skill, Sky Tearing Claw. An enhanced version of the Dark Gold Terror Claw, 10 golden blades of 400 to 500 meters appeared across the sky. Crazy slashing towards the falling star on the opposite side. When Daimyo Bai was at his peak, he could wield a 1,000-meter-long golden blade, but Ning Rongrong was an auxiliary soul master. In addition, it has not reached the soul saint level, so it is only 400 to 500 meters. But with the terror of Sky Tearing Claw, Loxing is not easy to resist. After Ning Rongrong swung out her 2 claws, she was rushed to the ground by the second pillar of energy. Bang! Ning Rongrong's soul power was exhausted and she recovered her original body. Zuking, watch Mei Mu play. Rongrong is lying on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looking up to the sky and expecting, we must keep the glory of Tangman. Rongrong. Ning Fengzi quickly stepped forward and hugged him down. Eyes full of worry, but also full of relief. At this moment, Chen Xin and Gu Rong were both filled with tears. Luo Xing saw Ning Rongrong trading injuries for killing, so desperate. I was also shocked. But I also have something to protect. The fourth soul skill, Star Armor. Luo Xing's body instantly surrounded the bright starlight, eventually forming a piece of star armor. But this time, Luo Xing's body was only 3 meters tall. Because his soul power is not enough. But for him, it was enough. As long as this blow is blocked, Star Crown Sect will win. Another girl will also be defeated by Starry Sky Judgment. Bang! The first claw collided hard with Luo Xing's body. Luo Xing's body became 2 meters tall, and the light around the armor weakened a bit. Come on! Luo Xing yelled. He knew he couldn't escape, so he could only resist. Bang! Although the second claw was not as fierce as the first claw, the light that struck Loxing's armor began to loom faintly. And the Starry Sky Judgment has also fallen on Zhu Zuking, who is hiding in the dark. Haha, Luo Xing laughed and said, Tang Lan's genius is nothing more than that. Chapter 381 Zhu Zuking goes crazy. Tang San suffered. Zhu Zuking, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly rose up. Pfft! A claw broke through Luo Xing's looming armor and penetrated deep into his flesh. Luo Xing's smile suddenly froze. He turned to look at Zhu Zuking, who had revealed his true form. You can question Lan Qi. Zhu said coldly. Bang! Then he kicked Luo Xing hard on the waist again. Luo Xing, whose soul power was exhausted and injured, was unable to resist at all. In order to win this competition, Zhu Zuking once again used the soul bone skill, demonic body, to withstand this Starry Sky Judgment. After being bombarded 3 times in a row, Zhu Zuking's martial spirit was defeated. But she kept herself. So when Luo Xing mocked Tang Lan and the geniuses, used the soul bone skill, Netherworld Hidden Thorn. The condensed hidden thorns have no energy fluctuations and will not be noticed by Luo Xing. A quick blow penetrated the space and hit Luo Xing's waist. Zhu Zuking didn't like it the most when others said bad things about Tang Lan. So after she kicked Luo Xing to the ground, she came to him again. Kick him wildly in the face. I asked you to talk nonsense. Zhu Zuking said angrily, do you still dare? Kick me to death. Mysterious. In Zhu Zuking's heart, Tang Lan was a man who was like a god. How can you be degraded by a piece of trash? You have to beat him until he cries for father and mother. I surrender. Luo Xing was stunned and shouted hurriedly. Bang! Ah! But Zhu Zuking's feet were still falling crazily, kicking Luo Xing and making him scream again and again. Is this girl crazy? I even gave up and you beat me like this. After all, I am a titled Douluo, but I was beaten like this by a soul saint. What a shame. Zhu Qing. Tang Lan said with a helpless smile, that's almost enough. There's no need for this. I, a member of the Tang sect, am not a stingy person. Upon hearing Tang Lan's words, Zhu Zuking immediately stopped moving, then trotted to Tang Lan. Like a little girl, very gentle and obedient. How does she look like the irascible woman who just lost her temper in public? Heloxing fell to the ground and let out a long breath. You almost lost your wisdom. I will make sacrifices in the Wuhan Hall later, and I must say this. After all, the golden crocodile was covered in wounds. In this battle, the Tang clan's genius was victorious. In the end, only Zhu Zuking was left on the stage. But Tang Lan was very happy. After all, This time they won on their own, without borrowing too much from Tang Lan. You are all good. Tang Lan looked at the 7 people and praised them sincerely. The Star Crown martial spirit is very strong, and the Star Crown sect is not weak either. You can still win. The process is so difficult, but you are still tenacious. It is me, Tang Lan, and the pride of the Tang sect. Hearing Tang Lan's unstinting praise, everyone except Tang San was excited. Brother! Xiao Wu called out at this time, and then said, I really can't tolerate Tang San anymore. There is no need for everyone to live or die, let's go to the real battle and protect the glory of Tang sect. But he acts like a coward even though he can continue to fight. Xiao Wu pointed at Tang San unbearably and cursed angrily. Is this worthy of someone who just wants to be a commander and is willing to admit defeat at every turn? As soon as these words came out, Tang San immediately became red and warm. Why do you say that to me? Tang San widened his eyes and shot back at Xiao Wu. Why can't she say that to you? Zhu Zuoqing stood beside Xiao Wu with an angry look on his face. As Lan's younger brother, you are so embarrassed on such an occasion. It's not just a disgrace to the Tang sect, it's also a disgrace to Lan. Although the others didn't say much, they all looked at Tang San a little unhappy. Even Oscar is speechless about his master's behavior. As a member of the Tang clan, he is still a man. Why are you so cowardly and selfish? Tang San felt that he had been wronged and immediately started to fight accordingly. The opponent is Contra, and he is using the 8th soul skill. I can't resist such a terrifying attack. Why can't you just jump off the stage and admit defeat? Hearing Tang San's sophistry, everyone shook their heads and laughed. Even Tang Lan almost collapsed. Originally, praising them just now had the intention of making Xiao Wu and others target Tang San. Why are you laughing? Tang San asked with a dissatisfied look on his face. Are these guys stupid? Don't you understand such a simple truth? Ning Rongrong was speechless, but she couldn't help but speak. I really hate stupid people. Tang San, you have no defensive soul skills. But you can use the mirror intestine to display our soul skills. One is not enough, give me 2. After Ning Rongrong spoke, Xiao Wu immediately continued, Rongrong, do you still expect him to think of this at that time? He always only thinks about himself. Even if he thinks about it, he doesn't want to take risks. Selfish villain. Brother, I beg you to kick him out of the team and stop working with him against the enemy. Xiao Wu's fierce words immediately caused an uproar. After all, Ning Fengzi and others also heard what was said here. Tang Lan is very willing, but he still has to maintain his character as a good brother. This would make Tang San appear ignorant. While you can earn rewards, you can also disgust Tang San to death. Why not? This Tang Lan showed hesitation. Tang San was naturally extremely moved when he saw this. As expected, brother still loves me. He will stand on his side, even if his 2 women slander him like this. Lanner, get this loser out of the Tangman team. Suddenly, an angry shout resounded. Everyone looked and saw Tang Hao coming at a dragon-like pace, staring at Tang San with an angry face. I wish I could tear Tang San into pieces. Father, this. Tang Lan will naturally continue to pretend. But Tang San was so frightened by Tang Hao's fierce eyes that he lowered his head. Why did this old guy jump out again? This is to force me to kick myself out of the first team. Why don't you die if you are old? Tang San cursed in his heart. Lanner, don't say any more. Tang Hao stopped Tang Lan seriously. You have to consider others. If it's because of Tang San in the future. If others are hurt or even killed, then it's your fault. Don't spoil him too much. Although you are his brother. But you were just born a little earlier than him. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Xiao Wu and others were so excited. Tang San's hatred for Tang Hao was even greater. Now he completely placed his hopes on Tang Lan. I hope Tang Lan can overcome all objections and keep him in the first team. In the future, he will definitely thank Tang Lan. Lanner, think carefully. This kid was taken away by his father. He is so selfish and cowardly. It's all because I didn't educate him well. I was wrong, so I have to make up for it. Tang Hao picked up Tang San and flew to the sky. I'm going to add more chapters and ask for monthly votes. The new book of Shuangkai is expected to be released on Friday, so remember to come and support it. Chapter 382 Angry Tang Hao, Haoshan Sect vs Golden Crocodile. Everyone's attention was attracted by Tang Hao. Who, X. Om? And Tang San, who was lifted by the back of the neck by Tang Hao, flew up. Finally, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Ah! A scream resounded, and Tang San was thrown down by Tang Hao. Bang! Tang San was thrown heavily to the ground. Puff! Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the protection of his martial spirit, he would have been crippled by the fall. This old man doesn't even think of me as his son. Why doesn't he just die? Tang San felt that his internal organs were displaced by the fall, and he had a huge hatred for Tang Hao in his heart. But Tang Hao's compensation for Tang San was not over. Tang Hao used his dragon-catching hand to capture Tang San from the air. Then, bang! Bang! Tang Hao kept grabbing Tang San and then continued to throw him down from a high altitude. It was as if he was going to completely kill Tang San. Hiss! The crowd watching took a breath of cold air. Is Tang Hao crazy? Even if Tang San is not a human, he can't do this, right? After all, he is his son. Tang Lan saw Tang Hao so fierce and Tang San so tragic. It was painful in his heart. But Tang San must have hated Tang Hao in his heart. Is Tang Hao also going to die? Father! Tang Lan stood in front of Tang San and stopped Tang Hao. His eyes were full of tears, and his voice trembled. Don't teach Xiao San a lesson anymore, it's all my fault as a brother. If you want to teach someone a lesson, teach me. If Tang San falls to death, where will he go to get rewards in the future? Tang San, who was filled with hatred, heard that Tang Lan still wanted to take on everything for him. The endless darkness seemed to have a beam of light. Master Tang is such a good man. Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but sigh as he saw it from the side. At this moment, Beihe's broadcast was still going on, and people all over the continent saw this scene. Who doesn't know that Master Tang has the heart of a saint? These were the words that many people couldn't help but utter. Tang San was moved to tears. Tang Hao had no way to deal with Tang Lan's pampering. He only felt that Tang Lan was a good child and too sensible. On the contrary, Tang San, this beast, was not like his son. Sometimes, he really wanted to beat him to death with a hammer. Beast! Tang Hao stared at Tang San with his tiger eyes and said coldly, remember, don't do it again. Otherwise, I don't mind killing my relatives for the sake of justice. Anyway, keeping you is a disaster. Everyone was shocked when they heard Tang Hao's words. Tang San's hatred for Tang Hao deepened. He was embarrassed in front of so many people. Tang Hao, you have already chosen death. Finally, Tang San withdrew from the Tang sect's first team because of his serious injury. Tang Lan transferred Bai Chenxiang from the second team to the first team. The second match of the fourth day of the sect competition began. Xingguan sect chose the first team of Tang sect's Tian Jiao. Haoshan sect naturally chose Wuhan Hall's Golden Crocodile. This is also a game of grievances. Haoshan sect and Wuhan Hall have too many grievances. After the battle between Golden Crocodile and Blue Dot Tyrant sect, the old injury recurred. In order to fight Haoshan sect, several Soul Douluo level healing soul masters were specially asked to treat it. In addition to eating some natural treasures, Golden Crocodile has recovered 99% of his peak strength. Golden Crocodile put on new clothes, still in a golden robe with silver embroidery. With his white hair and beard, he stood proudly on the platform, looking down at the people of Haoshan sect below. A bunch of juniors. Golden Crocodile crossed his arms and looked down with his head held high. Why don't you come up? Are you scared? If you want to surrender, you don't have to come up. As soon as these words came out, coupled with Golden Crocodile's contemptuous look, the elders of Haoshan sect were all furious. Especially the seventh elder, Liang Douluo, who fought back with an angry face. Old ghost Golden Crocodile, stop talking nonsense here. Don't think that you can control our Haoshan sect at will just because you have recovered your peak strength. Liang Douluo has a hot temper, and coupled with his eldest son died in the hands of Wuhan Palace. So much so that people who saw Wuhan Hall couldn't control their temper. You, the general manager of the alliance, dare to talk to me like this? Jin Crocodile immediately became furious, glared at the burning sun and yelled, even if Tang Chen comes, you have to call me senior. So what if I'm like this to you? Lai Yang was not afraid of the Golden Crocodile at all and continued to fight back loudly. Seeking death. The golden crocodile stared at the burning sun with murderous intent, full of momentum. I want to suppress the fierce sun with my momentum. In his opinion, Liang is already a corpse. The grievances I have suffered in the past few days will be completely released today. He is an old man, how can he be slapped in the face by some juniors? That BB Dong would mock him to death. Liang was only at level 93, so he was naturally suppressed by the aura of the golden crocodile. As the sect leader, Tang Xiao naturally had to stand out. Who is strong and who is weak, we will see the truth in the battle. Tang Xiao, a level 97 titled Douluo, opened up his aura and blocked the ferocious aura of the golden crocodile. Het! Jin Crocodile looked sarcastic, not taking Haoshan sect seriously at all. Just a bunch of shrunken turtles. Tang Xiao led 5 elders onto the high platform, each carrying a clear sky hammer. Staring at the golden crocodile, his momentum surged to the sky. Today they want Wuhan Palace to know the strength of the number 1 sect in the world. Kun Shan, the leader of the Numenon sect, couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the best fighting soul hammer, the towering Haoshan sect. Even though he has been hidden from the world for a long time, he still has such momentum when he appears. Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but add, and there are 6 titled Douluo. Think about it, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect is one of the 3 sects on the mainland, but he is the only one with a titled Douluo. There are a total of 6 Haoshan sects. There are even level 99 peerless Douluo like Tang Hao. And that hot genius, Tang Lan, who founded the Tang sect. In addition, there were 2 titled Douluo from the Kaibao glazed sect, which made Yu Yuanzhen even more uncomfortable. Think about it. In this Douluo continent, only Wuhan Palace can compare with it, right? A bunch of brats. Jin Crocodile looked down on the Haoshan sect at all, and said arrogantly, you are just pretending here. Old ghost. Liang yelled angrily, if I don't beat you to death today, I will take your surname. The second soul skill, Hammer Soul Control. Liang roared, and black light instantly filled his body, making Liang look taller. The muscles of the originally tall and thin body suddenly swelled. Even the clear sky hammer in his hand became huge. The third soul skill, the Blazing Sun. This is Liang Douluo's large-scale attack soul skill. He will make Golden Crocodile extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, countless flaming stones fell from the sky and hit the Golden Crocodile. The momentum is fierce, and there is a sense of oppression that the Golden Crocodile cannot avoid. Snort! Golden Crocodile snorted coldly, but he never thought of avoiding it. The third soul skill, Split Tail 100 Spins. The Golden Crocodile rushed directly towards the blazing sun, its huge golden tail. He thrust towards the burning sun fiercely. And the Golden Crocodile's body was dodging the attack of Liang at will. But even if it is hit by a stone, the Golden Crocodile's skin is rough and thick, as if it is being scratched. This made him sneer and said with disdain. As expected, the Haoshan sect is still a bunch of trash. Chapter 383 The Power of the Golden Crocodile. Is the Haoshan sect nothing more than this? As he finished speaking, his tail was about to hit Liang Douluo. The first soul skill, Hammer of Mad Fire. The already huge clear sky hammer in Liang's hand doubled again. The entire body of the clear sky hammer was shrouded in flames and turned red. The blazing sun floats in the air, raising the hammer with both hands. Crazy smashing the tail of the golden crocodile. Bang! However, the level gap caused Liang to fly backwards. The golden crocodile has a murderous intention, how can he let Liang go so easily? The fourth soul skill, Swift Golden Crocodile. The golden crocodile's shadow gradually solidified and rushed towards the blazing sun extremely quickly. Opening his bloody mouth, accompanied by strong mental pressure. Liang Douluo was knocked down by the bombardment and had not yet reacted. Old man! Tang Huang shouted, I'll deal with you. Tang Huang is the second elder of Haoshan sect. Martial Spirit Haoshan Hammer, a level 95 attack type titled Douluo with a monstrous title. The fifth soul skill, Haoshan Armor. Tang Huang used his only defensive soul skill to resist Golden Crocodile's fourth soul skill. Bang! However, he finally underestimated the strength of Golden Crocodile in its heyday. Tang Huang's Haoshan Armor made it impossible for him to be bitten into pieces by the Golden Crocodile. But the impact of mental power made Tang Huang panic. In a panic, the Golden Crocodile flicked its tail again. Bang! It hit Tang Huang hard, and Tang Huang's Haoshan Armor was shattered. The 95th level titled Douluo was knocked away on the spot. The power of the golden crocodile is even more fierce. Seeing this, Lai Yang, who had calmed down, roared with fire in his eyes. Old ghost, I'm going to kill you. Lao Chi. Tang He, the third elder, shouted hurriedly. Tang He, Wuhan Haoshan Hammer, 94 assault system titled Douluo. The name is Cheng He. The hot-tempered Lai Yang didn't care at all, he vowed to beat up the golden crocodile. The sixth soul skill, martial soul clone. There are many things in the hands of Lai Yanga Haoshan Hammer, one hammer in each hand. For the weapon soul, it is a top-notch soul skill. After all, it is a direct copy of the Clear Sky Hammer. Moreover, it can be superimposed with other skills, which can increase Lai Yang's strong attack power in a short period of time. With the addition of the second soul skill's increase, the blazing sun crushed the ground and violently moved towards the golden crocodile ahead. While running, he jumped into the air and hit the golden crocodile with one hammer and one hand. Third Elder Tang was worried and moved forward resolutely. The third soul skill, Mountain Meteor Hammer. The Clear Sky Hammer in Tang He's hand grew rapidly, becoming as huge as a small mountain. He held the hammer in both hands, raised his head and roared. Bang! Tang He stepped on the ground and shot into the sky. Then he raised the mountain hammer and hit the golden crocodile. But Lai Yang was faster and was already approaching the golden crocodile. The golden crocodile still had a sarcastic look on his face and used his defensive soul skills. The second soul skill, Golden Escape. The body is covered with golden armor. Lai Yang Douluo's double hammers hit golden crocodile hard. Bang! The first blow only made the golden crocodile take half a step back. Go to hell! Lai Yang Buxinxi yelled. Another hammer. Bang! This hammer was more powerful, causing the golden crocodile to take a step back. Does it feel good to pound? Jin Crocodile sneered and said, that's it for now. The first soul skill, Southern Barbarian Power. The golden crocodile suddenly exploded, its power 3 times higher than it was now. The golden crocodile head slammed into the burning sun. Bang! Lai Yang didn't have time to use his defensive soul skills and flew out directly. Pfft! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lai Yang was seriously injured. Seventh Elder. Everyone was shouting anxiously. At this moment, Tang He, who was in midair and falling rapidly, was approaching fiercely. The golden crocodile looked up, still looking disdainful. The fifth soul skill, tearing apart crocodile claws. This soul skill can explode 5 times more power than one's own. It has the terrifying strength to tear apart everything, and its body size is as huge as 50 meters. Tang He's violent falling hammer from the mountain peak was resisted by golden crocodile. Roar! The golden crocodile roared wildly, its golden body became even more dazzling, and the giant hammer on the mountain was torn to pieces in an instant. Crocodile Claw's offensive has not stopped yet. The golden crocodile rose into the air and headed towards Tang He. Tang He's eyes widened. He was shocked and quickly used his soul skill. The sixth soul skill, Mountain and River Resistance. Tang He's body was instantly wrapped in rocks, and then the wildly flowing river water surrounded him. The crocodile claws violently grabbed it, but it was entangled in the river water. Scatter! The golden crocodile waved dozens of claws in 1 second. The mountains and rivers were stirred and shattered, and the defensive soul skills that Tang He was proud of were violently broken. Just when Tang He's body was attacked by crocodile claws, the fourth elder Tang Feng appeared in the sky, and his fourth soul ring flickered. A level 92 agility attack type titled Douluo, named Feng. The fourth soul skill, Whirlwind Hammer. Tang Feng swung dozens of hammers in the blink of an eye, causing the golden crocodile's claws to pause for a moment. Tang He took the opportunity to escape quickly. Seeking death. Golden crocodile thunder was furious, and the sixth soul ring appeared. The fifth soul skill, tearing apart crocodile claws. The light on the golden crocodile is even brighter. At this moment, the crocodile claws are waved out, and the attack power is full. Tang Feng naturally knew how terrifying this blow was. After all, he was only level 92, how could he withstand a blow from a peak Douluo? Tang Feng's sixth soul ring flickered. The sixth soul skill, Whirling Hammer Flying. This is also an escape soul skill. The Clear Sky Hammer, which was 1 size smaller than the others in Tang Feng's hand, began to spin rapidly. Where to run away? Golden Crocodile suddenly accelerated its speed, trying to catch Tang Feng's weakest body. The fifth soul skill, gravity control. The injured Lai Yang stood on the ground and displayed his control skills. In an instant, when Tang Feng's life was hanging on the line, Golden Crocodile's 50-meter body was as heavy as a critical burden. And Tang Feng's clear sky hammer was like a fan, blasting out with Tang Feng. Golden Crocodile watched Tang Feng escape, otherwise his attack would definitely tear this level 92 titled Douluo to pieces. This little brat actually knows the soul skill of gravity control. The Golden Crocodile looked down, staring at Lai Yang with extremely angry emotions. After fighting for a while, his soul power was also consumed a lot, but he didn't kill any of them. Haoshan sect. Jin Crocodile said mockingly, it's nothing more than that. Everyone looks like a lost dog. Tang Xiao knew that fighting like this was no match for Golden Crocodile. Then he stepped out, stared at the Golden Crocodile and said with great aura, how is the Haoshan sect? You are not qualified to comment. Tang Xiao. Jin Crocodile sneered, don't think that level 97 is my opponent. Tang Xiao was carrying the clear sky hammer with great momentum. You won't know until you fight. The third soul ring lights up. The third soul skill, Haoshan Heavy Strike. This soul skill can cause 150% of the attack power to a single enemy. At the same time, a serious injury buff is applied to the attacked enemy. Being attacked by Tang Xiao again, all Tang Xiao's damage increased by 40%. As the sect leader, he naturally wants the Haoshan sect to rectify its name. The Golden Crocodile put away some of its arrogance and still attacked Tang Xiao with a body of about 50 meters. Chapter 384 Thor's Hammer, BB Dong's Warning. Bang! Tang Xiao's attack collided with the Golden Crocodile's claws. After the collision, a terrifying wave of air erupted. Enough to change the color of the sky and the earth. Come again! The Golden Crocodile roared. Fifth soul skill tier Crocodile Claws. It transformed into a 50-meter giant crocodile again. But after being hit by Tang Xiao, the fifth soul skill was broken. Tang Xiao was also thrown several meters away, relying on the clear sky hammer to support his body. The Golden Crocodile in its peak state is indeed so terrifying. The Golden Crocodile started over again, which was exactly what Tang Xiao wanted. After all, his next attack could increase his attack power by 40%. Under the attention of the crowd, the two of them collided wildly again. The Golden Crocodile's sixth soul skill was once again broken. His body also retreated more than 3 meters. He looked at Tang Xiao with a shocked expression. As for Tang Xiao, his figure flew out and fell heavily to the ground. He vomited blood and was slightly injured. Above 95, the gap of one level is like a chasm. I underestimated the second worshipper of the Spirit Hall. In the first 3 games, the Golden Crocodile did not win a game and was injured several times. He thought that the Golden Crocodile was old and had a false reputation. In addition, he did not learn the Great Zamura Hammer. He once asked Tang Chen for advice. Master. The second elder Tang Huang asked anxiously, are you okay? No problem. Tang Xiao stood proudly again. He was Xiao Tian Douluo. How could he be decadent? But we have to use the hammer shake heaven and earth formation to deal with him. Otherwise, we are no match for him. Tang Xiao looked at the 5 elders and said seriously. It's time to end. At this moment, the Golden Crocodile's expression became gloomy. Because he saw Bibi Dong's mocking eyes. He was underestimated by that vicious woman again. It must be dealt with as soon as possible, the cowards of the Haoshan sect. 7th soul skill, Golden Crocodile True Body. The Golden Crocodile is going to get serious. Just now, his body was only 50 meters. Now it has directly reached a 100-meter body, and his momentum can swallow the sky and destroy the earth. The main thing is that all the abilities of the Golden Crocodile will be greatly improved. The 6 people of the Haoshan sect, whether they are injured or not, all have opened their martial soul true bodies. The peak showdown is about to begin. 9th soul skill, Heaven and Earth Collapse. The sky and the earth changed color, and the wind blew violently. A giant hammer stained with flames and more than 10 meters long fell from the sky. Accompanied by countless flaming stones, it fell madly. And locked onto the Golden Crocodile. Even though Lai Yang was the most seriously injured, he was the first to attack at this moment. He wanted to avenge his eldest son. All the people from the Spirit Hall must be beaten to death. Tang Xiao saw that Lai Yang did not obey his command and shook his head angrily. although he knew that Lai Yang had a strong temper and was easily angered. But he could not help but blame him. After blaming him, he could not ignore him. What an ignorant young man! Golden Crocodile sneered. First soul skill, Southern Barbarian Power. After opening the spirit real body, he used the first soul skill again. Golden Crocodile felt that he could destroy the world. All the stones attacking him were like tickling him. Lai Yang held the sky-falling hammer, roared, and smashed at the Golden Crocodile. And the Golden Crocodile waved its claws, as fast as lightning and as fierce as a landslide. Bang! The Golden Crocodile resisted the hammer with one claw, and slapped Lai Yang's body with another claw. Puff! Lai Yang was slapped and flew out like a kite with a broken string. Lai Yang was seriously injured as he vomited blood in the air. At this time, Tang Feng appeared again and caught Lai Yang. Tang Huang and others who were preparing to support Lai Yang were shocked at this moment. New book bar. The speed of the Golden Crocodile was so fast that they didn't have time to react. At this moment, a figure appeared. The ninth soul skill, Thor's Hammer. Tang Xiao used his strongest soul skill. The huge Haoshan hammer was surrounded by terrifying thunder power. At the same time, the sky became covered with dark clouds. A thunderbolt tore through the clouds and fell on the blue Haoshan hammer held high by Tang Xiao. The power of thunder and lightning became more fierce, and Tang Xiao raised his head and howled. After swinging this strongest blow, the handle of the Haoshan hammer became bent. This piece of space became distorted. Such a terrifying power shocked the people in the audience and the people watching the broadcast. Xiao Tian Douluo is indeed worthy of his reputation. The Golden Crocodile put away the pride in his heart, and the sixth soul ring lit up. Sixth soul skill Extreme Armor. This is his strongest defensive skill, which can instantly improve his physical and energy defense by 250%, and the damage immunity effect of 60% lasts for 10 seconds. He wants to play a defensive counterattack to completely solve Tang Xiao. Then the others are not worth mentioning. Tang Xiao smashed the golden giant crocodile hundreds of meters high with a hammer, and the power of thunder was released instantly. It began to paralyze the golden crocodile. The golden crocodile blocked this move at the cost of minor injuries. 8th soul skill Sea of Gravity. The most important thing about defensive counterattacks is that the opponent cannot escape. So Jin Crocodile directly used the control skill to make Tang Xiao, who wanted to retreat. He was directly pressed by 10 times the gravity, making his movements slow down. He also had to be attacked by rocks flying around him. Sect Master. Everyone yelled hurriedly and rushed towards this side. Go back! Tang Xiao yelled immediately. The 5th soul skill, Thunder Body Protection. Tang Xiao hurriedly used defensive soul skills to resist the rapid attack of the Golden Crocodile. Tang Xiao was seen surrounded by thunder, forming a layer of energy armor. The 3rd soul skill, Split Tail 100 Spins. Bang! The Golden Crocodile used its crocodile tail to whip Tang Xiao's body wildly. If one hit fails, hit again. Tang Xiao's Thunder Body Protection was broken by 3 strikes and he was sent flying away. Tang Xiao also spat out a mouthful of blood. But at this time, the control of the Sea of Gravity has also weakened. Tang Xiao took advantage of the impact of being knocked away and rushed out of the 100-meter range of the Golden Crocodile. When Jin Crocodile saw that Tang Xiao had escaped, he was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. When Bibi Dong saw this, her eyes narrowed slightly. This old waste! What's the use of having him? Golden Crocodile! Bibi Dong reminded through voice transmission, if you don't defeat the Haoshan sect today, kill a few more of his people by the way. What kind of dignity do you have left in the worship hall? Why don't you go to the elder hall? Bibi Dong, I don't need you to remind me. Golden Crocodile immediately responded via voice transmission. If I don't win against the Haoshan sect today, I don't need to worry about the alliance, so I won't have the face to be a second worshipper. After the message transmission, Jin Crocodile, who was completely serious, did not give Haoshan sect any chance to breathe. You little bastards of Haoshan sect! Jin Crocodile put down his last harsh words. It's time to end it. Facing our Wuhan Palace, we will always be your cowards. As the words fell, the red soul ring lit up. At this moment, the 6 members of the Haoshan sect, except Lai Yang, were all gathered together. Tang Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, this time, we have to let the world know. Haoshan sect is still the #1 sect in the world. After so many years of seclusion, now that the sect competition is here. How can we lose this feud? Please give me a monthly ticket for more updates. I'm stuck on new writing. I have 2 ideas in mind, one about fighting for harem and one about traveling through Dai Mubai to snatch Tang San's opportunity to become a god. Try the first idea first and see how the data goes. If it doesn't work, try the second one. Chapter 385 The final decisive battle shakes the world. Golden Crocodile still has less than half of his soul power, which is enough for him to use his 9th soul skill. He wasted no time. After all, Bibi Dong's words are still lingering in his mind. Since the soul power is somewhat insufficient, plus we still need to win this battle steadily. Kill several people from the Haoshan sect at the same time. The Golden Crocodile must burn its own blood and soul power again, exhibiting his unique self-sacrifice skill. The 9th soul skill, Crocodile King's Fallen Golden Ring. The Golden Crocodile in the true form of the Golden Crocodile, after burning his blood and soul power. The Golden Giant Crocodile, which had already reached 100 meters, grew by several meters more. The size becomes even larger. Roar. A low roar caused the world to change color. You little bastards! The proud voice of the Golden Crocodile resounded. This blow will completely shatter the dignity of your Haoshan sect. Haha! Tang Xiao and others did not sit still and wait for death. With the Golden Crocodile's majestic momentum, he wanted to defeat them. Tang Xiao and the 5 of them stood in a row. All 5 people raised their left hand to point to the sky and put their right hand in front of their mouths. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and it was full of pressure. The airwaves around him became more and more turbulent. The 5 people shouted in unison, "Shake the world!" A huge clear sky hammer fell from the sky. It's several hundred meters long, giving the people watching the show below an extremely domineering impact. This Golden Crocodile was a little surprised. Could this be the Great Zimuru hammer? But it doesn't look like it. Having been beaten by Oscar the Great Zimuru, he felt somewhat weak when he saw him again. But he didn't know. This is the unique combined skill of Haoshan sect, which can shake the world. Similar to the Great Zimuru hammer. It's just that its power is much weaker than the Great Zimuru hammer. It can be said to be a super weakened version. But this was performed by 5 titled Douluo and a 97-year-old Tang Xiao. Its power puts great pressure on the Golden Crocodile. Hat. The Golden Crocodile sneered, "This is not the big Zimuru hammer at all. I don't believe it yet, but I can still lose to you today. Die to me." The giant Golden Crocodile, which was more than 100 meters tall, smashed towards the 5 members of the Haoshan sect like crazy. And the Haoshan hammer that fell from the sky also hit the charging Golden Crocodile hard. The peak collision begins here. Bang! Bang! This time, the winner will not be determined after a collision. The giant Golden Crocodile and the Haoshan hammer that shook the world continued to collide crazily. The entire space in this area was distorted. When the Golden Crocodile saw that he couldn't take down the opponent, he roared angrily. "Ah! Continue to burn out the last of your soul power. Today, even if I burn out all my energy and blood, I still have to defeat these bastard turtles from the Haoshan sect," facing a more powerful attack from the Golden Giant Crocodile. The 2 level 92 elders among Tang Xiao's 5 people had already begun to vomit blood, and their soul power was about to bottom out. "Elders!" Tang Xiao raised his head and roared. "Let me use up my last soul power. We must not lose to Wuhan Palace." After the 4 elders heard this, they all roared loudly. "Ah!" The 5 people gritted their teeth and used up their last soul power. Let the Haoshan hammer that shakes the world become even bigger. The last blow was swung domineeringly. Bang! The impact of this hammer and the Golden Crocodile claw distorted the space and shattered the air waves. The people in the audience opened their martial soul protections one after another, and some were even thrown away directly. At this moment, everyone was staring at the stage. Let's see who will win this grudge-filled battle. When the smoke dissipated, the 5 members of the Haoshan sect fell to the ground. The 5 of them all suffered varying degrees of injuries, exhausted their soul power, and collapsed. When Bibi Dong saw this, she sneered. The old loser finally won. Everyone had the same idea as Bibi Dong, thinking that the Golden Crocodile won the battle. The smoke on the Golden Crocodile side was blown away by a gust of wind. It showed that the Golden Crocodile had recovered its original form and looked extremely embarrassed. Like the 5 members of the Haoshan sect, they all exhausted their soul power. He was also seriously injured. The golden crocodile was injured again, and the battle was still not won. When Tang Xiao saw this, he laughed with relief. Haha! It seems that the 98th level peak Douluo in Wuhan Palace is nothing more than this. Immediately, several other elders also laughed. Golden Crocodile looked ashamed, accompanied by arrogance. From this moment on, I was completely shattered. Bibi Dong shouted angrily, trash. Then he took the other worshipping elders with him, turned around and left. The Golden Crocodile didn't dare to talk back when he was scolded like this. Because he doesn't have the face to retort. The Haoshan sect's side was beaming with joy, while the Wuhan Palace's side was as dark as water. It is indeed a wonderful painting. Bibi Dong. Tang Lan saw that Bibi Dong wanted to withdraw first. How could she let her do so? The sect competition is not over yet, what are you going to do? After Tang Lan finished speaking, everyone in the surrounding sects looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had no choice but to walk back to her seat with a stiff face. He casually made up a reason and said, I forgot, the Pope forgot, thank you, Sect Master Tang, for reminding me. Hat. Tang Lan sneered and spoke loudly. Now the selection lists for the last 3 sects are also available. The first one is the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. After all, it defeated the second enshrinement of the Spirit Hall. The second one is the Holy Dragon sect, which was defeated by the Tang sect's Tianjiao team. The third Blue Lightning Overlord sect is in a draw with the second enshrinement of the Spirit Hall. The fourth Haoshan sect has a draw with the second enshrinement of Wuhan Palace. As for the Numenon sect who is fighting against the Tang clan's genius, they abstain from voting. Now Wuhan Palace can only place its hope on the Holy Dragon sect. Any one of the above 3 cases can be squeezed out. When Tang Lan saw that Bibi Dong didn't speak, he smiled and continued talking. Now there are 4 sects selected to run for the upper 3 sections. Playing one game after another takes too much time, and it's not exciting enough. After all, we have been fighting this battle for several days. When Bibi Dong heard this, she opened her mouth and asked, then what does Emperor Tang Zong want to do? Tang Lan smiled and said to everyone present, 4 sects are fighting. A big fight. Many people were surprised. Bibi Dong's face turned completely livid. The Great Chaos has no advantage for the Holy Dragon sect, but is actually a disadvantage. After all, Haoshan sect and Kaibao Glazed sect already wear a pair of pants. Even if the Holy Dragon sect woos the weakest Blue Lightning Overlord sect, it is still no match for these 2 sects. Ning Fengzi was the first to speak. I agree with sect leader Tang's proposal. I agree. Tang Xiao followed closely. As for Yu Yuanzhen, he was naturally happy to do so. He took the last spot in the 3 sects. It's the battle between the Blue Point Overlord sect and the Holy Dragon sect. The Holy Dragon sect is an affiliate of the Wuhan Palace. How can the Haoshan sect not defeat it? Although Tuoba Xi was reluctant, now he could only obey the majority. Besides, Wuhan Palace's momentum is now suppressed by the Tang sect. The Pope can't say anything more. We can only hope that Haoshan sect and Kaibao Glazed sect will not be so mean. Otherwise, the Holy Dragon sect is stronger than the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. After all, there is demon conquering Douluo. Tang Lan saw Bibi Dong's dark face and spoke brightly. Okay, let's take a day off. The brawl will begin tomorrow. Chapter 386 The decisive battle between the 4 sects, a big fight. Tangli newspapers continued to report aggressively, still following the same old routine. 6. shupsilonx.co. Promote yourself and belittle the Wuhan Palace. Mainland Soul Masters began to discuss. The Tang sect's genius team defeated the hidden sect Xingguan sect. The Xingguan sect used its unique martial spirit to defeat the Tang sect's genius. It can be seen that Xingguan sect cannot be underestimated. In the eyes of many soul masters, the Tang sect's genius is synonymous with power. It is an honor to let the Tang sect's genius win the victory at the cost of a tragic victory. However, the battle between Haoshan sect and Golden Crocodile is what the soul masters talk about most. Everyone knows the grievances between the 2 forces. Finally, the 2 sides ended in a draw after a tragic collision. The soul masters naturally teased Golden Crocodile, and that was merciless. The second worshipper of the Spirit Hall, 4 battles. He didn't win a single game, 3 draws and 1 loss. Although he is alone, he is a peak level 98 Douluo. It's really funny. Such remarks can be heard everywhere on the mainland. Golden Crocodile also withdrew from the worship hall that day and was directly demoted to an elder of the spirit hall. The next day, the four sects melee advocated by Tang Lan began. Haoshan Sects 6 titled Douluos, plus an 89 level soul Douluo. It is foolproof to make up for the 7 people. The same goes for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, where Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo lead 5 soul Douluos to fight. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sects only titled Douluo, Yu Yu and Zhen, lead 6 soul Douluos to fight. The Holy Dragon sect, 3 titled Douluos, plus 4 soul Douluos. After the 4 sects came on stage, they stood in different directions. Demon subduing Douluo crossed his arms and stood proudly. Looking at him like this, Lai Yang, who had recovered from some injuries, pointed at Qianjun and started to curse. Big bald head, what the hell are you still pretending for? You are obviously from the spirit hall, but you are in the Holy Dragon sect. But I specialize in fighting people from the spirit hall, so wait for your head to be blown up today. Hey! Qianjun stared coldly at Lai Yang. At this time, Gurong rubbed his hands excitedly. Everyone, let's start the fight. I can't wait any longer. Tang Xia responded domineeringly, fight. As soon as the words fell, the impatient Lai Yang opened his martial soul. The third soul ring lit up. The third soul skill Haori Lai Yang. This large-scale soul skill did not attack the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. The flaming stones in the sky smashed all the people of the Holy Dragon sect crazily. Qianjun remained proud as always, and the 5th soul ring lit up. The 5th soul skill Panlong Body Protection. Twabaxi also hurriedly opened the defensive soul skill. The 2nd soul skill Dragon Armor Body Protection. The others did the same, and they all used defensive soul skills. Then they prepared to counterattack. But Lai Yang's attack was just the beginning. The other elders of Haoshan sect and Tang Xiao all used strong attack soul skills, as if they were going to destroy the Holy Dragon sect. The third elder Tang he roared, go to hell. Third soul skill, Mountain Hammer. Tang Xiao stepped on the ground with one foot, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Third soul skill, Haoshan Heavy Strike. The Haoshan sect, one by one, held the Haoshan Hammer, like crazy. Seeing this, Chen Xin and Gurong also waved their hands. Rush to the Holy Dragon sect with 5 soul Douluos. Gurong was also impatient, so he naturally wanted to teach the Holy Dragon sect a lesson before Chen Xin. The first soul ring lit up. First soul skill, Bone Spur. The palm turned into a cone-shaped thorn, twisted the body, and rushed towards the Holy Dragon sect and others. The momentum was like a rainbow. Coward! Gurong did not forget to turn back and mock Chen Xin, you are not as fast as me. Chen Xin smiled faintly, and the 4th soul ring lit up. I'm really not as fast as you. 4th soul skill, Killing Intent. Chen Xin swung his sword with extraordinary temperament, and then a blade came out. It slashed at Qianjun and others fiercely. It was fun to fight in a group, even Chen Xin liked it. After all, they were fighting people from the spirit hall. Yu Yu and Zhen saw that Haoshan sect and Kai Bao Liulai sect were so tacit. And they didn't care about the power of the spirit hall and fought the Holy Dragon sect so madly. He also caught Qianjun and Ghost Leopard and beat them madly. He was the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect after all, how could he fall behind? The first soul ring flickered. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. In order to attack the Holy Dragon sect faster, Yu Yu and Zhen directly launched a long-range attack. The 7 people from the Holy Dragon sect were stunned. Qianjun, who was always arrogant, cursed the 3 sects. You are all despicable villains. Fight me one-on-one if you can. Qianjun's defense was broken, how could he fight? He was a little overwhelmed by Tang Xiao alone. Not to mention Chen Xin, Gurong, and Yu Yu and Zhen, these old men. Lai Yang immediately refuted Qianjun, and at the same time he continued to attack. He now had 2 hammers in his hands, and he beat Ghost Leopard Douluo. Why are you talking to me? It's a big fight now. Everyone, take revenge if you have grudges, and complain if you have grievances. Lai Yang's words were enough to stimulate people. Tuba Xi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was a dragon-type martial soul, and now he was caught and beaten by a real dragon like Yu Yu and Zhen. After Lai Yang's words fell, the offensive of the people from the 3 sects became more fierce. The 5th and 6th soul skills were all displayed. Several people from Haoshan sect even opened their martial souls directly. swearing to beat the 7 people from Shenglong sect to death. Tang Lan was naturally amused in the audience. This was what he could have expected. But Bibi Dong had a livid face, and her towering chest kept rising and falling. What a deception! Just wait. If you are arrogant and arrogant now, all your sects will be destroyed in the future. You will regret everything you did today. Soon the 7 members of the Holy Dragon sect were beaten until their heads were bleeding. Suffered varying degrees of injuries. Several Contras have been seriously injured. Tuba Xi was also injured. Ghost Leopard was faster and the extent of his injuries was better. Qianjun, as the focus of the Holy Dragon sect and the representative of Wuhan Palace, was surrounded and beaten by Tang Xiao, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong. Already suffered serious injuries. He was completely angered by this. That's too much. Qianjun roared angrily. The 9th soul ring flashed for the first time. The 9th soul skill, crossing all living beings. Everyone in the Holy Dragon sect recovered from their injuries instantly. At the same time, these injuries were transferred to everyone in the 3 sects. The 3 alliances were naturally surprised. Qianjun's 9th soul skill is indeed weird. A critical moment. Tang Xiao roared angrily. You can't save the Holy Dragon sect, and you have to bear some price. The 9th soul ring flickered, Tang Xiao was about to take action for real. The 9th soul skill, Thor's hammer. The situation changes suddenly and the color of heaven and earth changes. The huge clear sky hammer flashing with thunder was raised high by Tang Xiao. Catching the thunder and lightning from the sky. Not to be outdone, Gu Rong shouted loudly, there's still me. The 9th soul ring emerged. The 9th soul skill, Bones of the Dragon. Although they were rescued by thousands of sentient beings, their injuries were removed. But it is enough to display the strongest soul skills. Chapter 387, A Violent Beating, ranking in the 3rd sect. A bone dragon dozens of meters long soars into the sky. Flying towards Qianjun. Chen Xin raised his sword, and his momentum suddenly became stronger. The 9th soul ring lights up. The 9th soul skill, kill both gods and demons. This is a trick that Chen Xin has not used for a long time. It can make Chen Xin and his sword become one. Without any increase from the outside world, the attack power increased to 200% of its original value. And it can last for 1 minute. The 3 major Douluo all used their strongest soul skills to besiege Qianjun. It's enough to give Qianjun face. And Qianjun was filled with disbelief, seeing the 3 of them so crazy. As for that, I am only a level 96 titled Douluo. What a bully. Qianjun is not stupid. If he doesn't run away at this time, he will be waiting to die. When you have an idea, do it. Qianjun turned around and ran away, quickly jumping off the fighting platform. Ghost Leopard, Tuba Xi, and others also hurriedly fled off the battlefield. In the end, there was an unlucky guy who was controlled by Lai Yang and controlled the clear sky hammer. He was beaten to the ground on the spot and died suddenly. Level 88 power attack type Soul Douluo. Seeing this scene, Tuba Xi felt extremely uncomfortable. This is the elder of his Holy Dragon sect. The Holy Dragon sect was beaten so hard that they ran away on the spot and chose to admit defeat. Let the people present and those watching the game be broadcast. They all started mocking like crazy. Martial Soul Hall has its day too. This is what most soul masters think. The enshrined elders of Wuhan Hall, and the younger generation. At this moment, there is overwhelming anger in my heart. Bibi Dong. Tang Lan turned to look at Bibi Dong. Now we can announce the final determination of the forces of the 3 sects. There is nothing more joyful than making Wuhan Palace declare its enemy and become the Shangxin sect. Since the beginning of the sect competition, Bibi Dong's expression has never looked better. Bibi Dong naturally knew Tang Lan's intention. She looked at Tang Lan coldly and said lightly, "Why don't you announce it? What do you think?" Tang Lan responded calmly. Tang Lan. Bibi Dong's face was as pale as frost, and the cold was approaching. Don't rely on Tang Chen and the High Priest of Poseidon Island. You can do whatever you want. The foundation of my Wuhan Palace far exceeds that of Mei Nangxing. This was Bibi Dong's unbearable warning to Tang Lan. He Tang Lan sneered and said, "I will do whatever I want, what can you do?" Tang Lan didn't give Bibi Dong any face at all. If he made him angry, he would just give him a beating. Now Wuhan Palace is the party that least wants to take action. At this time, Tang Hao also looked at Bibi Dong with fierce eyes. Bibi Dong felt the overwhelming murderous intent. Take a deep breath and stand up. This Tang Hao is really a fierce god. Tang Lan also felt that his father would explode if he disagreed with him. He is simply Bibi Dong's natural enemy. Forced into a helpless situation, Bibi Dong could only act as a tool. Announce that the enemy will finally gain the glory of the three sects. Bibi Dong looked around at everyone and spoke coldly. Let us congratulate Haoshan sect, Kai Bao Glazed sect and Blue Lightning Overlord sect. They have preserved their glory and are still a member of the three sects of the mainland. However, among the three sects, there must be a first and second place, right? Of course, Bibi Dong couldn't be led away by Tang Lan. Now let's have a ranking battle and let the three sects fight each other. It's best to cause some conflicts. In this way, Wuhan Palace can sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. The other sects naturally want to see the three sects fighting again to decide which one are on king. So they all agreed. Tang Lan sneered. Bibi Dong simply didn't see the current situation clearly, and she really didn't know what to say. When everyone was looking forward to the decisive battle between the three sects, Yu Yuanzhen was the first to stand up and speak. I, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, know that I am at the bottom of the three sections. The reason why we can keep our position in the top three sects is by relying on the rules of the Great Battle. So the Blue Lightning Overlord sect will not fight, we are in third place. As soon as these words came out, it naturally caused an uproar. As the sect with the best beast martial spirit in the world, it consciously admitted defeat. Not to mention fighting the Haoshan sect, you have to fight with the auxiliary sect Kai Bao Glazed sect, right? Isn't this too cowardly? One-sided people are mocking Yu Yuanzhen. But smart people naturally know Yu Yuanzhen and made a correct decision. After all, of the three sects now, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect is the weakest. There is only one titled Douluo, the sect leader. Ning Fengzi also stood up at this time, looking at everyone and speaking loudly. My Kai Bao Glazed sect will not compete with the best sect in the world for first place. After all, you have to be self-aware. It's good for us to be second, there is no need for a decisive battle. Yu Yuanzhen would be a coward if he didn't fight. What about Ning Fengzi? The Kai Bao Glazed sect has the best auxiliary spirit in the world, the Kai Bao Glazed Pagoda. Coupled with the strength of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, you can definitely fight with the Haoshan sect. People were talking a lot, all expressing that the decision of the Kai Bao Glazed sect was wrong. Naturally, someone opened his mouth to refute. You know nothing. The sect leader of the Kai Bao Glazed sect is a brother to the sect leader of the Tang sect who was born in the Haoshan sect. Together with the little princess Kai Bao Li Yulazan, we are part of the Tang sect's Tianjiao team. With such a relationship, how can we fight for these false names? As soon as these words came out, many people immediately shut up and stopped talking about this. And they also understand that the absolute strength of Haoshan sect is stronger than that of Kai Bao Glazed sect. After all, Haoshan sect has 6 titled Douluo. At this moment, Tang Xiao naturally wanted to come out and thank him. Thank you two sect masters for your humility. On behalf of Haoshan sect, I would like to thank you. Then Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen replied again. They all had bright smiles, and the three sects showed great harmony. This made Bai Bidong, who had done some tricks, look even more ugly. She was stunned. This is related to the reputation of the sect's future development. Can this be tolerated? They are all a bunch of cowards. Bibi Dong. Tang Lan came to her side at some point. What's the matter with sect master Tang? Bibi Dong didn't like talking to Tang Lan very much. Tang Lan laughed. He said meaningfully, don't waste your efforts. The spirit hall cannot stop the general trend. It's hard to realize your ambition. Tang Lan then turned around and left. Bibi Dong was left gnashing her teeth. This bastard, does he know my goal? I think you are trying to trick me, you are a little bit of a beast. In the next day, the battles among the next 4 sects were particularly fierce. However, after being used to seeing stronger players' duels, the next 4 sects competition was a bit boring. The final list of the next 4 cases has also been released. There are 3 titled Douluo in the Holy Dragon sect. The Xingguan sect with a unique martial spirit. 3 sects in 1. There is also a Fengjian sect who is not very strong individually, but has a tacit understanding of cooperation and can use formations. The upper 3 sects have ranking battles, and the lower 4 sects also have ranking battles. Of course, it also depends on whether each sect wants to fight. Tang Lan looked around at the people of the four sects and asked quite seriously. Do you four sects want to have a final showdown? If you must, the code is simple. Free decisive battle, the winner goes up, the loser goes down. Finally, the rankings of the next 4 cases will be determined. The new book will be sent to a new account. Once I pass the first round of recommendations and survive, I will share it with everyone. Because this is a phonetic code word, there may be some typos and sentence fragmentation. You are welcome to correct me. Chapter 388 Bibi Dong, Take Care of Your Dog. After hearing what Tang Lan said, the Holy Dragon sect would naturally compete for this ranking. If you don't become the top 3 sects, you have to become the number 1 among the next 4 sects. Although Tuoba Xi was beaten by the Shangsan sect. But at this moment, he looked at the other 3 sects with full confidence and arrogance. Our Holy Dragon sect has taken the first of the next 4 sects. Who is dissatisfied? Although the Holy Dragon sect lost 2 contras, the Elephant Armor sect had just been merged into it. The Elephant Armor sect lost 1 contra in the fierce battle for the next 4 sects. 5 Soul Saints, the sect leader Hu Yanzan was seriously injured. Therefore, under the instruction of Wuhan Palace, it was merged into the Holy Dragon sect. So at this moment, Tuoba Xi was sure that no one would dare to challenge their Holy Dragon sect. The fact is indeed the case. Even if the Xingguan sect has a titled Douluo like Luo Xing sitting in charge, they would not dare to challenge him. After all, the Holy Dragon sect has worshippers and elders from the Wuhan Palace, but only Tuoba Xi. He can beat him to death. When Loxing saw Tuoba Zihu pretending to be a tiger, he became arrogant. Of course he was very angry. Tang Lan suddenly spoke and informed everyone. I haven't told you yet that the free decisive battle will not involve the whole sect together. It's about the confrontation between the major sect masters. This is faster and easier. As soon as these words came out, Loxing was pleasantly surprised and Tuoba Xi was shocked. Luo Xing spoke immediately, fearing that Tang Lan would change his mind. I will challenge the leader of the Holy Dragon sect. Sect Master Tang. Tuoba Xi couldn't help but retort, did you do this on purpose? The other elders of the Holy Dragon sect also spoke in agreement. Why should all the 3 sects attend together? We are one-on-one. We are not convinced. At this moment, Bibi Dong's face was also livid. Staring at Tang Lan, he looked like he was going to eat him alive. In the end, you still have to protect your dog, and the Holy Dragon sect cannot lose its reputation as the first of the 4 sects. The affiliated sects of Wuhan Palace must also develop. This will help her plan. So Bibi Dong stared at Tang Lan and spoke. Tang Lan, you have gone too far. You should treat everyone equally when doing things, and don't talk nonsense just to help your own people. Bibi Dong's voice was like ice, warning Tang Lan. Hat. Tang Lan sneered. My sister forced her cunt to burn and squirted on her mouth. First, let me answer your question, Tuoba Xi. When did the ranking battle between the 3 sects cease to be one-on-one? You don't think that the whole sect competition in the big battle is a ranking battle, do you? That's an elimination battle. As soon as these words came out, Tuoba Xi was speechless, but he was filled with overwhelming anger. A little brat is so arrogant, do you really think no one can teach you a lesson? I will kill you when I get the chance in the future, little bastard. Tuoba Xi stared at Tang Lan, forgetting to restrain his murderous intent. Tang Lan naturally felt Tuoba Xi's murderous intention towards him. He spoke with a cold tone. Dare to show murderous intent towards this sect leader. Seeking death. The realm of living beings. Soul Bone Technique Soul Blast. Tang Lan instantly gathered the power of his soul and detonated it in Tuoba Xi's spiritual world. Produces huge mental harm. Ah! Tuoba Xi's eyes darkened, he had a splitting headache, and he screamed unbearably. In front of everyone, he glared at himself like this and dared to show murderous intent. Even if you are a titled Douluo, the leader of the Holy Dragon sect still has to pay the price. Tang Lan's murderous intention became even more obvious. Tang Lan. Bibi Dong immediately opened his martial spirit and warned, this is the arena for the sect's competition. You are not allowed to do anything at will. Others in the Wuhan Hall also opened their Wuhan and prepared to take action. The Tang sect is really bullying people. At this moment, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao also opened their martial spirits and prepared to fight against the Spirit Hall. The people below were all confused, why were they about to take action in the blink of an eye? Moreover, the Tang sect leader is just a child, yet he is so motionless that a titled Douluo is in agony. How terrible! Bibi Dong's heart was also in turmoil. Tang Lan was sitting there peacefully, but he could make Tuiba Xi look like he was about to die. Tuiba Xi is a level 91 titled Douluo and a martial spirit with dragon attributes. Tang Lan didn't even activate his martial spirit, so he died in seconds? Bibi Dong. Tang Lan said with a cold face, you'd better take care of your dog. Faced with the glares of many titled Douluo from Wuhan Palace, Tang Lan didn't care at all. He still refused to give Wuhan Palace face and was very arrogant. It's just that he didn't attack Tuiba Xi again, it was enough to give him some punishment. This kind of trash was not worthy of his treatment. One more blow and he's dead. There is no need to start a war with Wuhan Palace now because of a loser. Tang Lan knew that the divine examination was the most important thing now. After all, it was not just him who had to take the divine examination, but his team who became gods also had to take the divine examination. Tuiba Xi. Bibi Dong turned to look at the traumatized Tuiba Xi and said coldly, apologize to Sect Master Tang. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Is the Pope of Wuhan Palace so weak? Even the Tang sect took action, and she asked Tuiba Xi to apologize. It seems that the Wuhan Palace is in decline, and Bibi Dong is not worthy of being the Pope at all. Lion Douluo couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, Pope, what are you doing? This kid is so arrogant, we have to teach him a lesson. I still don't believe that he dares to start a war with my Wuhan Palace. Others also looked at Bibi Dong at this moment, very dissatisfied with Bibi Dong's decision. Apologize. Bibi Dong stared at Tuiba Xi and issued an ultimatum. Tuiba Xi was extremely humiliated, but he was also afraid of Tang Lan Rahu. Tang Lan's mental attack was so deadly that he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. I'm afraid that next time, it will directly kill him. Tuiba Xi bowed in the direction of Tang Lan and apologized, I was disrespectful to Sect Master Tang just now. Please forgive me, Sect Master Tang. Tuiba Xi's apology made the Tang sect's momentum surge again. After all, Bai He is still broadcasting at this moment, and all the soul masters in the continent are watching this scene. Tang Lan smiled and said to Tuiba Xi, if you know your mistakes, just correct them. This sect master is not a small-minded person. Tang Lan then asked Tang Hao and others to calm down their momentum. Then he said calmly to the people of the next 4 sects, a small episode occurred, but it will not affect the ranking battle of the next 4 sections. Bibi Dong with a gloomy face, he stopped looking at Tang Lan. She needed to be patient now. But the other people in the spirit hall really couldn't stand it, but without Bibi Dong's order, they couldn't do anything. The Tang sect's Tianjiao's admiration for Tang Lan became stronger. But only Tang San was jealous. Why was he so powerful that he could suppress the spirit hall from taking action? He took the initiative to take action and asked the leader of the Holy Dragon sect to apologize to him. I am obviously a brother from the same mother as him. The more Tang San thought about it, the angrier he became, because he also wanted to be so strong. Let people all over the continent admire him and fear him. The leader of the Holy Dragon sect was seriously injured, and I am the first elder. There is a reason to fight in his place. Chapter 389 The Battle of the Next 4 Sects, competing for the first place. Qianjun couldn't swallow this breath. New book bar. He was beaten yesterday, and Tuiba Xi was almost killed today. He was taught such a lesson by someone so arrogantly, and he had to apologize obediently. He couldn't figure out what Bibi Dong was doing. Is she trying to disgrace the spirit hall? Luo Xing was immediately upset. He was confident that he could beat Tuiba Xi. Isn't it a waste to beat your 96th level demon subduing Douluo? Hearing Qianjun's words, Tang Lan smiled. He said calmly, it's okay. I injured him, so I can naturally heal him. The first battle of the lower 4 sects. Tuiba Xi and Luo Xing. Qianjun was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Lan to act like this. It seems that she is determined not to let the Holy Dragon sect become the first of the lower 4 sects. Qianjun looked at Bibi Dong, wanting to see what she meant. But Bibi Dong was like a statue, and she didn't mean to express any opinion on Tang Lan's advances. Humph! Qianjun snorted coldly, and didn't say anything more. Tuiba Xi was quickly restored to his peak state by Tang Lan. Next was the decisive battle between Tuiba Xi and Luo Xing. Tuiba Xi has regained his peak strength, so he is naturally full of confidence. Looking at Luo Xing introducing himself with great momentum. 91 level strong attack titled Douluo, Tuiba Xi. Luo Xing was more calm, his eyes flickered, and he responded. 93 level strong attack titled Douluo, Luo Xing. Then the two of them opened their martial souls. Tuiba Xi took the initiative to attack, and his fifth soul ring flashed instantly. Fifth soul skill, Sky Dragon. A long white dragon rushed towards Luo Xing. Luo Xing sneered, he was not afraid of a head-on confrontation. Tuiba Xi was only level 91, and his martial soul, White Armor Earth Dragon, was also one of the weakest existences in the dragon attribute. Just a fake dragon. Luo Xing's fifth soul ring also flashed. Fifth soul skill, Quenching the Stars. Luo Xing was ready to kill Tuiba Xi with one blow. Once this move was used, the enemy would lose all their soul power as long as they were hit. Tuiba Xi had naturally seen Luo Xing perform this move, and knew how terrible this soul skill was. However, as a defensive dragon attribute, he had no shortage of defensive soul skills. The fourth soul ring flickered. Fourth soul skill, Earth Dragon Immunity. This soul skill can offset 90% of any attack from a titled Douluo of the same level. So this time, Tuiba Xi only lost 10% of his soul power. Insidious thing. Tuiba Xi pointed at Luo Xia and yelled, "Your move is useless to me, wait for death." Then Tuiba Xi's sixth soul ring lit up. Sixth soul skill, Wind-Breaking Dragon God Claw. Tuiba Xi's body suddenly grew larger, more than 10 meters tall. His hands turned into huge dragon claws, which looked extremely sharp. Die! Tuiba Xi roared and rushed towards Luo Xing. The speed was extremely fast. It seemed that he was going to scratch Luo Xing to death with one claw. Yesterday and today, he had been humiliated, feeling aggrieved and embarrassed. Now he wants to find a poor guy to vent his anger on. Luoxing also didn't expect that Tuiba Xi had a soul skill that could restrain him. Since he couldn't consume the opponent's soul power, he would defeat him openly. With such a good opportunity, the Xingguan sect, which had been in seclusion for a long time, must win the title of the first of the four sects. Luoxing looked at Tuiba Xi rushing over with great momentum and immediately used his defensive soul skill. Fourth soul skill, Star Armor. His body was instantly surrounded by bright starlight, and soon he was covered with a star armor. And Luoxing's body also grew to 5 meters tall, like a giant of light. Bang! Tuiba Xi first grabbed Luoxing's chest with one claw. Luoxing's body retreated several meters, and the armor on his body also dimmed a lot. Come again! Tuiba Xi grabbed another claw. Bang! This time the force was stronger, causing the armor on Luo Xing to dissipate directly. Luo Xing retreated several meters again, but he was not injured. Tuiba Xi's attack and Luo Xing's defense just offset each other. The two were almost the same in strength, and their soul power was equal. Tuiba Xi came from the Spirit Hall, so his strength was naturally not weak. Luo Xing had the Star Crown spirit, and would not fall behind. At this time, the people of the Star Crown sect cheered for Luo Xing. The people of the Holy Dragon sect were also unwilling to fall behind. Both of them carried the expectations of many people. Luo Xing carried the hope of the Xingluo Empire, and Tuiba Xi was under greater pressure. No good things happened in this sect competition of the Spirit Hall. If he couldn't take the first place in the lower four sects, he would never have a good ending. So he had to win this life and death battle. Third soul skill, White Armor Scale Shooting. The white armor dragon on his body, the armor pieces all separated from the dragon's body. Whoosh! Countless pieces of armor shot towards the falling star with great force. It also has the ability to track down enemies. His offensive will not stop. After all, he is a dragon spirit. The natural soul power is stronger than that of ordinary people. Luo Xing's figure flashed, and his second soul ring flickered. The second soul skill, Star Beam. This soul skill will condense 7 energy beams and rush straight towards the enemy. Still carrying his own soul power, 20% of the spiritual impact. The 7 beams of light washed away the armor pieces coming from the same direction. But the remaining pieces of armor were about to hit Luo Xing. Luoxing's face was solemn, and his first soul ring was shining brightly. The first soul skill, Star Barrier. 4 bright barriers stood around Luo Xing, blocking the incoming armor pieces. But these pieces of armor have the ability to automatically detect enemies. They all gather together and shoot upward. Then he fell down from the top fiercely and attacked Luo Xing. Haha, Tuiba Xi laughed. However, at this moment, the star barrier also appeared above Luo Xing's head. In the end, the armor can only hit the star barrier crazily. The smile that just appeared on Tuoba Xi's face instantly solidified. "You are really difficult to deal with," Tuoba Xi said with a ferocious expression. After finishing his words, Tuoba Xi glanced at Bibi Dong, who was looking at him coldly from the audience. This look told him that he must win. "Now it's my turn to fight back." Falling stars floated in the sky, and there was also a barrier of stars beneath their feet. After all, Tuoba Xi's armor pieces will not dissipate at all after collision. This is also a rogue soul skill, but he also has a good way to deal with it. "Just a green bastard." Tuoba Xi sneered disdainfully. As soon as these words came out, Luo Xing was furious. What he hates the most in his life is people calling him a green bastard. "Tuoba Xi!" Luo Xing roared, "I'm going to die." Tuoba Xi was stunned, and so were everyone else in the audience. What happened to Luo Xing, who had always been quite indifferent? Why Luo Xing was so furious was only known to the direct descendants of the Xingguan sect. The seventh soul ring shone brighter and brighter, bringing with it the overwhelming anger of Loxing. The seventh soul skill, Star Crown True Body. When Tuoba Xi saw Luo Xing's momentum was like a rainbow, he spared no effort. The seventh soul ring also lit up. The seventh soul skill, White Dragon True Body. Tuoba Xi transformed into a white dragon, with hard armor all over his body. The dragon body is dozens of meters long and looks like a real dragon. Chapter 390 You come and I go, no one wants to lose. Tuoba Xi did not stop. After opening his true form, he could freely use any of the top 6 soul skills. 69 Shuz.c.m. The first soul ring lights up. The first soul skill, Earth Strengthening. The white dragon that was tens of meters long suddenly grew to a giant dragon that was hundreds of meters long. The dragon's head was 3 times larger than before, and its claws looked ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, the white armored earth dragon also has the aura of a true dragon. Give Luo Xing a great intimidating effect. But although Luo Xing was furious, he did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for Tuoba Xi to attack him. After all, his Star Crown True Body can protect his body from any harm. However, Tuoba Xi is not a fool. He clearly knows how powerful Loxing's 7th soul skill is. How could he attack stupidly and waste his soul power? Loxing saw what Tuoba Xi meant and stopped waiting. After all, his Star Crown True Body has other abilities. That is, the first 6 soul skills take turns attacking Tuoba Xi every 20 seconds. He still didn't believe that Tuoba Xi could stop his crazy offensive. Bang! Bang! Next is the moment when Tuoba Xi is constantly bombarded by the top 6 attacking soul skills of Falling Star. But Tuoba Xi took turns to activate his defensive soul skills, and the White Dragon's true body's defense was extremely strong. The defense is 10 times stronger than usual. Although his soul power was declining, he was not injured. Haha! Tuoba Xi laughed and said, "You are tickling me." He laughed at Loxing and started his strong counterattack. The 8th soul ring appeared strongly around the dragon body. The 8th soul skill, Raging Wave Dragon Tail Kill. The giant white dragon, which was hundreds of meters tall, roared and flew towards the falling star. Suddenly stopped in mid-air, then swung the dragon's tail wildly and smashed into the falling star. He felt that the defense of Luo Xing, who had consumed a lot of soul power, had weakened a lot with his 7th soul skill. Therefore, he prepared to use his 8th soul skill to completely defeat Luo Xing and prevent him from using stronger soul skills. A faint sneer appeared on Luo Xing's face. He was floating in the air, calmly waiting for the huge dragon tail to hit him. Bang! Tuoba Xi's attack was very powerful, and the air waves exploded in all directions. But nothing happened to Luo Xing. The defense of the 7th soul skill was originally one of his strongest trump cards. Now that Tuoba Xi has lost a lot of his soul power, he cannot always maintain the true form of Star Crown. Therefore, he wants to completely eliminate Tuoba Xi with the power of thunder. The 8th soul ring lights up. The 8th soul skill, Meteor Explosion. He wanted to catch Tuoba Xi off guard and absorb all of Tuoba Xi's soul power. Receive. Then he gave it to Tuoba Xi in the form of a meteorite. But Tuoba Xi was also born in Wuhan Palace after all, and his attention was extremely focused at the moment. He used the immunity soul skill again. The 4th soul skill, Earth Dragon Immunity. Tuiba Xi used this skill and only had 10% of his soul power drained away by Luo Xing. Although a stone was condensed, it was unusually small. It's only about 2 or 3 meters tall. Tuiba Xi looked sarcastic, irritating Luo Xing and said, "You still want to steal my soul power, what a wishful thinking." Tuiba Xi was in his true form and didn't even bother to activate his defensive skills. Bang! The explosion of 2 or 3 meters of stone did not cause any harm to Tuiba Xi. Not even his white armor can be broken. The smoke dissipated, and Tuiba Xi's brilliant 9th soul ring flashed strongly. The 9th soul skill, the overwhelming dragon wave. Tuiba Xi displayed his most powerful soul skill, the 100-meter-long white-armored earth dragon. The dragon's mouth opened wide, preparing for a devastating attack. The true dragon aura exuding at this moment is getting stronger and stronger. This is not over yet, today is the battle to determine whether he can still be reused by Wuhan Palace. Soul Bone Skill Flying Claw. This skill can make the left dragon claw 5 times larger. With one claw, the mountain will be shattered and the ground will be shattered. Luo Xing's face was stern, not too confused. He has confidence in his own strength. The 7th soul skill, Star Crown True Body. He opened his martial soul avatar again and frantically consumed his soul power. Use the Star Crown True Body to resist Tuiba Xi's 9th soul skill, and then quickly use the 6th soul skill. First hit Tuiba Xi hard and block him for a moment. After all, his 9th soul skill takes time to perform. This is the last desperate effort. We have been fighting for so long. He must not lose. Roar! Tuiba Xi's powerful dragon wave has been accumulated. The giant dragon let out a long roar and sprayed out a terrifying long pillar of energy, which had its own locking ability and headed towards Luo Xing. Bang! The terrifying air wave exploded again. This blow caused cracks in the defense of Luo Xing's Star Crown True Body. The 4th soul ring quickly emerged. The 4th soul skill, Star Armor. Luo Xing used the ability of Xingwen's True Body to quickly use defensive soul skills to block the blow. Bang! However, the armor was instantly shattered and the attack fell on him. Luo Xing underestimated Tuiba Xi's strongest attack, which caused him to vomit blood and was injured. But he didn't have time to be shocked and hesitant, the 6th soul ring appeared instantly. The 6th soul skill, Starry Sky Judgment. Luo Xing wanted to use a weakened version of Star Destruction to stop Tuiba Xi. In an instant, a huge halo appeared in the air. This bright halo will lock onto Tuiba Xi. After a moment, an energy pillar burst out. Rushing towards the moving 100-meter dragon. Tuiba Xi saw the beam of light coming towards him with violent force. The 2nd soul ring flickers weakly. His soul power was already seriously insufficient, after all, it was drained twice by Luo Xing's soul skills. Just now, he continued to use his 8th and 9th soul skills, and he kept opening his martial soul avatar. So I can only use it. The 2nd soul skill, Dragon Armor Body Protection. He wanted to rely on this defensive skill to block Luo Xing's attack. Then rely on the Flying Claw to defeat Falling Star. Bang! The violent energy pillar hit Bei Long. The dragon armor caused by the defensive skill was instantly shattered. Roar! The 100-meter giant dragon was smashed and fell a few meters. Tuiba Xi let out a dragon roar and once again jumped into the air and grabbed Luo Xing. But the 100-meter giant dragon is already somewhat scarred. Go to hell! Tuiba Xi yelled. It will hit the falling star in a moment. After Luo Xing slowed down Tuiba Xi for a while, he also displayed his strongest trick. Having exhausted his last soul power, success or failure only depends on this one blow. I must win. Luo Xing said sternly, not just for the glory of the Star Crown sect. It's even more the price for you insulting me, the green bastard. I met a bitch and finally betrayed me. And for making you, a bastard, laugh so hard. Luo Xing cursed Tuiba Xi angrily in his heart. The 9th soul skill, Stars Destroy All Catastrophes. Judgment Star light quickly fell from the sky, and each light had extremely powerful attacks. At the same time, half of Tuiba Xi's soul skills were sealed. The ball of light that destroyed the heaven and earth smashed towards Tuiba Xi with a terrifying aura. Upon seeing this, Tuiba Xi wanted to use up his soul power to continue using his defensive soul skills. I found that I couldn't use my soul skills at all. Seeing his huge dragon claws, he was about to catch Luo Xing. Chapter 391 The Domineering Tang Hao and the Forbearing Bibi Dong. Ah! Tuiba Xi yelled crazily. Upsilon. See, oh. Tuiba Xi doesn't want to fail like this. Otherwise, Wuhan Palace will definitely abandon him. The golden crocodile did not win a single battle and left the worship hall in disgrace. Demoted to an elder. I don't know what my fate will be. So we must win. Bang! The first ball of light hit Tuiba Xi, and the terrifying force made him tremble. He can still hold on. Bang bang! But one after another, the balls of light hit the 100-meter giant dragon hard. Tuiba Xi felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. You lost. Loxing stepped back a few meters and said calmly, holding his chest. Immediately after more light balls hit him, Tuiba Xi was smashed into pieces and the white dragon's true body was shattered. No! Tuiba Xi yelled unwillingly and desperately. Bang! In the end, Tuiba Xi hit the high platform heavily in front of everyone. Trash! Bibi Dong growled with a ferocious look on his face. Every one of them is trash. In this battle, Xing Guanzong wins. Some people cheered, some were angry. 3 Earth Sects, Wind Sword Sect. Tang Lan said, do you still want to fight? Yanishang, the highest level of the 3 Earth Sects and the leader of the Immortal Sect, level 87 contra Yanishang responded. The third sect of the earth gives up and is willing to become the fourth of the 4 sects. If she were an offensive soul master, she would definitely compete with the Wind Sword Sect for third place. But she is an auxiliary soul master, and she is no match for Feng Beilong, the leader of the Wind Sword Sect. Feng Beilong is a level 89 attack type soul Douluo. Thank you, Sect Master Yet. Feng Beilong saw that the 3 sects were no longer fighting, so he smiled and thanked him. Tang Lan suddenly spoke again. Then the Fengjian sect still wants to challenge the loser just now, the leader of the Holy Dragon sect. As soon as these words came out, anyone could tell that Sect Master Tang was deliberately messing with the Holy Dragon sect. Rather than building the Holy Dragon sect, it is better to call it the disgusting Wuhan Palace. Tuiba Xi was helped off. He was now unable to fight anymore. Let alone a level 89 soul Douluo, even a level 79 soul saint can defeat him. Tang Lan. Qianjun couldn't bear it and said, you can kill people with just a nod. Ghost Leopard Douluo also spoke angrily. My leader of the Holy Dragon sect is seriously injured, and you still want the Fengjian sect to challenge you. Mysterious Gourmet Gunroom Nang is difficult for our Holy Dragon sect, isn't it? The dignified head of the Tang sect did such a disgusting thing. It really opened my eyes. Tang Lan was bullied, and if he still tolerated it, he would be a stinky bastard. Qianjun, Ghost Leopard. Tang Hao shouted domineeringly to the two of them. You two little brats, are you going to bully my son? It doesn't matter whether Fengjian sect wants to challenge Holy Dragon sect. I'm going to challenge you two first. Do you dare to fight with me? Tang Hao is holding the red hammer and is about to take the stage. Domineering and extremely powerful. Tang Hao. Lion Douluo roared, I'm here to fight with you. The lion knew that Qianjun was no match for Tang Hao. Even if there was a ghost leopard, he would still be abused. After all, I am a level 97 peak Douluo, so I still have a chance to compete with him. Wuhan Palace has been trampled on so hard, it must go back forcefully. At this moment, Demon Bear Douluo, who was standing on one side, looked at each other with Gorgon Douluo. They all felt in their hearts that they were right to surrender. After the sect competition, it was discovered that Wuhan Palace has been suppressed by the Tang sect. Now, the mighty Wuhan Palace is being stepped on and rubbed on the ground by Tang Hao and his son. The lion is really no match for Tang Hao. Tang Hao was the one who beat Jian Sunji violently back then. New book bar. In addition, it is now level 98. Haha, Tang Hao sneered and said, it's just a sick lion, you all can come together. As soon as these words came out, not to mention everyone present was shocked. I sigh with emotion at Tang Hao's overwhelming domineering power. Even Tang Lan smiled and shook his head. My father is really crazy. But if you really want to explode the ring, use the big samurai hammer and some soul bone skills. It's really not impossible for one person to fuck 3 of them. Tang Hao. Lion Douluo roared again. After all, he was looked down upon so much and insulted as a sick lion. How could he not be taught a lesson? It is up to me, the lion, to restore the reputation of Wuhan Palace. The lion roared, stood up from the ground, and floated above the platform. Come up. The lion said very forcefully and with great momentum. That's enough. Bibi Dong was silent for a moment, and finally said, "Get down here." She was really pissed off. How did these guys achieve the title of Douluo? Why are everyone so stupid? Didn't you see that Tang Lan and Tang Hao deliberately angered Wuhan Palace? Now the Tang sect is at its peak, the Haoshan sect is domineering, and the Kai Bao glazed sect is its reliable ally. This seems to be Tang Lan's bastard's trick. You must not fall into his trap. Everyone was shocked by Bibi Dong's scolding. The lions have some ears that can't believe it. Is Bibi Dong crazy? I've been bullied to the point where I shit on my head, how can I still bear it? The Wuhan Palace has such a profound foundation. The Great Envoy is a level 99 ultimate Douluo. I'm afraid of the Tang sect. But Tang Lan understood Bibi Dong's decision. After all, he knows Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is good at forbearing, and she can endure the temporary suffering and humiliation. After all, she has the heritage of the Rakshasa god and believes that she will eventually become a god. After becoming a god, it takes no time to kill anyone. Pope! Shouted the lion. I say it one last time, come down. Bibi Dong said without any doubt. Pope! Qinglu and Douluo couldn't stand it any longer, and said seriously, we can't do this anymore. I can't bear it. This was being watched by all the soul masters in the continent. Tang Hao and his son provoked the Wuhan Palace again and again. In the end, he swallowed his anger and will respect Wuhan Palace in the future. Remember, I am the Pope. Bibi Dong said coldly. Seeing how determined Bibi Dong was, the lion thought of the reminder of the big offering. Whatever happens, listen to Bibi Dong and don't do the opposite. He could only stamp his feet angrily, and then flew off the high platform. Trash! Tang Hao scolded mockingly. He was still thinking about moving his hands and feet. Father! Tang Lan stepped forward and said comfortingly, don't be in a hurry, father will beat them up in the future. Lanner! Tang Hao immediately said with a smile on his face, Dad is lucky to have a son like you. Tang Lan said a few words to Tang Hao, and then turned his attention to the leader of the Wind Sword sect. Master Feng, do you want to challenge me? If we defeat Tuoba Xi, Fengjian sect will be ranked second among the next 4 sects. When Feng Beilong heard this, he immediately shook his head and said, Sect Master Tang, I won't take advantage of others' danger. Tang Lan had expected it, and he asked this deliberately. Just to stimulate the Wuhan Palace, in the end the Tang sect stepped on their heads, and they could only endure it. Now Wuhan Palace has completely become a joke. The goal has been achieved, and Tang Lan is very satisfied. Well, that being the case, the continent-wide sect competition is completely over. I now declare that all the sects of the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. Please give me a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 392, Wuhan Academy, the wealthy Wuhan Palace. In this continent-wide sect competition, the 3 new sects remain unchanged. 9 sucks.co. Even the Holy Dragon sect, who is secretly supported by Wuhan Palace, wants a piece of the pie. It has not shaken the status of the Shangsan sect. The next 4 sects were completely purged, with the exception of Fengjian sect, which retained its position. The other 3 cases were all kicked out. It became the new 4 sects. Star Crown sect, Holy Dragon sect, Fengjian sect, and Earth 3 sects. Tang Lan looked around at everyone and said calmly. Don't be discouraged if there is no successful sect in the competition this time. The sect competition is held once every 10 years, and the rankings will be re-ranked 10 years later. This is also for the development of the entire continent. Even the sects that have successfully competed cannot slack off. As soon as these words came out, the unsuccessful sects were all excited. This is their biggest motivation. They all shouted Tang Lan's title. Master Tang! The sect competition is over, and all the major sects have left the killing town one after another. Tang Lan and his party returned to Poseidon Island. For the next period of time, the mainland was in a calm stage. However, Wuhan Palace suddenly announced to everyone that it would add an academy to each major city. It's called Wuhan Academy. The bishops of the Enshrinement Hall of the Wuhan Hall, the Elders Hall, and the major branch halls of the Wuhan Hall will all go to the college to teach students. The most important thing is that there are no fees. As long as there are talented children, they will be nurtured with the best treatment. If you become a student of the Inner Academy, you can learn all the major techniques of Wuhan Palace. The major titled Douluo in the Hall of Worship and the Hall of Elders will also look for successor disciples. and everyone becomes the key training student of Wuhan Academy. The families of these students will receive 10,000 gold soul coins. Ordinary students also give 1,000 gold soul coins to their families. After the news came out, the entire continent went crazy. Wuhan Palace is completely benefiting the people of the entire continent. For a time, those who had belittled Wuhan Palace began to praise Wuhan Palace. After all, Wuhandian is very wealthy. It not only focuses on training students, but also provides money to the students' families. This is so that students who go to Wuhan Academy to study will have no worries at all. During this period, Tang Lan led everyone to continue the third Poseidon test. Tide training. After all, I have to train for a whole year. When he learned that Wuhan Palace was going to open a Wuhan Academy, and there would be so many generous rewards, I couldn't help but laugh. Brother, what are you laughing at? Xiao Wu, who was lying next to Tang Lan, held his arm tightly. It's nothing, let's continue. Tang Lan said meaningfully. Brother. Xiao Wu said with a panicked expression, I can't stand it anymore. Tang Lan didn't care about this, he needed to vent. Zuking, don't pretend to be asleep. You come on. No. Zhu Zuking shook his head vigorously. Why don't you go find Bing'er and Yu'er? Xiao Wu and I really can't stand it anymore. Manganese is amazing. Tang Lan didn't care about this and started the action extremely forcefully. Zhu Zuking and Xiao Wu began to wail. This made Ning Rongrong, who was passing by, blush, but she was more confused and confused. He likes Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking, but doesn't he like me? Tang Lan knew that Wuhan Palace was rich and powerful, so he held the Wuhan Academy this time because he wanted to fight against his own Tangmin Academy. Bibi Dong obviously saw that many people's beliefs had begun to shift towards her. This is something she cannot tolerate. I would rather bleed a lot, but also reverse the continuous loss of faith in Wuhan Palace. Take the opportunity to suppress the Tang sect. But Tang Lan was not panicked. Tang sect had advantages that Wuhan Palace did not have. However, the Wuhan Palace's great fanfare will naturally affect many people's decisions. The third Poseidon test was a bit grueling. Tang Lan naturally couldn't sit still, so he wanted to go to the mainland and wander around. See for yourself what your reputation is in the mainland. Let's also look at the impact that Wuhan Hall's Wuhan Academy has had on the Tang sect. Tang Lan came to a small city in the Tiandu Empire. When walking on the road, you can hear people talking about Tangmin and Wuhan Palace. A child expressed excitedly. I have awakened the weapon spirit, and it is also an attack-type anger gun. Another child responded even more excitedly. That's great, then we can go to school together. I awakened the top beast martial spirit, the fierce sun tiger. The boy who had awakened the weapon spirit said a little tangledly. Then where will we go to school? My family asked me to become a martial arts student, but I want to go to Tangmin Academy. Just as the other child responded. An old man in a robe spoke immediately. Of course we are going to Wuhan Academy. Martial Soul Academy will give your family money so that you don't have to worry about anything. You two little babies are not in good shape when you look at your family situation. Your parents have brought you up so well, you deserve to be blessed. Before the two of them could say anything, another man who looked very upright spoke next. The old gentleman is right, it's great to go to Wuhan Academy. Not only do we give money, we also let all the titled Douluo from Wuhan Palace come to the academy to teach the students. I will take my children now to register at the Wuhan Academy in the city. Definitely better than the Tang sect. How can a sect leader who is not a titled Douluo teach any good students? It's really misleading. Yes, then Master Tang is just a little kid, how can he have real talent and learning? He's just a guy who's just trying to gain fame. This man said a lot in one breath, causing some people to echo him. It also made many hesitant people decide to go to Wuhan Academy. Tang Lan saw it, but he didn't stop it. Apparently the so-called old gentlemen, the men who took their children to the Wuhan Academy, and the guys who scolded me. They are all arranged by Wuhan Palace. The purpose is to incite public opinion and get those who are hesitant to go to Wuhan Academy. Shut up! At this time a young man rushed out. If you want to go to Wuhan Academy, then go to Wuhan Academy. Don't slander Tang sect and Tang Master here. Who is Master Tang? He is a saint-level existence. He has made many contributions to the mainland Soul Masters. We provide Soul Masters with free training techniques, and also invented artificial soul rings, which allow soul masters to obtain soul rings more safely. Such a person is so insulted by you bastards. This young man is a 4-ring soul sect. He is so angry that he lashes out at everyone around him. He said a lot in one breath, and even wanted to activate his martial spirit angrily. Tang Lan could see that this young man of 18 or 19 admired him very much. Who are you? A man who was being scolded glared at the young man and said dissatisfiedly, I said the Tang sect cares about you. Don't think that you are the soul master, not to mention that you are just a 4-ring soul sect. Look carefully, I am the 5-ring soul king. The person who yelled at Tang Lan instantly opened his martial spirit. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 5 soul rings were revealed, full of momentum. Chapter 393, Soul Sect vs Soul King, Tang Lan takes action. The 5-ring Soul King is a member of the Wuhan Palace. U-C-O-M. His mission is to cooperate with others to slander the Tang sect and promote the Wuhan Palace in this city. Seeing 2 children who have awakened good martial spirits, they are going to the martial arts academy. How could he be disturbed by a small 4-ring soul sect? The first soul skill, Blazing Wolf Claws. The 5-ringed Soul King was about to kill him if he disagreed with him, and a huge flaming wolf appeared behind him. His hands turned into wolf claws and he violently grabbed at the 4-ring soul sect. The 4th-ring soul sect was not afraid, and the second soul ring flickered. The second soul skill, Xiandao Body Protection. A sharp Xiandao spun quickly and was quickly divided into more than a dozen Xiandao. Then these mysterious swords formed a circle in the 4th-ring soul sect. Bang! The Soul King of Wuhan Palace kept waving his wolf claws, colliding with the rapidly rotating circle of mysterious swords. Seeking death. The Soul King of Wuhan Palace roared angrily when he saw that he could not break through his opponent's defense. The second soul ring flickered. The second soul skill, Wolf Transformation. The body of the Soul King of Wuhan Palace was more than 3 meters tall, and his eyes became blood red. At this moment, he has transformed into a wolf, and his attack power is 3 times that of before. Bang! With this claw strike, the defense of the 4-ring soul sect was immediately broken. The Siwan soul sect quickly retreated, not panicking, but responding in an orderly manner. The 3rd soul ring flashed. Die! The Soul King of the Wuhan Palace rushed towards the 4th-ring soul sect like a cannonball. The momentum is like a rainbow, vowing to tear it into pieces. The 3rd soul skill, 3 cuts with the mysterious sword. The 4th-ring soul sect did not continue to run away, but held a 3-meter-long mysterious knife. He quickly slashed at the charging Soul King of Wuhan Palace. Bang! The wolf's claws collided with the Xiandao, and the 4th-ring soul sect took 3 steps back. Tang Lan, who was standing aside, knew very well the power of the two. Not at the same level. The man from the Spirit Hall is a level 57 Soul King, while the young man who worships him is only a level 45 Soul Sect. Plus, the man from the Spirit Hall has a very strong wolf-attributed beast spirit. There is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. But if there are some fighting skills, there is still a chance. The Spirit Hall Soul King's attack did not stop, and he scratched the 4-ring Soul Sect with one claw again. A waste dares to meddle in other people's business. Today I will make you pay the price. Bang! This time the 4-ring Soul Sect did not confront head-on, but jumped into the air, holding the knife with both hands and slashed the second slash. The Spirit Hall Soul King used his claws to block the knife, and found that the power of this knife was heavier than before. But before he could make a counterattack, the 4-ring Soul Sect fell quickly. He turned over in the air and slashed the 3rd slash of the black knife's 3 slashes fiercely. Puff! The Spirit Hall Soul King was unable to react and was slashed in the abdomen by a knife. The 4-ring Soul Sect's black sword has 3 slashes, each one is stronger than the last. The second slash is the superposition of the first slash. The 3rd slash is twice as strong as the second slash. Therefore, the 5-ring strong attack Soul King who did not use any defensive skills was slashed into the lower abdomen by a knife. The 4-ring Soul Sect's eyes were fierce, and the 4th soul ring was shining brightly. The 4th soul skill, Black Extinction Slash. Ah! The 4-ring Soul Sect's strongest move, only heard him roar. The black sword in his hand shone brightly, bursting out with powerful power. The Soul King of the Spirit Hall was cut in half on the spot. Who the 4-ring Soul Sect held the sword with one hand and exhaled for a long time. Tang Lan looked at this person and smiled. This person knows how to fight. There is such a big difference in level, but he can kill across levels. He is a talent. The other people in the spirit hall were shocked. This bastard could actually kill the 5-ring soul sect. One of them pointed at the murderer, the 4-ring soul sect, angrily. How dare you kill someone in the street? Let's go together and kill this evil man for justice. The person who spoke immediately was the 5-ring emerge, also a 5-ring soul king. The man who took his child to register for the Spirit Academy also had 5-ring emerge, and was also a soul king. As for the others, they were all 4-ring soul sect, a total of more than 10 people. It is unknown how many of them were unknown people. However, at this time, the murderer, the 4-ring soul sect Chen Xian, did not show any fear. Tang Lan then asked him through voice transmission. Do you need me to save Mang Jun? Chen Xian looked puzzled, but still asked rationally, what price do I need to pay? This is a smart man. Tang Lan continued to transmit voice. Expose the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall. These people are all from the Spirit Hall, and they just acted together to belittle the Tang sect. Chen Xian was a little surprised, but he didn't think much and responded immediately, I do. He didn't know if he could survive. Maybe this big man who was nowhere to be found was just making fun of him. After all, dozens of people had already attacked, but he was unwilling to surrender. He was about to use his soul skills. The dozen people who rushed towards him angrily suddenly stopped moving. This made Chen Xian look confused. Go ahead, kill them. Tang Lan's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Xian did not hesitate, holding the black knife and slashing at the dozen people one by one. And the dozen people stared with their eyes wide open, full of fear. Until they died, they didn't know who bound their souls and couldn't let them control their bodies. Every time Chen Xian chopped someone, he looked into their frightened eyes. So he knew clearly that this master who secretly helped him controlled these people very easily, leaving them unable to move for a long time. What a powerful person! After Chen Xian chopped off the last head, the old man who spoke first but had never taken action suddenly spoke. Who secretly helped this person kill people? Get out of here as soon as possible. He has been protecting the 2 little kids who have awakened their martial spirits with a kind face. After the words fell, this person burst out with amazing momentum. The 8 rings emerged, domineering. 8-ring soul Douluo. One person couldn't help but exclaimed. Tang Lan disguised his identity and walked out. It's me. At this moment, Tang Lan was wearing a black robe, with a very majestic face, but with a scruffy beard, looking like he was in his 40s. However, he did not show his soul rings, and deliberately concealed his strength so that the other party would not notice. When Chen Xian saw Tang Lan, he immediately came to his side. This is his savior, so he said respectfully, thank you for saving my life, senior. Are you afraid? Tang Lan smiled lightly. No. Chen Xian raised his head and responded, at worst, I will die. Tang Lan patted Chen Xian's shoulder and asked seriously. You speak for the Tang sect and the Tang sect master, is it worth it to anger the people of the Spirit Hall? You were almost killed just now, and the Tang sect or Tang Lan will not know what you did. Chen Xian's eyes lit up and he responded without hesitation, it's worth it. And at this moment, the 8-ring soul Douluo, seeing that he was ignored. Furious. Chapter 394 Platinum Bishop, each with his own opinion. Added to Kong Xiao JK, 1015. Chapter 394 Platinum Bishop, each with his own opinion. Added to Kong Xiao JK, 1015. Who are you? How dare you help the villain to kill people? The 8-ring soul Douluo said angrily. Don't you know that killing is prohibited in the city? You are really looking for death. Tang Lan turned his head to look at the old man and responded lightly, Old man, who am I? You don't deserve to know. Tang Lan's words caused shock and discussion among the onlookers. A passerby soul master whispered, is he crazy? The identity of the 8-ring soul Douluo is not simple. What identity? The people around him asked curiously. This Jiwi Dao? That old man is the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Hai Ming Lei. It turns out that he is the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. In this case, those two are doomed. People around were talking about it, and they all thought that Hai Ming Lei would kill Tang Lan and the others in the end. At this moment, Hai Ming Lei was full of arrogance, looking at Tang Lan and the others with a sneer on his face. He was no longer angry. For a dead person, what was there to be angry about? Hai Minglei pointed at Tang Lan and sneered, "Your mouth is very hard, if your strength is as hard as your mouth. I can still look at you straight in the eye. Those who kill people indiscriminately in Tianxing City will be killed without mercy. The guy who dares not show his soul ring must not be higher than his level. Just now, those trash were strangely controlled by their bodies. It must be that one of his soul skills has the ability to temporarily control the target. But that must be a soul master who controls the same level or weaker than him. Looking at his age, he is at most a 7-ring soul saint. I am a level 86 strong attack soul Douluo, and I can crush him with just one finger." He Tang Lan sneered, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to kill me? Are you from the city lord's mansion? Or maybe someone from the royal family?" Hai Minglei sneered. "If I reveal my true identity, will he be scared to death? Maybe this guy is just a 6-ring soul emperor with a special martial soul or decent soul skills." Hai Minglei straightened his waist, took off his grey robe, revealing a noble golden robe. Staring at Tang Lan, he spoke in an unquestionable tone. "I am Hai Minglei, the Platinum Bishop of the Branch Hall of the Wuhan Hall. Now you know who you have offended, right? Now kneel down and kowtow to these dead people to admit your mistakes, and I can give you a whole body. And you, little thing." Tang Lan thought about it and realized that he had never heard of this name. He had only heard of 3 of the 4 Platinum Bishops. It seems that this person is the 4th person. Hai Minglei. Tang Lan responded nonchalantly, "I've never heard of him." Everyone present, including Chen Xian, was shocked at the moment. This bearded man is so brave. After learning that the other party is the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, he is still so arrogant. Is this fearless or ignorant? Okay, Hai Minglei felt that he had heard wrongly, and couldn't help laughing. "I have never seen a person who is looking for death." Tang Lan was not in a hurry to take action. After all, if he took action, this guy would die, which was meaningless. He appeared to expose the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall. Relieve the pressure on the Tang Sect Academy. After all, Bibi Dong is still very smart. No matter what plan is implemented, it is carefully planned. Tang Lan looked at Hai Minglei and spoke meaningfully. "Before you start, do you want to tell me why you Wuhan Hall are acting together to slander Tangman and elevate yourself? Such a huge Wuhan Hall, but it's full of scheming villains. The Wuhan Hall worships the angel god. The people below are more filthy than each other, which really makes the angel god lose face." This solemn and sarcastic remark made Hai Minglei's face change immediately. The onlookers all took a breath of cold air. Is what this person said true? Are all those who died from the Wuhan Hall? If so, the Wuhan Hall is too insidious. You can open a Wuhan Academy and compete normally, but you have to do this kind of trick to incite public opinion. The Tangman has never belittled the Wuhan Hall. However, these people only dare to think in their hearts, after all, Bishop Platinum is still here. Hai Minglei recovered, stared at Tang Lan with a sullen face, and said sternly, "Stop slandering me. My Spirit Hall is the largest force on the continent, how could we do such a thing? You are a member of the Tang sect, aren't you? Everyone, come and listen to how bad the means of this Tang sect person to slander others are." Hai Minglei is also an experienced person. After learning of Tang Lan's intention, he immediately turned the tables. The onlookers saw that both sides had their own opinions, and they did not dare to make any comments. After all, the Spirit Hall and the Tang sect are both major forces on the continent, and no one can afford to offend them. If the bearded man is from the Tang sect, he is a terrifying guy who can kill more than 10 people at will. Tang Lan sneered at Hai Minglei's words, which was within his expectations. "Old thing." Tang Lan spoke calmly. "You deny it now, but you will tell the insidious things of the Spirit Hall in a moment. You will tell everything. Tang the bastard of the door has been very arrogant recently. Do you really think there is no one in my Wuhan Hall? Today, a blind guy came to my door. Isn't he allowed to kill him? Anyway, nothing will happen if you kill him. After all, he didn't say that he was from the Tang sect." Tang Lan felt Hai Minglei's killing intent, turned to Chen Xian and said, "Stay aside and watch carefully. In front of me, the so-called Platinum Bishop is also a chicken and a dog. In the end, I will beat you until you cry for your father and mother." Chen Xian stood aside obediently. He felt very arrogant when he heard Tang Lan's words, but he felt that this was not bragging. Hai Minglei was full of momentum and full of killing intent. He opened his martial soul and said calmly, "I don't care who you are, if you slander my martial soul hall, you must die. The second soul ring flickered. The second soul skill, spear piercing. Hai Minglei held a spear, his figure flickered, leaving after images, and sprinted towards Tang Lan. And the spear in his hand suddenly turned into 3 spears. Each spear stabbed Tang Lan fiercely. Tang Lan remained motionless, just watching Hai Minglei perform his soul skills in a flashy manner. He didn't even bother to use his soul skills because this so-called Platinum Bishop wasn't worthy yet. Dragon Captor. Tang Lan used the dragon capturing hand that had reached perfection and could cover a range of more than 1,500 meters. And it is no longer just a simple grab, it can also be restrained, moved, and even precisely controlled. Therefore, everyone felt that Hai Minglei was killing Tang Lan very quickly. Tang Lan directly grabbed the back of the neck and threw it away. Bang! Hai Minglei didn't know what happened, but he hit the shop hard. Asshole! Hai Minglei yelled, with overwhelming anger rising up. Then the third soul ring appeared. Please give me a monthly ticket for more updates. Chapter 395 Playing with Hai Minglei, ridiculous idea. The third soul skill, Rain of Spears. Hai Minglei's third soul skill is the group attack skill. ShuUOV.com. Dozens of huge 3-meter-long spears dropped from the sky and quickly fell towards Tang Lan's location. Hai Minglei's soul skill is powerful because it is a locking skill. So these spears all fell sharply towards Tang Lan. Die, you bastard of the Tang sect! Hai Minglei sneered, as if in his eyes, Tang Lan was already a dead man. However, the next moment, Hai Minglei's smile froze. He felt as if his neck was clamped by iron vices, threatening to suffocate him to death at any moment. Then Hai Minglei suddenly flashed out of the shop and came to Tang Lan. He watched helplessly as the falling spear was about to pierce his body. Is this guy going to die with me? This damn bastard! When Hai Minglei was frightened, while scolding Tang Lan angrily, his fourth soul ring flickered. The fourth soul skill, Invincible Armor. This is Hai Minglei's strongest defensive skill, and he also relies on this defensive skill. Won the position of Platinum Bishop. As long as it is an attack of the same level or below, Hai Minglei can withstand it without being injured. The only disadvantage is that it requires a lot of soul power. At this time, Hai Minglei laughed again, full of ridicule towards Tang Lan. If you want to die with me, you are not qualified yet. Go to hell. Hai Minglei stood calmly on the spot, not afraid of his attack at all. As for the Tang sect's miscellaneous things, that's not necessarily the case. Dozens of spears were falling crazily in front of the onlookers. Submerged Hai Minglei and Tang Lan in it. The impact brought by the violent energy set off a not too big wave. After everything calmed down, Hai Minglei's unscathed body was revealed in front of everyone. If Platinum Bishop Hai Minglei is fine, then something is wrong with the other person. Haha. Hai Minglei laughed and said, you dare to provoke me, Hai Minglei, if you don't know the heights of the world, this is the price. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Lan stood beside Hai Minglei and said expressionlessly. Hai Minglei couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked carefully and found that Tang Lan was unharmed. This third soul skill of mine is very powerful. He was unscathed, not injured at all. How is this possible? However, Hai Minglei did not stay in a daze, and the fifth soul ring flashed instantly. But before he could use his soul skills, his body flew out. Bang! Hai Minglei hit the shop hard again. This time, a hole was punched in the wall inside the shop. Son of a bitch! Hai Minglei was about to yell angrily, but before he could finish his words, he flew out again. This time, Hai Minglei flew directly into the sky. When everyone looked up, they found that Hai Minglei was very small. And Hai Minglei himself was frightened and stunned at this moment. He didn't feel controlled by anything at all, but he was in midair in an instant. Then the sixth soul ring flashed. It's just that he didn't use the sixth soul skill, Hai Minglei reached the ground instantly. Bang! A lot of dust kicked up from the ground, and a big hole instantly appeared on the ground. Hai Minglei just lay in the pit in embarrassment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't figure out what kind of soul skills his enemy used to manipulate him invisibly. Then Hai Minglei quickly jumped out of the pit, holding a spear in one hand and staring at Tang Lan. The old face is full of suspicion and fear. He was afraid that he would be teleported again inexplicably, so fast that he would not even be able to use his soul skills. But Tang Lan did not continue to use the dragon capture hand to play with him this time. Just looked at him and smiled lightly. Who are you? Hai Minglei felt that Tang Lan's smile was a bit charming, so he asked extremely cautiously. Killing Mina and playing, Bai Ping Duig Shang Theta Lu is full, which means a lot. Although Tang Lan smiled and did not make a move, Hai Minglei still felt an inexplicable fear. He is one of the 4 platinum bishops of the Wuhan Palace, and he is also an offensive soul Douluo, but he is actually afraid of an unknown little person. Besides, this guy has never dared to show his strength, so he must be inferior to himself. If he can hide his strength, he must have special soul skills. Kill me. Hai Minglei regained his confidence and stared at Tang Men with a sneer. You think some weird soul skills can really fight against the 8-ringed soul Douluo? I can tell you clearly that you will die today and no one can save you. Hai Minglei has determined that this bumbling enemy can no longer use the ability he had just now. That terrifying ability must have limits. As long as he can't use that ability, he can manipulate him at will. After all, my true strength has not been revealed yet. Tang Lan liked Hai Minglei's blind confidence very much. Anyway, he has been bored taking the god test on Poseidon Island recently, so he just happened to have fun with the Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace. It just so happens that it can crush the Wuhan Palace and belittle the Tang sect's conspiracy to promote the Wuhan Academy. Of course, if it weren't for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing her sisters, they wouldn't be able to withstand his indiscriminate bombardment. He will not be so bored that he wanders around the world casually. Tang Lan even couldn't help but wonder whether he should find a few women he could get with money to vent his anger. Otherwise, it would be really uncomfortable. Hai Minglei saw that Tang Lan ignored him at all and stood there without knowing what he was thinking. This made him very unhappy and felt that he was being underestimated. He gritted his teeth and stared at Tang Lan, his 5th soul ring shining brightly, as strong as his anger towards Tang Lan. The 5th soul skill, Flying Spear. He threw a spear into the sky, and the spear instantly expanded to 10 meters long. Then this spear was surrounded by a black aura. Sweeping towards Tang Lan. This blow will explode with 10 times the normal attack power of Hai Minglei. It is one of his commonly used tricks. Moreover, this soul skill, because of the weird nature of the soul beast, also carries a strong mental power attack. Many enemies who faced Hai Minglei were defeated by this strange spiritual attack. In the end, he was penetrated by a spear and died. Tang Lan put this ridiculous idea behind him for the time being. After all, Hai Minglei's ferocious attack has already struck. In order to make Hai Minglei feel that he is capable again, Tang Lan will not show too much strength. He still doesn't know how to use soul skills. After all, the blue-silver grass soul skills are too ostentatious. Will reveal his identity. The seal of immortality. As long as the attack limit does not exceed its own conversion limit, it cannot cause damage. Even if it exceeds, it will be weakened by half. And Hai Minglei is just a contra and can't cause any harm to him at all. Haha. Hai Minglei laughed excitedly. After all, in his eyes, Tang Lan was about to be penetrated by his spear. The consequences for offending him will be death. Chapter 396, Stay still and let you fight. It's just that the scene he imagined didn't happen. Before the strange spiritual power of the spear, it was transformed into Tang Lan's power by the immortal seal. C sigma, M. Then the spear, which was tens of meters long, also quickly shrank and finally disappeared. This made the onlookers widen their eyes. It's incredible. This is too weird. Such a ferocious and terrifying attack was easily resolved. The most important thing is that the unknown person did not light up his soul ring or perform any soul skills at all. He just stood there and wiped out the spear lightly. It seems you can't kill me. Tang Lan looked at Hai Minglei meaningfully and said lightly. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking so calm and relaxed. At this moment, Hai Minglei was completely stunned. That is one of his strongest single-target soul skills, and it is also accompanied by a mental attack that can sneak up on people. He couldn't believe his eyes when he was easily resolved by the other party and there was nothing left. Mysterious. Hai Minglei roared, and the 6th soul ring lit up. He still doesn't believe that the other party can keep using this weird method. He believed that the enemy's move, like his invincible armor, could only be used once. The next time you use it, it won't be 100% defense. The 6th soul skill, Mountain Splitting 5 kills. This soul skill is used by Hai Minglei to personally hold a spear against the enemy. With the increase of the soul skill, Hai Minglei's body became huge, growing to 5 meters tall. Then the speed is also tripled, the strength is tripled, and the defense is tripled. Zombie! Hai Minglei looked down at Tang Lan and said ferociously, "It is your honor to die under my 6th soul skill. I have killed many contras with this soul skill. Killing you, a turtle who dares not reveal his level, is really an insult to this soul skill." Tang Lan sneered and said impatiently, "So much nonsense. You dare to make such a noise, go to hell for me." Hai Minglei stabbed Tang Lan directly. This shot was extremely fast, and it was in front of Tang Lan in the blink of an eye. Tang Lan did not hide or evade, but calmly watched Hai Minglei stab him. Is he crazy? Hai Minglei's attack has arrived, doesn't he avoid it? I'm afraid I'm going to be stabbed in a hole with a spear. This is the same idea that many people have. They all think that Tang Lan is going to be doomed. You don't know how to live or die. Hai Minglei saw that Tang Lan didn't move, and he didn't feel any weird moves. He yelled. Bang! The spear stabbed Tang Lan in the chest. But the picture that Hai Minglei and others wanted to see did not appear. He Tang Lan looked at the broken spearhead in front of his chest and looked at Hai Minglei with a sarcastic expression. Is the riddle made of paper? Why does it break when touched? I'll stand here and let you poke me, but you can't even poke me, right? How about giving up? Tang Lan did not use the immortal seal this time, but used the 9 transformations golden body technique. As for Hai Minglei's scumbag attack, let alone piercing his skin, he didn't even feel the slightest pain. Tang Lan was just standing there, letting him poke him, it would tire Hai Minglei to death. Young master, you are scaring me. Hai Minglei felt that he had been humiliated and shouted angrily. Then he swung out a second move, this time hitting Tang Lan hard. Since it can't be killed by stabbing, then crush it to death. Hai Minglei still didn't believe that his 8-ring soul Douluo could still be blocked by him at will. Bang! The majestic waves exploded. With such a blow, even if Contra came, he would be seriously injured. However, the air waves disappeared and the smoke dispersed. Following the law of smoke without injury, Tang Lan still stood there with his arms crossed and a slight smile on his face. It seemed like his head couldn't be broken at all, such a terrifying blow. There are no injuries. Instead, the spear in Hai Minglei's hand shattered. Impossible! Hai Minglei shouted in horror. But he didn't dare to stop, for fear of being counterattacked by Tang Lan. He turned around and used all his strength to perform the third move. His mountain-splitting 5 kills, each move is stronger than the last. Bang! But after this blow, Hai Minglei felt as if his spear was hitting steel. Not to mention whether it could hurt the other party, my own arm was sore from the shock. Who is this bastard? Why are you so resistant? Ordinary Contra can't stop his 3 moves. Tang Lan was still smiling at this moment and reminded Hai Minglei seriously. I advise you to give up. You have wasted all your efforts. You have been unable to do anything to me. It is an embarrassment to your platinum bishop. Tang Lan's words made Hai Minglei feel even more humiliated, so he roared and continued to attack Tang Lan. The 4th move and the 5th move struck Tang Lan with a series of slashes. But under the protection of the 9-turn golden body art, Tang Lan was unscathed. Instead, Hai Minglei was panting tiredly, her hair was messy, her spear was broken and transformed again, transformed and broken again. After the 6th soul skill was used, Tang Lan was not injured at all. He Tang Lan continued to sneer, stimulating Hai Minglei's completely damaged little heart. Hai Minglei felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Even if a titled Douluo comes, Hai Minglei can injure him even if he doesn't move like this. But the guy in front of me was unharmed. Why on earth is this? Is it possible that he is still a god? Tang Lan saw that Hai Minglei was so angry that he was itching his teeth, so he reminded him very friendly. If you are not willing to give in, you can try again, open your martial soul avatar and display your 8th soul skill. Otherwise you will be pissed off and bring shame to your spirit hall. Come on, hurry up and stop the ink stains. Tang Lan's reminder made Hai Minglei ashamed to say anything. No matter how harsh words he says now, it will have no meaning. He just hopes that he can defeat this arrogant bastard. Save face for yourself and for Wuhan Palace. At this moment, Chen Xian, who was rescued by Tang Lan, looked at Tang Lan as if he were looking at a god. At this moment, in his heart, Tang Lan is the god. He has never seen, or even heard of, a person who could stand still and let the attack type contras attack at will. The most important thing is to remain unscathed. Even Master Tang doesn't have this ability, right? Who is this person? It would be great if I could take him as my teacher. Not to mention a direct disciple, just a named disciple doing odd jobs will do. Hai Minglei calmed down and his seventh soul ring flickered. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the divine spear. At this time, Hai Minglei was more than 10 times stronger than before. Hai Minglei has merged with the spear in his hand. The spear shone with golden light all over its body and increased to a length of 20 meters, full of pressure. And Hai Minglei's body directly grows 30-meter tall giant. In front of Hai Minglei, Tang Lan was like a dwarf at this moment. Die! Hai Minglei roared. He didn't even need to use the 8th soul skill to kill the arrogant and ignorant bastard in front of him. Chapter 397, Fancy, Kill Him. At this time, there were a lot of onlookers. In the eyes of these people, Tang Lan was going to be finished. Even though Hai Minglei had always been helpless with Tang Lan before, that was because Hai Minglei had not shown his true strength. Now after opening his martial soul true body, it was just a matter of a spear. Facing Hai Minglei, who was about 30 meters away, Tang Lan still showed a faint smile. Fancy! Tang Lan commented on Hai Minglei. Hai Minglei heard it clearly and was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Then he smashed the spear in his hand at Tang Lan. Bang! This time, the power of Hai Minglei's attack was not comparable to that of before. Therefore, the air wave brought by his explosive power directly caused the surrounding soul masters to open their martial arts to protect their bodies. Some ordinary people were directly blown away. When Hai Minglei was about to laugh, he felt that his spear was shattered again. When the smoke dissipated, Tang Lan was still standing there, without even moving. But the ground around him had sunk. Tang Lan looked up at the giant Hai Minglei, with a full sense of ridicule in his words. Is that all you have? It seems that the Wuhan Hall is really on the decline. A platinum bishop is such a waste. Everyone saw that Tang Lan was still fine, which was completely confused. Without using any soul skills, he could withstand the full force of the 8-ring soul Douluo. This is no longer a human. In their eyes, Tang Lan at this moment is no different from a god. This is impossible. Hai Minglei stared at Tang Lan with eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. He knew very well how powerful he was just now. How could this guy be unscathed? Now Hai Minglei already felt endless fear of the unknown. He wanted to escape. Even if he used the 8th soul skill now, it would be useless. While thinking, Hai Minglei quickly shrank his body and rushed to the side. Seeing this, Tang Lan said coldly, "Did I let you go?" Dragon Catcher. Using the Dragon Catcher again, Hai Minglei teleported in front of him. Bang! Then he raised his hand and punched Hai Minglei in the face. Hai Minglei was knocked to the ground without any reaction, and then under the effect of the Dragon Catcher's restraining ability, Hai Minglei fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. Who are you? Hai Minglei was completely convinced, and now he just wanted to know who the man in front of him was. Tang Lan stared at him and said without question. Tell the people around now. Otherwise I will kill you now. I don't care if you are the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Remember, I am not trying to scare you. Tang Lan was murderous at this moment, so Hai Minglei did not dare to hesitate, because he was afraid of being killed. Hai Minglei hurriedly said loudly, "The Pope of the Spirit Hall issued an order to let me take some men to belittle the Tang sect in the city. The purpose is to let the newly opened Spirit Academy of the Spirit Hall accept some good students and suppress the development of the Tang sect. These are all Bibi Dong asked me to do. I have no choice. Please spare me, please." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. It was really eye-opening that the Spirit Hall was so despicable. The onlookers talked about it, and their impression of the Spirit Hall became worse and worse. Since you have done something bad to the Tang sect, you should pay the price. Tang Lan said lightly. Hai Minglei just completed his mission, so he can die. Come here. Tang Lan turned his head and said to Chen Xian. What do you want, senior? Chen Xian was stunned and hurried to Tang Lan. Kill him. Tang Lan pointed at Hai Minglei who could not move, and said calmly. It seemed that killing a platinum bishop was as simple as stepping on a bug. Ah! Chen Xian couldn't believe what he heard. And Hai Minglei immediately begged anxiously. Please spare my life, don't kill me. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, please don't kill me. Hai Minglei wanted to burst out his strength and break free from the restraints, but found that he was completely powerless. So he was completely panicked. What's the point of keeping you? Tang Lan squatted down and looked at Hai Minglei and asked with a smile. Hai Minglei said hurriedly. I can betray the spirit hall and help you in the future. I can also be a hidden chess piece in the spirit hall, and suddenly give the spirit hall a knife when you need it in the future. It will definitely be useful to keep me. The people present were shocked to see this situation. The arrogant Bishop Platinum was begging for mercy like a dog at this moment. It was really sighing. At this time, many people had higher aspirations and expectations for the Tang sect. Anyone can beat the spirit hall important figures in the palace. In their eyes, Tang Lan is a member of the Tang clan. These reasons are not enough. Tang Lan shook his head and said, kill him. He wanted to see if Chen Xian had the courage, and he wasn't going to say it a second time. Hai Minglei was desperate and continued to beg Tang Lan with a painful look on his face. After Chen Xian was stunned, he took a long breath. The first soul ring appeared. The first soul skill, a quick sword. Chen Xian didn't hesitate anymore and cut off Hai Minglei's head with a simple and direct knife. However, many people did not see clearly the scene of Chen Xian killing Hai Minglei with one sword. Hai Minglei never understood until his death that he, a platinum bishop, was killed by a four-ring soul sect. Well done. Tang Lan patted Chen Xian on the shoulder and praised. This person has a good character. Even if his talent is not very good, he can still be cultivated. The Wuhan Xiandao can be developed along the route of a fast swordsman. In the future, enemies can be dealt with one sword, and there is absolutely no need for a second sword. Tang Lan looked at Chen Xian and said with a smile, come with me, kill Bishop Platinum, Wuhan Palace will not let you go. Chen Xian immediately knelt down and said respectfully, it all depends on senior's arrangements. He took Chen Xian to Tianlan City in the Tiandu Empire. Here, too, there are Wuhandian who perform on the streets to smear the people of Tang sect. They were all soul emperors and soul sects, and Tang Lan was too lazy to take action. Tang Lan happened to be preparing to train Chen Xian, so he asked him to take action. When Chen Xian was defeated, he used the dragon capture hand to control the enemy and let Chen Xian fight back. After many days, Tang Lan's actions made Wuhan Palace even more infamous. Due to problems in the major cities, Hai Minglei, one of the four platinum bishops, was killed, and many soul emperor soul sects in the branch of Wuhan Palace were killed. The plan was ruined and public opinion began to decline rapidly, which greatly affected the enrollment of Wuhan Academy. When Bibi Dong learned of these situations, she was so angry that she cursed the dead people as trash. Looking around at the people in the worship hall and elder hall, Bibi Dong said coldly. It seems that I usually raise a bunch of losers, but they can't even do this kind of thing well. Which of you is going to get rid of this mysterious man? If this continues, will the Wuhan Academy still be open? Chapter 398 The Lion asks for a fight and heads to the Douluo Empire. Let me go. Fourth enshrinement, Lion Douluo wanted to save some face for the enshrinement hall, so he volunteered. To be sure, let the demon bear and the Aguda go with you. Bibi Dong agreed immediately. She was just waiting for someone from the enshrinement hall to resolve the matter for her. The reason why he asked his own people to follow him was to gain credit. The enshrinement hall has always treated me in a way that is both positive and negative, and coupled with the sect competition, I have repeatedly tolerated it. The old immortals in the worship hall became increasingly disobedient to discipline. This time, let the lion go out to solve the problem. When the conflict arises, it can be said that it has nothing to do with Wuhan Palace. It was the lion himself who betrayed the spirit hall. After all, she has to think about the future. Once a conflict occurs, the current Wuhan Palace cannot fight with the Tang sect. Tang Lan has too many masters around him, so he still has to wait for an opportunity. The lion took the devil bear and the Aguda dolphin and left in high spirits. At this moment, Tang Lan and Chen Xian were no longer wandering around the Tiandu Empire. He came to the Douluo Empire. On this day, Chen Xian defeated another soul emperor and two soul sects, and was very tired. But during this period of time, he was under the guidance of Tang Lan in the battle of life and death. The soul power increased rapidly, reaching level 49. After reaching level 50, Tang Lan planned to get an artificial soul ring for him, a soul beast that matched his Xiandao. During this period of time, Chen Xian still didn't know Tang Lan's true identity. But he knew very well that Tang Lan was very powerful. I know I am lucky. Tang Lan's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Chen Xian and said, Chen Xian, during this period we disrupted a series of plans of Wuhan Palace. They also killed many people in Wuhan Palace. Bibi Dong must have learned the news. With her character, she will definitely send strong men to find us and then kill us. Are you afraid? Chen Xian immediately responded, don't be afraid. Looking at Chen Xian's appearance, he seemed to be really good. This actually surprised Tang Lan. This boy has such a good nature. The person coming must be a titled Douluo. There are more than one. Aren't you afraid? Tang Lan continued. As long as the seniors are here, I won't be afraid even if the people from Wuhan Palace are here. Chen Xian said very confidently. Mysterious 8-level Mu Gu knocked on the Huihe River and commented on the Satin Kai. Star Luo Empire, Star Forest City. Another Soul Emperor led a group of people to perform on the street. One person pretended to be a member of the Tang sect and raped ordinary women in the street. Then the people from Wuhan Palace saw injustice and drew their swords to help. In the end, the so-called Tang clan member was beaten up by Fatty and admitted that he was a Tang clan member. Tang Lan saw all this. In order to regain the power of faith, Wuhandian really did everything possible. Go kill them. Tang Lan said to Chen Xian who was standing beside him. Yes. Chen Xian agreed and opened his martial spirit. The first soul ring flashed. The first soul skill, a quick sword. Chen Xian has practiced Lingbo Weibu during this period, plus the increase in the first soul skill. His speed has reached the extreme, and he is next to a soul sect in the blink of an eye. The reaction from the soul sect of Wuhan Palace was also he was alert and was about to use his defensive soul skills. But Chen Xian was too fast and chopped off the soul master's head with one knife. The head rolled to the ground, causing the onlookers to scream. Who is this? How dare you commit a crime in the street? Another soul master asked in shock. The first soul ring flashed immediately. First soul skill, Crazy Bear Fist. The soul master of the Wuhan Hall is the Violent Bear Martial Soul, which is an extremely strong beast martial soul. The soul master's body instantly expanded by more than 3 times, and rushed towards Chen Xian with great momentum. Chen Xian recently listened to Tang Lan's many advantages and disadvantages of the major martial souls. He knew very well that the Violent Bear martial soul was extremely powerful and had strong defense, but it was not fast. This person was also a level 49 soul master, so it was not advisable to confront him head-on. Light steps. Chen Xian continued to perform light steps and easily dodged the powerful attack of the Violent Bear Soul sect. First soul skill, Swift Knife. He remembered Tang Lan's guidance and focused on the Swift Knife in the future. Plus, since this enemy was not fast, he had to use one trick to defeat the enemy. Chen Xian quickly came behind the Violent Bear Soul sect and slashed the Violent Bear's back with a very fast knife. Because the Violent Bear had strong defense, even without using defensive soul skills, it was not killed by Chen Xian's knife. Looking for death. The Violent Bear shouted angrily, and the second soul ring flashed brightly. Second soul skill, Extreme Bear Claw. The Violent Bear Soul sect grew sharp bear claws on his palms, and his arms became much longer, and he quickly attacked Chen Xian. First soul skill, Swift Knife. Chen Xian did not use other soul skills, but still used the first soul skill. Using the speed of crushing the Violent Bear Soul sect, he chopped the Violent Bear's body again. This time the Violent Bear was seriously injured. Kill my companion, die. Seeing that the Violent Bear Soul sect was no match for Chen Xian, the Soul Emperor on the side took action. The 6-ring Soul Emperor was not something Chen Xian could resist, especially since this Soul Emperor's move was a killing move. The 4th Soul Ring emerged. The 4th Soul Skill, Sky-Breaking Sword Blade. The 6-ring Soul Emperor's martial soul was the King Yu Sword, which was a top-level weapon martial soul. And this Sky-Breaking Sword Blade was a long-range group attack soul skill. The 6-ring Soul Emperor swung his long sword continuously, and several sword blades attacked Chen Xian fiercely. Seeing this, Tang Lan did not take action, but wanted to see how Chen Xian would resolve this crisis. Lingbo Microstep. Chen Xian did not think of using defensive skills to resist, or using attack skills to offset each other. There was a big gap between his level and the other party, so it was not advisable to fight head-on. After using Lingbo Weibu to dodge the sword of the 6-ring Soul Emperor, Chen Xian's 4th soul ring emerged. 4th soul skill, Suan Mi Zhan. Chen Xian did not attack the Six-Ring Soul Emperor, but took the opportunity to hide near the Violent Bear Soul Sect, ready to kill with one sword. The Violent Bear Soul Sect widened his eyes, and the third soul ring emerged. Third soul skill, Bear Armor. The Violent Bear Soul Sect was covered with black armor all over his body, trying to resist Chen Xian's attack. And the Six-Ring Soul Emperor screamed angrily. Fifth soul skill, Qingji Unpierce. The Six-Ring Soul Emperor was 3 times faster than usual, holding the sword in one hand and stabbing at Chen Xian. However, the person Chen Xian actually attacked was not the Violent Bear, but another Four-Ring Soul Sect. The Four-Ring Soul Sect, who had been watching the show, never thought that he was facing a life-threatening situation. When he was about to use his soul skills, Chen Xian's sword burst into a brilliant light. The Four-Ring Soul Sect's head fell to the ground on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xian had killed 2 people. At this time, it was difficult for Chen Xian to resist the attack of the Six-Ring Soul Emperor. Just when the Six-Ring Soul Emperor approached Chen Xian and was about to stab Chen Xian with his sharp sword, he was directly restrained, and then he was caught in front of Chen Xian in the next moment. Chen Xian knew that Tang Lan had taken action, and he was surprised and did not hesitate at all. Puff. Chapter 399 Face the Lion Douluo. Added to Kong Shao JK, 1115. Chapter 399 Face the Lion Douluo. Added to Kong Shao JK, 1115. With one knife, the Six-Ring Soul Emperor, who was restrained and unable to perform any soul skills, was chopped to death on the spot. Such a scene was extremely weird, and everyone at the scene was shocked. X.cm. A small 4-ring soul master could kill 2 soul masters and a 6-ring soul emperor quickly. What happened to the 6-ring soul emperor just now? Why did he suddenly come to the front of the 4-ring soul master, stunned and chopped off his head? Control people to teleport, and the soul skill that can bind. At this time, the lion Douluo jumped down from the 2nd floor with great domineering. Who is the master? Come out and see. Otherwise, your companion will die. The lion directly said that he wanted to see Tang Lan, otherwise he would kill Chen Xian. But before he could control Chen Xian came to Tang Lan's side. You are not qualified to kill my companion. Tang Lan patted Chen Xian's shoulder, indicating that he did a good job, and asked him to stand behind him. Tang Lan had long known that the lion was watching the show on the 2nd floor, and there were 2 traitors, the bear demon and the porcupine, around him. Bibi Dong really spent a lot of money to let Xiangxi come with 2 elders. But she would never have thought that the one who disrupted her plan was him, Tang Blue. And the 2 people closest to her are also her undercover agents. Who are you? How dare I speak like this? The lion stared at Tang Lan with an imposing manner. He was also observing Tang Lan, but he couldn't tell what his strength was. It seems that there is a secret method to hide the strength. What happened just now was all arranged by the lion. The goal was to wait for Tang Lan to appear. Now that the bastard who affects Wuhan Palace's plans has appeared, he can no longer resist the urge to take action. He hoped that the guy who made Bibi Dong particularly angry was a master. It would be very honorable to capture him yourself. The quality of the rice is stable, the beauty is handsome, the beauty is fashionable, so I asked. I am the 4th enshrinement of the Spirit Hall, a level 97 attack type titled Douluo, a male lion. Your companions are killing people in the street. I don't like it, so I want to take action. Are you going to stand up for him? Then don't blame me for being rude. The lion wants to suppress Tang Lan with the pressure of the titled Douluo. But what surprised him was that Tang Lan didn't feel suppressed at all. I don't know you. Tang Lan said lightly. My companions kill those who deserve to be killed. If you take action, I will accompany you to the end. But it's really ironic that the 4 dignitaries of the Spirit Hall should bully the younger ones. Is your Wuhan Hall just teaching you old guys to bully a kid? Tang Lan naturally wants to attract a wave of hatred for the Wuhan Palace. At this moment, he will not reveal that he is a member of the Tang sect. Haha, the lion sneered and said, you are committing evil, and you still care whether it's a child or not. Besides, this person looks to be about 20 years old, and he is already a member of the 4th ring soul sect. He is not a child. He killed someone and he should pay the price. The lion also held back for the time being, because he wanted to ruin Tang sect's reputation in this city. He can be sure that the 2 people on the other side are from the Tang sect. Now as long as they prove their identities, the people can criticize them verbally. After all, they had planned a good opportunity. First, they pretended that the Tang sect was a strong and ordinary woman, and then lured out the troublemakers. After killing their own people, they completely confirmed that the Tang sect wanted to kill people and silence them. The price? He only killed those who deserved to be killed. Tang Lan sneered and shook his head. The lion felt it was time and pointed directly at Tang Lan. You protect him so much. Are you and he both members of the Tang sect? Why else would you help the bastards from the Tang sect to kill good people who pass by? You, the Tang sect, are all arrogant. As a soul master, you actually raped ordinary civilians. Does this all belong to the bishop of the Tang sect? The lion looked sarcastic, pointed at Tang Lan and spoke plausibly. Today he wants to make Tangman jump into the Yellow River and not even be able to wash it away. The Tang sect has nothing to do with us, but your Wuhan Palace's disgusting behavior makes us unable to stand it. Can't we just do justice for God? We actually pretended to be from the Tang sect and really raped a poor woman. Martial Soul Hall is really cruel. Tang Lan pointed out straight to the point the conspiracy of Wuhan Palace. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. But no one wants to believe that Wuhandian would not do such a thing. After all, this is the Douluo Empire, and what happened in the Tiandu Empire has not been reported yet. How dare you slander my Wuhan Palace, you don't know how to live or die. The lion cursed loudly and was about to take action. Tang Lan was very calm. He was going to beat up the lion and warn Bibi Dong not to go too far. Otherwise, you have to go to the Wuhan Palace. When the time comes, call Tang Chen and the High Priest, and then call the Chief Daddy too. 2 are level 99 and 1 is level 98. Let's see if Bibi Dong can still be tough. Sick lion, have you forgotten what golden crocodile looked like after being beaten by Fatty? Tang Lan sneered. Do you still think that your Wuhan Palace can be invincible in the world? Seeing as how much you deserve a beating, I will satisfy you today. Tang Lan's words shocked everyone present. Who is this person? How dare you speak to the 4 priests of Wuhan Palace like this? Lion Douluo is a level 97 titled Douluo. Moreover, the lion was flanked by 2 titled Douluo. This guy who doesn't dare to show his strength is really crazy. This is what everyone is thinking at this moment. Seeking death. Lion Douluo roared angrily, today I will beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. Immediately afterwards, the 9 soul rings of the male lion appeared brightly, with an overwhelming momentum. The second soul skill, the Wrath of the Fire Spirit. A lion in the form of a flame rushed towards Tang Lan with a ferocious expression. At this moment, everyone around them felt that Tang Lan and Chen Xian were already corpses. The realm of living beings. Tang Lan instantly opened the realm, and everything about all living creatures within a radius of 1,000 meters will be under his control. Ling Tian strikes. Tang Lan's Lei Yan Binghaoshan hammer appeared, and he gathered all the soul power in his body at one point. It hit the lion at an extremely fast speed. The so-called lion fire spirit was first teleported to the side by Tang Lan using his dragon capture hand to make way for him. And his attack was as fast as thunder, and the frightened lion quickly used his defensive soul skills. The 4th soul ring flickered. The 4th soul skill, True Fire Armor. The lion's body was instantly surrounded by a thick flame. Then it quickly formed a seemingly indestructible fire armor. You are Tang Lan. The lion naturally recognized Tang Lan at this moment. After all, Tang Lan's clear sky hammer was unique. Tang Lan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and smashed the lion's body with a hammer. Bang! The lion underestimated Tang Lan's attack power after all. With this blow, Tang Lan directly blasted the lion's true fire armor to pieces. The lion retreated several meters and subconsciously covered his chest. It hurt so much. What a great power! The new book died suddenly. I will make a new one, and tell everyone when I am sure it survives. There is a 20,000 word beginning that was eliminated. If you are interested, you can join the group to read it. The group number is in the introduction page. There are also many books that were banned in the group, which can be read for free. Chapter 400 No longer a sacrifice, a raging fire. The lion Douluo was shocked. 6. Shu, X. Not only was he shocked that the person who disrupted the Spirit Hall's plan was Tang Lan, the leader of the Tang sect. He was even more shocked by Tang Lan's strength. He was only at the level of an 8-ringed soul Douluo. But he could make this 97-level peak Douluo retreat several meters with one blow. At this moment, his fire spirit's rage dissipated directly as his defense was broken. As for the bear demon and porpoise on one side, they all pretended to surround Tang Lan. Prepare to besiege Tang Lan together with the lion. The Thunder Flame Ice Clear Sky Hammer is a household name throughout the continent. That is the mutated Clear Sky Hammer spirit of the Tang sect leader. This is Tang Lan's symbol. A five-ringed Soul King couldn't help but sigh. It's Tang Lan, the leader of the Tang sect. I didn't expect it. No wonder he is so confident, he is not afraid of the four priests of the Spirit Hall. At this time, many people were talking about it. After all, the people of Xingluo Empire did not know Tang Lan as well as the people of Tiandu Empire. So these people were particularly curious about Tang Lan. At this time, someone called Tang Lan by his name, without much respect. A man in the crowd immediately scolded these people. This man is a fanatical fan of Tang Lan, a five-ring Soul King in his 20s. That's Master Tang, call him Master Tang. How can you call the great man who created the artificial soul ring by his name? If you don't respect Master Tang, I will beat you up. This street is the most prosperous street in Xinglan City, so many people gathered. Among them are some Soul Emperor and Soul Saint Masters. These people can't stand such an arrogant person, so they use their martial spirits together to beat up the five-ring Soul King who supports Tang Lan. Chen Xian was so excited that he couldn't stand. The senior he had been following was actually the leader of the Tang sect. No wonder the skills he taught him were so powerful. But can Master Tang fight three alone? These are three genuine titled Douluo. Tang Lan, are you sure you want to fight with us? The lion did not act immediately, but stared at Tang Lan with great pride. The lion was not afraid of Tang Lan. After all, no matter how strong Tang Lan was, he was only a soul Douluo. Even if there was a secret method that could suddenly enhance a lot of strength, it would only be temporary. No matter the level, soul skills, or soul power, there was a gap in all aspects with him. Not to mention that there were two titled Douluos around him. What he was worried about was that Tang Lan would go out with his father and several titled Douluos of the Tang sect. So he wanted to test it. He knew that the lion was worried that he was still bringing people with him, otherwise, with the lion's temper, he would have gone up long ago. Bibi Dong could tolerate herself on the surface, but this lion in the worship hall. Sick lion, don't pretend to be with me here. If you want to fight, fight. If you don't dare to fight, get out. What kind of man is it that a peak Douluo is hesitating here? The lion is a man who cares about his face the most. If someone says he is not a man in front of so many people, he will definitely explode. The more arrogant Tang Lan is, the more cautious the lion is, even though he is about to be furious. He is so provocative, and he uses the unique skills of the Haoshan sect as soon as he starts. He must be deliberately provoking me, then let me take the initiative, and finally let his ambushed people take action. In the end, the Tang sect will not have a bad reputation, after all, it was the Spirit Hall that took action. Elder Thorn. The lion sent a voice message to the Thorn, and said seriously, your mental power is very strong, check if there are any masters hiding around. The Thorn pretended to check and informed the lion through voice transmission. When the lion learned that there were no masters nearby, he completely relaxed. Similarly, he immediately became tough and stared at Tang Lan and said coldly, Tang Lan, your men killed people from my spirit hall, you must give me an explanation today. Tang Lan sneered, and said lightly with an attitude that he didn't take the lion seriously. Explanation? If there is an explanation, it should be me and Meng Zizong. The person who raped ordinary people is actually a member of the Spirit Hall. Impersonating the name of my Tang sect and bringing negative impact to my Tang sect. These people must die. Both of them were so strong that no one was willing to give in. The onlookers were all tense, and they had already thought that there would be a big battle next. The lion stared at Tang Lan and sneered, it seems that we can't reach an agreement. From now on, I am no longer the fourth priest of the Spirit Hall, so killing you is also a personal grudge. It has nothing to do with the Spirit Hall tie. Tang Lan knew that this was because the lion did not want to implicate the Wuhan Palace, and was worried that his own forces would retaliate against the Wuhan Palace. I'm not as cowardly as you. Even if I kill you, I dare to do it. Tang Lan said disdainfully. Boy, you will pay the price. The lion shouted murderously. Then the third soul ring flickered. The third soul skill, fanatical burning. In an instant, the surroundings of the lion became hot. Then endless flames burned towards Tang Lan. The road in this street was instantly burned to black. Many people retreated one after another and opened their martial soul protection at the same time, afraid of being burned to black charcoal. At this moment, the demon bear and the Aguda were also hiding aside. At this time, they were not prepared to attack. After all, the lions were proud of themselves and would not let them do anything without being beaten. Besides, they didn't dare to beat Tang Lan because they couldn't beat him at all. Moreover, they are undercover now, their lives are still in someone else's hands, and they still contribute to Wuhan Palace. Tang Lan, the lion said excitedly, prepare to be burned to black charcoal by me. Tang Lan shook his head and smiled. The seemingly violent flames of the lion must be difficult for others to withstand. But for him, just run the 9 transformations golden body art. Tang Lan is not prepared to simply defend. The strongest defense is offense. The first soul ring flashed. The first soul skill, Blue Silver Emperor Thorn. Several straight and thick blue silver emperors stabbed the lion from all directions. Tang Lan himself walked gracefully in the fire, walking towards the lion step by step. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at Tang Lan in disbelief in the blazing fire. Chen Xian looked at Tang Lan, and the image of the god became more three-dimensional. Anyone who is not afraid of fire must be a god. And they all saw that Tang Lan did not use defensive soul skills, but only used offensive soul skills. How is this done? The lion naturally stared at the bull's eyes and began to doubt life. Tang Lan was not afraid of the flames burning, which was enough to shock him. Now he sees that even the spirits of plants like blue silver grass are not afraid of fierce flames? Isn't this Tianqi? The lion didn't have time to think too much and immediately counterattacked. The 5th soul ring flashed. The 5th soul skill, burning fire. He still didn't believe it, these blue silver grasses couldn't be burned. The flames, which were already very fast, were suddenly blown by a strong wind. The flames were directly higher than the lion's body, surging in all directions like waves of the ocean. Even though the blue silver emperor has a high level of patience, it is not invincible when facing its natural enemy, the flame. Not to mention, the fierce fire set off by the lion at this moment, the burning intensity of the flame. 5 times higher than before.